Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times. From the ashes.
Now they do slip into 9th place though and are only a few points behind ASE as NAD has been able to slip back ahead of ASE. It is a very, very tight scoreboard. NAD's Zhao Jin here trying to come in and lock down a NIXO.
Away and lock this down and make it hard for everybody else to even want to take you out of the composition. Same thing with Bauda. Bauda's got to come back with a lot of momentum. I think they got a little bit too comfortable here. Slash coming in from the long sword here, but is able to do enough just to get away here as it looks like Bauda and the rest of the team are going to try to play it around. Meanwhile, the Tumult ult comes out at a beautiful time here. A lot of people going to be towards the middle. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. EWG's Zai Liu.
Going head-to-head here. KZ, one of those teams we talked about, really trying to make some noise here, make it happen, make sure that they can go on to qualifiers for World Cup here. KZ Rain actually going to lock down Rizu in a meter dump there and pick up the elimination. KZ trying to come in. He's going to pick up Apple as well. AXO. It's desperate to put some more points on the board. EWG alive. Ventus Pixel coming in here. Gonna go ahead and throw the ultimate, but ends up in the ball to hold the spear to lock them down further into the zone. And JJHRD needs to make some noise here as well. 40 IWNL gets picked up. JJHRD slowly climbing back up the ranks here towards that coveted 8th place position. Ace.
Salty run back, but not in the way that we usually do. Just happened on NPG because NPG was putting down so much cannon fire on the JJ. I know they were absolutely sick of it. Meanwhile,
把皮肤全部给它搞成全黄的呀，然后穿个凉快一点。哪里找不到了一个？他只会你自己看得到。你 OB 能看到呀？你看这不就全黄了？最下面啊，刚都点开了，最下面黄了。够了，就这样。这谁的？土白的，土白的不好看，这3个我有。打屁股，你装不装？装上去的傻掉。
到时候不注意按出来你就臭了。
来调戏，直接调戏，让他
对，
调戏呀，不是他妈那个。
哦，这丑啊！为啥我的双马尾这么小个？
带错了，
带错了，有2个。你看我是我在头顶的。
啊，我的双马尾！
加油！我打回去，吸多下，
好多！
我死了！吹风回来了，我最后一个吹风，钻进去，有个边缘在圈，没事，顶着也行，这有花，吃。
哎，我吃不上了。
我杀多少个
28。
战神有点多。
哎呀！
哎呀！ 我那10了。
我们18个。我要想看到，我要在屏幕上面，我要在屏幕上面啦！红绿灯刺激，真的，最后那张
因为红绿灯禁止通行。
谈一下你们怎么最后就笑成那个样，是怎么回事啊？算是。
每次别人一开大，我玩个3娘，我3娘可以开大去把他的大断掉，我就觉得很搞笑，很欢乐。
这场比赛这个3位的这个红绿灯造型是出于谁的想法？
最近过节嘛，可能车行量比较多，道路千万条，安全第一条嘛，红绿灯嘛。
还有的就是给观众们也多看，就比较好，就是一下就认识到。
哎呦 ，EWG 咱们的艺人上个解说台，终于是现在特别懂观众老爷们的心了。以后再让选手多上解说台了，下来之后直接在造型上，今天也把队伍变成了大发明家。
绷不住了，几家号还能进？101，里面都有机会进。这个80分有可能没机会了，这个86分还有机会的，86分有机会啊，暴打有机会啊，暴打为什么摆了 ？KZ 也差一点点 ，KZ 要把大分，咱们应该稳了吧？
哦，第7名
，7名15分，又是离的就在我们后面，
能加3吧？
就是加3呀，哥，
加3嘛，那就15.6。
75分加83分吗？
加反正15分，就是15分，老铁。
啊，这15分这把就是102。
可以吼了，我可以吼了。哎，早说我不取消了，拿了。下班。
KZ 猛杀兄弟 ，A 队猛杀。几下估计现在也有头。
这个位置看上去。
这地应该稳。
它很有用。
你为什么不打了呀 ？AS 干人去啊，干乌龟去。
他很有用。
他可能觉得自己
稳了，他要稳排名了。
可能觉得自己现在有人头够了，确实够了，应该够到最后。
他们找个地方一蹲挂机，真的。
不是几个头啊？
才9个头啊
，9个头够什么？
他本来就第8呀。
不是，人家底下的人也在刷，你凭什么要蹲啊？
需要没问题可以先做。
好的。
生死状。
这跟我们挑战赛一模一样。
没有，不一样。这次就只差1点几分。
这氛围的气氛，所有人都在这里，你怎么能一样呢？对不对？而且这个比赛也挺挑战赛那个。
加油！落地蹦状态啊，记得。
OK。
我给你们来，我给你们来啊！快上！有风小心，有风离心。
我推了。
OK。推了。我推了。
是打推了，打进站。
OK。
开不了了，好不了。
给我上！
站一个。
站着越是5成，就打5成。
我回家。
打5成。
我马上要到。
我就打5成。
我给他。
5成。5成去。
上！哎 ，nice！ 漂亮！
喂，阿金，你人呢？今天什么日子你不知道吗？
道哥，第一次录垃圾话比较紧张呀。我琢磨了一晚上，我觉得有句话很有说法。
有什么说法吗
？11月10号 ，Nbpl S2单排总决赛冠军非我们。
说得很好，你还是别来了。
喂，道哥，你人呢呀？
要想说好垃圾话，首先要有一颗强大的 CPU。
但是你的硬盘太小了，除了博弈啥都没有。录垃圾话没有我，就像小新没有匕首，王福来没有双截棍。
匕首这么好用，请问你们交学费了吗？
哎呀，现在这些门徒可太不像话，都快把我案子吹了。 格局小了，我黄福来从来不收学费。
有些人18岁就能拿下2个周冠，你呢？
我还是差了点，21岁。还是你们厉害呀！像你们这么大的时候，根本还在学校里面谈恋爱。哎，老了真不行了，
确实不能比。希望你在7年以后也能拿下姐杯冠军。
大家都说 Nbpl 是水平最高的舞台，我打了3个双周，果然就天然第一了。
有没有发现，在座的各位劳模都打了复活赛，到底想卷死谁？
我觉得有道理。太卷了，太卷了，兄弟们！
对于很多人来说，保送进总决赛是艰难的，而我一把就过了。
看了一下这届总决赛，也没几个泰斗吧
？168泰斗，懂我含金量吗？
泰斗又如何？还不是打不过我呀？令牌也没几个人摸过吧？
确实挺好看。
冠军是谁并不重要，但是最后都会被我击败。
比起拿到四川省好声音前10，我还是认为 S2 总决赛拿个冠军更难一点。
隔着凡尔赛呢，有机会的话，我还想去参加新说唱呢。有些人还在争取节杯预选赛的名额，而我已经研究节杯小组赛的版本。
这不双11了嘛？既然我拿2份奖金，要不我考虑给大伙买一份礼物？
不必了，不必了，加你2个奖杯还不就好了？自从加入 Nbpl 以来，我感觉自己越发开朗、阳光。一直优雅，口齿伶俐。
阿莎，该吃药了。
这次总决赛的目标，活到梅花桩。
安木熊猫人，你们安心观赛，有我在，火之意志永不熄灭。
刀哥，待会走的时候记得带伞。
知道火龙皮怎么来的吗？我刀一挥，2000年属龙。
一个行走的火龙玩具罢了。
帅是帅过了，是时候为自己的人生增加一份荣誉了。
皇上要颜值有颜值，要实力有颜值。
垃圾话就到这里了，接下来就好好欣赏我们比赛吧。
兄弟们，记得来看我。
You're in my radar, you gotta pay, dawg. City, they already know. Ain't no question, I'm the GOAT. Started from the bottom, now I'm at the top. 3, 2, 1, I'm about to blow. I'm kicking down the door, working harder than before. Every day I gotta go and make a way. You with me, better let me know. Running that, anything I do, I run the stats. Better quit playing, heard what I'm saying. If you did not hear me, then run it back. Better quit playing, heard what I'm saying. If you did not hear me, then run it back. They know I'm the king of the city. The throne if you want to. I'm the king of the city. This is my throne, the land of the gritty, the place I call home. Tried by many, but stand on my own. There can only be one, so I stand alone. I'm the king of the city, the king, the king, the king of the city, the king, the king, the king of the city. This is my throne, the land of the gritty, the place I call home.
and see who can write his legend on the finals grand stage. Please welcome the players. young warriors here. Oh, I missed that.
是什么决定你成为了最强之人？ 是年龄。18岁可以成为你有力资本，但24岁出道，25岁拿下节杯冠军，大有人在。是过硬的刀法，博弈成功的关键要素。刀软注定挨打。
海巨艇蓄力2.0，百列直接打满，这边一个 A 艇接一套升龙，送击，换个新的蓝甲继续打，好的旋转阵，震刀成功接跳 A， 能不能再接呢？接一个 B， 再接跳 A， 西服到了，
没有返回机会了，Spider 要死赶紧死，
直接升龙起呀！
但这个血链都到了斩杀线，但他就敢出这旋风斩啊！
但是缺乏灵活应变的头脑，也会惨遭失利。
啊！
倘若我极致运营，得分虽然稳定，难以突破，拥有强大的爆发力，能够成为你夺冠的底气。
小雨这边碰火桶，疯狂在炙烤，他来到了安玉外面，安玉才是最安全的。这一波小雨是大放横财。
小仙这边血线很残了，Spider这个时候提前开大，想要直接直占这个梅花桩，再打起来2个，拿了一个8个，这边再打一个 ，Spider 这时候有可能要超了，看一下小仙这个时候也挺倒了，就剩一个瑞星，现在有一个荆轲剑臂 ，Spider 这一丝血下，
我颜值出众。这一定会成为你的加分项。一路走来，也许你10年如一日，也许你一直捍卫你的信仰，也许你也会有所不甘。既然来到了决战之地，你们都有资格成为最强之人。如果你认为自己足够稳定，并且拥有一颗强大的内心，尝试去证明自己吧。2022 Nbpl S2 总决赛单排赛最强之人由你来定义。
Hello everybody and welcome to the Nbpl Season 2 Finals. My name is HitBrain and I will be joined by Moxie. Moxie, how are you doing? We're on to the finals.
I'm so excited, Jake. I tell you what, when I solve Salvation Podium, I want that trophy to be inside that box. Forget the red armor. That is one of my absolute all-time favorite trophy reveals. I'm hype. You're hype. We're going to have some absolutely stunning series of Naraka. And one of these players of the 16 that have made it onto that stage is soon going to be walking away with that dragon.
I mean, that trophy reveal was so sick, I missed my cue. Let's be real. I totally missed that line.
Your jaw
just because
like
I was
on the floor.
Unbelievable. Such a cool trophy reveal. I mean, such an amazing opening ceremony. These guys always kill it on that, though. We were blessed in Season 1 with that. And Season 2 also looking hype. And what else is going to be hype are these games. These players have been just phenomenal to watch. It's been so much fun across the last few weeks, just watching these players kind of work their way towards those grand finals. And obviously now we're down to our final few. You know, obviously with some of the other changes that have gone on throughout the season, this is a very different finals from last time, with the fact that you can't really rely on 2 or 3 good heroes for yourself, because you have to be switching it up so much. I mean, typically most players would just go, right, these would be my Yoto games, these would be my Justino games, and that should just get me through. Maybe I'll have to pull out something a bit niche, but that was Season 1. Season 2, there's a whole new rule set. You know, they have to play 5 unique heroes across the day, and they got 2 days worth of finals to play as well, so it's going to be a very exciting couple of days, I think, in solos. I'm going to make a bold prediction, Moxie, that I reckon the first game is going to be relatively tame. And then I think we're going to see some people drop and immediately panic. And I think then we'll start to have some more chaos. And that's what I'm hedging my bets, but we're going to have some utter chaos at some point today.
So I agree with you to a point, but there is a little bit of an asterisk on that sentence, and it comes in the form of a player called Spider. Because just as you talked about a new rule set coming through, we've also had a new hero come through, a new map come through, and also Spider bringing this really aggressive, always on the move play style. So it's forced a lot of these players out of their comfort zone, and instead of being able to play proactively, they've had to play reactively. So if Spider comes straight out of the gates, just blazing for those kills, that first game may not be quite the lull that we're expecting. These players might not want to just feel each other out. They might just go straight for a pop-off game so they can feel a little bit more comfortable. As obviously, we have Holoroth coming up in game 2 rather than game 3. So you don't really get that time to be able to build and warm up into that map.
Yeah, well, here you go. There's the prize pool as well for today. First, we'll be taking 140 grand home with a total grand prize pool of 410,000. Absolutely crazy. These are the players who will be joining us today. Spider, Jin, Xiaoxiang, Zhang Yu, Sha, Yuran, Hongfly, Kai Bao, X Jin, Lu Ren King, Dubai, Dongqing, Wang Liang, Reki, Jin, and Dao Hui. These are the players. Obviously, Spider is the talking point. This guy has been just dominant, has been phenomenal. One of the players who we, if you're a betting man, that's probably where you're going to be hedging your bets. But, who are our dark horses in the competition? Who are the people who maybe might
I'm sorry,
be...
Jake,
I mean, I just...
look at the total
production's
damage.
doing me over here. Look at this. 200 kills, 1 million damage, 123 counter-strikes. He is number 1 in all of these metrics. I mean, in a way, this is why we're selling him as the guy to watch for these grand finals. But I am curious, beyond Spider, who are the people who you think are dark horses of today and the next day?
Okay, so I think Rune would probably eviscerate me, or at least maybe not eviscerate me, but take all of the legendaries when we next queue into a game together. If I didn't point out that Kai Bao from Wolves actually has a really good shot of being able to go toe-to-toe with Spider, because unlike a lot of those players who did sort of have to build into that aggressive playstyle and get used to not getting that middle game, that safe lull, that you were so used to just bunkering up and swapping to that cannon phase, Kai Bao was probably the closest to be able to go for that aggressive playstyle straight off the rip.
Well, before we get going with all of the games and all of the action, we did actually have a chat with some of our players before this started, so let's see what they had to say.
喂，阿金，你人呢？今天什么日子你不知道吗？
道哥，第一次录垃圾话比较紧张呀。我琢磨了一晚上，我觉得有句话很有说法。
有什么说法吗
？11月10号 Nbpl S2单排总决赛冠军非我梦。
说得很好，你还是别来了。
喂，道哥，你人呢？
要想说好垃圾话，首先要有一颗强大的 CPU。
但是你的硬盘太小了，除了博弈啥都没有。录垃圾话没有我，就像小新没有匕首，黄福来没有双截棍。
匕首这么好用，请问你们交学费了吗？
哎呀，现在这些门徒可太不像话，都快把我案子吹了。格局小了，我黄福来从来不收学费。
有些人18岁就能拿下2个周冠，你呢？
我还是差了点，21岁。
还是你们厉害呀！像你们这么大的时候，根本还在学校里面练。哎，老了真不行了，确实不能比。希望你在7年以后也能拿下姐杯冠军。
大家都说 Nbpl 是水平最高的舞台，我打了3个双周，果然就天然第一了。
有没有发现，在座的各位劳模都打了复活赛，到底想卷死谁？
我觉得有道理。
太卷了，兄弟们！
对于很多人来说，保送进总决赛是艰难的，而我一把就过了。
看了一下这届总决赛也没几个泰斗吧
？168泰斗懂我含金量吗？
泰斗又如何？还不是打不过我呀？
令牌也没几个人摸过吧？
确实挺好看。
冠军是谁并不重要，但是最后都会被我击败。
比起拿到四川省好声音前10，我还是认为 S2 总决赛拿个冠军更难一点。
隔着凡尔赛呢，有机会的话，我还想去参加新说唱呢。有些人还在争取节杯预选赛的名额，而我已经研究节杯小组赛的版本。
这不双11了嘛？既然我拿2份奖金，要不我考虑给大伙买一份礼物？
不必了，加你2个奖杯还不做好了。自从加入 Nbpl 以来，我感觉自己越发开朗、阳光， 笔直优雅，口齿伶俐。
阿莎该吃药了。
这次总决赛的目标，活到梅花桩。
安木熊猫人，你们安心观赛，有我在，火之意志永不熄灭。
刀哥，待会走的时候记得带伞。
知道火龙皮怎么来的吗？我刀一挥，2000年属龙。
一个行走的火龙玩具罢了。
帅是帅过了，是时候为自己的人生增加一份荣誉了。
网上要颜值有颜值，要实力有颜值。
垃圾话就到这里了，接下来就好好欣赏我们比赛吧。
兄弟们，记得来看我。
I'm gonna be real with you, Moxie. Some of those people did not understand trash talk. We had people just being really nice in there, people trash talking, and then I think Spider just bust a move in the middle of that segment. Absolutely brilliant. That's really funny to watch, actually. As we can see these players have taken it to the stage. There's a horrible stat fee, 33.3% at the time. Spider is on Zeeping, and while I was saying you have to play 5 unique heroes, you might say, but Jake, there's 6 games coming up today. And I say, yes, 2 of those will be Zeeping games. I promise you that.
Yeah, most likely 2 of those games, like we do see the Zip coming on through, are going to be Holler off just because of how aggressive that map can be, and you really do want to get on top of that loot as quickly as possible. Dubai as well is in the mix. We heard in the VT, he's like, I have 2 trophy pads. There's a reason he is 2 prepared, and that's because he was the previous winner of the solos. So he's going to be looking to defend that title and show he still has it. Spider, obviously one of those new kids on the block, trying to take it away from him, is definitely, when you look on stats alone, the favorite of today. Just because, one, he's been extremely good at forcing all of these players to be very uncomfortable in terms of how they're able to fight against him. And 2, because the guy took 2 bi-weekly finals. He is just that good, and a lot of the time we've seen some of these players suffering from inconsistencies, because the reality is, with all of these 16 players in the lobby, any of them could be that player that walks away in first place position. It really is going to be who nails that consistency that allows them to lift that trophy.
Absolutely. I think that is going to be the key thing. When you've got 12 games of a grand final to play, you know, it's not about being good in 1 or 2 games. It genuinely is about stepping up all day long, all the time. If you have bad games, you're going to rely on more pop-off games to make those games up. You need to be consistent. You need to be consistently scoring well. And that is going to be, that's just going to be where today's at. And, you know, it's not a sprint. It is a marathon, grand finals. Like I said, 12 games, 4 of those are on Holler off. It's going to be an interesting couple of days, I think. It is also crazy to see how many people have 33.3% of their games being ZPing. You can really tell that this hero is still in a bit of a state. We are not playing on live as well, just for a quick update. We will be playing on the patch we've been playing on, well, for a little while now. So ZPing is still in her very strong state. Yes, she is still in a very strong state. I think it's the F3 when she first got that. I think that's the patch one. Anyway, here we go. Moxie, we're getting ready to go into the first game of the grand finals. The marathon starts here. Let's see what everybody is going to be picking up in this first game. What the hero select is going to look like. I've seen some fruity, some exciting first hero select. So we'll see if that trend somewhat continues here, or if we're going to be in for a more mellow one.
Something to note as well, remember, is well, there we go. It's Tammy's across the board. Because here's the thing. Tammy got a absolute ginormous buff in that if you get caught up in that F ability, you can't use your F ability to be able to escape from it. So everything that was previously being used to try and escape that Saga lock has now been taken off of the board, which is why we are just seeing back-to-back Tammys. Every single player at the moment, barring one.
Zhang Yu didn't get the memo.
Lone Wolf coming out on the Wu-Chan apparently didn't quite get the memo, but that might be pretty nice for the Wu-Chan to be able to use. The one thing that the Temmie has above the Wu-Chan and being able to avoid those projectiles is that for the Temmie, it surrounds him. So he's mobile with that projectile denial as opposed to the Wu-Chan, who just has to stick behind the shield.
And interestingly enough, that means for odds are you're not going to see more than 1 game of Tammie out of all of these players. So Zhang Yu actually will have that in his pocket and will be the only person able to play that, which could be really, really big later down the line. So he might be saving that pick for a big one. But here we go. Game number 1 of the grand finals, and we're kicking it off with Spider. Of course, we're kicking it off with Spider. Here, also, obviously, on the Tammy, like pretty much, like everybody else in the lobby other than Zhang Yu. And a bit of just quick looting has begun to see what gear they can put together to start this off, as Dubai has found out Hongfly here. Was looking for the scale rush, but isn't going to actually connect onto. Immediately jumped up into the air. Catches onto Hongfly, able to take away his shield quite convincingly here, doing some pretty significant damage. Just needs to get that final tap, but he's got stuck on the boxes. Hongfly's low. Can Dubai hunt him down? Yes, he can. An easy first kill over to him.
I mean, it did actually cost him his ultimate, though. That is why we saw him going straight for those Fireflies as fast as possible. He uses the ultimate, drops it onto Hongfly, guarantees that he's stuck inside of that dome and takes the full slow effect. Now you don't have to take the slow effect when you try and exit the ultimate, you get it in the middle too. But it is going to cost him. That ultimate is not going to be online if he gets found by another player, as it is going to be Jin at the moment. 76%. So the ultimate Daohui trying to come back in with that dagger. Jin actually using the uppercut to be able to dodge out of that strike, as Daohui now looks for a little bit of downtime to maybe be able to fix up that purple shield with that longsword. Is actually just trying to escape the fight at the moment, as Jin looks like he swaps over to something like a ranged weapon and maybe tries to get a little bit of exit damage, but no, he's not going to reveal his position. He's going to sit on that blue dagger. We saw it in the VT. Jin is characterized by that dagger, and he will just stick with the blue dagger so you can take full advantage of all of that mobility that the dagger affords with those extra dashes, as XCG's Wang Liang are going to be found out on top of that rooftop, going to pop the F ability to be able to escape out of being stagger locked, and immediately swaps to those nunchucks to be able to keep themselves nice and away from Luring King, who gets caught out by the Zephyr, isn't able to find any damage off of the back of it now, though, as we see both daggers coming on through. Luring King trying to get a little bit of body blocking to make sure that Wang Liang isn't going to be able to escape. There's the Temi ultimate coming out in full force so that you take the full brunt of those nunchucks, but Wang Liang gets caught by the F ability, and Luring King is able to use that stagger to guarantee the kill.
That was so nice, actually. Beautiful knock-up into that follow-up there. Spider now found himself in a fight versus Hongfly. Hongfly has been caught with the uppercut, and he's going pretty low here. Spider tries to catch him once again. He has the F ready to fire off. Is he going to be able to hit it? Is he going to be able to get his 124th counter-strike? Not necessary. Hongfly is eliminated from the lobby and goes out with a big donut in the first game of finals, cutting over to Xjin and Reki now, who are finding themselves in a bit of a skirmish, and Xjin is going to be going down to Reki. A very bloodthirsty start here to the day.
That juggle is absolutely gorgeous, and here's the thing that Temi thrives off of the back of. I know Taka is the one known for that infinite juggle, but Temi with that F ability, now that you really can't escape out of it, can come in with things like that dagger, where when you come in with the charged up left click, or even the greatsword to an extent as well, you just baseball bat them up so that they get flipped into that Zephyr, and unfortunately aren't able to escape it, which guarantees that one hit. It could be more than enough to down that one player, as we see an attempt at the counter to come on through. Dubai looking for a little bit of a juggle action, going to go for a little clang up against GG. Shaq gets caught out, unfortunately, trying to move forward with those katanas, walk straight into the Zephyrs. We can actually see Zhang Yu sitting on top of that roof, now going to come down. Remember, this is the only player at the moment in the lobby who isn't on the Temi. Will be able to go into the ultimate, immediately find that kill onto Shaq. Comes in with that spear, looking to have those expanded stagger frames on the spear on this patch, trying to pin down Dubai so he's able to just shred that armor, as Dubai now going to be on the back foot. Zhang Yu coming in, does have the ultimate available, doesn't really want to go for the full chase at the moment, wanting to see whether or not they are going to get third party. Despite has found another victim.
Oh, no.
Yi Ran just entirely stuck in the stagger animation, and Spider with those nunchucks just chases, dogs every single of his steps, and is able to find the kill so cleanly.
Moxie, it started, it's begun. The old switcheroo, those we're looking in on this fight. Zhang Yu and Dubai going toe-to-toe. The clangs are coming in, the sandstorm is there, but Dubai, I don't think this is going to be the end, because he's able to catch the F. No way is he able to get out of that one. Zhang Yu going to go for the reset and get a bit of a heal off. Dubai jumps back in, thinking maybe he can win that fight, but the sandstorm's now tied out, so his ability to escape has been diminished. Zhang Yu maybe a little bit too, a bit less eager to fully commit, but DAY jumps up. Zhang Yu will spot him and get himself a full reset off. DAY low HP, no shields available, no armor available to him. And Zhang Yu has lost sight of DAY. He can't find him. And DAY's been able to get some of his armor back for himself. Zhang Yu will find him out here, though, and look to take that away. But immediately, the Great Sword's doing a lot of work to Zhang Yu here. He's low HP. He's been hit once again by that F ability, but is able to survive away from this. Cutting over to Reki, though, and Lu Renking finding themselves in a bit of a scrap here. Reki chases forward, throws down his own ultimate, so he's not going to be under any duress from Lu Renkings. They're both low HP, but the counter comes in from Lu Renking, and he's looking to finish Reki up. Reki can't make the escape, and he is down. A kill for Lu Renking. Back to this DAY and Zhang Yu fight, as DAY is on the run away from Zhang Yu, but Zhang Yu still taking this quite slowly. He's not overcommitting to the fight. He's making sure he's on good health, and to be fair, he played that right, because earlier we saw how much damage he took. If he hadn't gone for a full reset, he could have just been dead off the back of it. So he is playing this, you know, relatively smart in that sense, whereas DAY picked himself up the grey armor. He's looking for the counter in onto DAY. Zhang Yu able to open a whole bunch of damage off. Goes to the old switcheroo. He's able to land it, and this should be the end of DAY. Zhang Yu finally finds his kill.
That was the thing that DAY had to be so careful about, because the Wu Chen isn't running that escape ticket on the ultimate. They're running the switcheroo, which means that you swap your position with another player, and as they come down, you get that guaranteed hit. So if you're running that spear and you can take advantage of the expanded stagger frames, you're absolutely going to be able to find that last kill confirmation coming out onto the semi before they're able to escape. That's why DAY, the second that we started to see Zhang Yu hitting that 90% marker, the interrupt is so good from Spider. But the 90% marker on that Wu Chen just meant that he could stay in that fight for so long, as Spider finds yet another victim. There's a reason he's the favorite. We said that we probably wouldn't see a very slow start to the day, Jake, and you can absolutely see that these players are keyed into Spider's tactics. They know that they have to go aggressive to be able to keep up with the kills that he's posting, as Lu Renking at the moment is hunting down Reki. Remember, Reki has already gone down once. If he goes down now, he's going to be knocked out of this lobby, which is why he's just trying his absolute hardest to be able to escape. Is able to circumvent one of the follow-up hits with that dagger uppercut, and Lu Renking not able to find the second confirmation hit, gets stuck in the Zephyr, and Reki with an absolute sliver of health has to run into these buildings and hide, hoping that Lu Renking thinks that he's gone further on, and Lu Renking's fallen for it. He thinks he's gone. He has no idea that Reki's so close.
Reki doesn't have meds as well. I can't believe he got away with that. WBG Spider, by the way, has eliminated 2 of the 3 players eliminated from this game. Lu Renking has now found out Reki, and Reki, I think this might be the end of days. Or is it? The counter comes in, and Reki buys himself just a little bit of space. He's desperately trying to find some meds in these buildings so he can get a reset off, so he can get some health back for himself. But Lu Renking refuses to let him escape, as he is continuing the hunt onto Reki. Reki jumps onto the rooftops, tries to just get through these windows, tries to sliver away from Lu Renking, but it is such a hard ask. He has done it again, though. Reki, a little bit less optimal on the movement, and has paid the price for it, as Shah finding himself in a fight here versus Dao Hui. Dao Hui tries to dash away, as Shah is going to look to try and finish him up. Should be able to get him here. Yep, Shah takes out Dao Hui, and is that another player eliminated? Yeah, we're down to 4 now. 4 out of the game.
Shah might just get third-partied. Xu Shang has actually seen that he fell extremely low, and there it is. The dagger will be able to finish him off as Spider. I was gonna say, this guy does need the ballista.
I mean, he's running around with blue nunchucks and blue armor. Like, Spider is not actually that geared, but he's still just playing as if he's, you know, as strong as he can get.
He swapped to the pistol to to force the F. So Xu Sheng now has absolutely no escapability, which means that Spider can literally just go on towards that Morris Blessing and claim whatever is in that box, as Reki has still been spotted by Lu Renking and unfortunately will go down and out of the lobby. It was an admirable job trying to use Celestra and the buildings to break line of sight for as long as possible, but unfortunately, because you were boxed into that space for so long, it doesn't really add to your kill count, as Zhang Yu is looking to add Wang Liang to his. swaps to repair that purple bow. Remember, every single one of those players, barring one, is running that Temi, so that ranged weapon is going to be far less effective than it would be in any other lobby. As Dongqing now trying to set up this juggle with that uppercut from the dagger. Looks to land onto Jin, gets the toss up, but is actually going to use it to break line of sight and force Jin into dropping that F ability to guarantee that there's not going to be any follow through. And once those abilities are exhausted, then you can look to punish Jin, as he is now going to chase after potentially Dongqing, who was sitting a little bit close to the action, wanting to see whether or not there was a third-party opportunity. As he'll take this time to be able to get that reshield sitting on top of this tower. Jin doesn't have that F ability, which is why we see the bow drop come on through, and Jin has to actually use the grapples to try and keep his movement as unpracticed as possible, as now it is going to be a dagger fight. And Jin wants absolutely no part of that. He's going to immediately drop down that tower. But again, here comes that bow. The F ability is going to be there for Jin, but he's saving it until that bow is going to try and snipe him out if he tries to go for that disengages. Dongqing still breaking line of sight, wanting to hug this tower, be able to get that full reshield. As these players very close to the edge of the zone. Bounty is up as well, so it's going to be even harder for Jin to try and move away, because it's just going to track his position wherever he goes, which means that for a while, these players are going to be stuck in a stalemate.
Yeah, they will just be chasing each other around this tower for a bit. Oh, Dongqing tries to go for a quick heal or repair on his crossbow, get the reload, as Jin does catch him with the uppercut, but I love that sliding down the wall while walking animation that you do get as they drop down. But yeah, it does feel like this stalemate is going to be, you know, a little bit more ongoing on that front. And Dongqing's actually going to use this as an opportunity to get away. He has no interest in sticking around for this fight. And Jin is going to stay hot on his heels. Dubai, I think, has seen the movement as well, so there could be a bit more action. Spider now, off the back of picking up that Mora's Blessing, he's got himself some purple armor, so not like anything amazing, but at least he has better armor than before. Already still at the top of the table with those 3 kills, as now he's going to be looking to try and finish up Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu not going to get caught here. Spider just trying to see if he can get anything from those.
Oh, that's purple katana.
He's actually taking quite a lot of damage. Oh,
he
got
is taking a lot of
swords.
damage, but it is going to be purple dual blades now coming on through for him, and that's going to be very nasty. If anyone gets caught up in that Zephyr, that charged left click can absolutely eviscerate your Hellfire, as we can see the loadout that he is running. And remember, a lot of these players, because they've been locked into these fights for so long towards the edges of the zone 2, out of high tier loot areas, some of these players still running that blue weapon, so having those purple dual blades is going to be such an advantage for Spider, as Team Ace is one of those players who's still on the blues. Jin not really having the firepower to be able to try and hold their ground, as it is going to be Shushank putting a bounty out onto Luring King. Spider trying to scale rush up with that greatsword, wanting to see if anyone is going to be able to contest him inside this building. Dongqing might be the victim, and what a rude awakening that would be. Knock on the door and find Spider skill rushing straight out of the door frame at your face.
Be like a real Spider and just clinging to ceilings there, Spider. Playing into his namesake, some might say. There's 10 players still left in this lobby, and there's 10 minutes left in this lobby. So we've seen quite a few players actually knocked out, and quite a few players still on those donuts. 3 of those will be guaranteed to take 0 points out of this game. But Jin, Wang Liang, Dongqing, there is still a world where they can actually get themselves a... they can get, you know, some points under their belt. We'll see how they play this out, but it has been a little bit quieter from them. That's partially because the top end of the table have just been running around murdering people. We're going to see with the zone shifts as well. There's a Mora's Blessing near where Wang Liang, Dao Hui, and Spider are. Spider's actually going to move into that area and look to get his hands onto it as quick as possible. It's going to be interesting to see who's actually going to win out this fight for the Mora's Blessing. I expect it to get quite sandy up here because everyone's going to be throwing their ult down.
I mean, Spider doesn't necessarily actually need to get that Blessing. As you can see, he's just sitting in that purple bush. He's waiting. He's already got the loadout, right? That Mora's Blessing is only going to have purples. So it is just going to be the same tier that he's sitting on. So if he can just play patiently, wait for that third party, for all of these Temis to exhaust their ultimate, trying to control that box when it spawns, he can come in and have the last word, and he might actually be able to pick up so many players as we hear the Morris Blessing come on through. Instantly, it's grapple after grapple. All of these players are trying to get on top of that box as fast as possible, get anything that they can grab from it before they're going to be picked down. As here comes Spider, he has no interest in opening it. He just wants to catch players out. Jin's able to take
Spider's caught!
to buy, but Spider takes so much damage from all of those bow shots coming onto his back, forced into using that F ability. He didn't have the timing right on that third party,
That was
and
a
now it's gonna
mistake.
bite him in the back. He is so low, and every single player is chasing him.
He saw red, and he somehow got away. The Brain's Breath finishes Spider's hopes as Dao Hui gets the elimination. No goddamn way did he pull that off. Meanwhile, Jin gets his hands on the golden gear, and we just saw 3 players get eliminated in an instant. An absolutely catastrophic Morris Blessing for those 3. Now Jin's going to get chased onto here by Jin. Jin's going to get the pressure up with the grapple onto him and actually get quite a lot of damage done already to his shield in response. He's going to try and see if he can get the third party in, as Jessiang actually does open it up as well onto Jin. Just a little bit of additional damage off. They're playing it nice and calm because they are on that edge of the Morris Blessing and do not want to be getting caught out in the same way Spider did. We just see his player cameras. Dongqing also has been caught out by this Bane's Breath, low HP. If this gets another kill, I will do a backflip. I will okay, don't worry, we're good. I can't do a backflip, so we're very lucky. Unbelievable Morris Blessing. There's 6 players left, Moxie.
Yeah.
We've lost 4 players off that Morris Blessing.
Yeah, and that was Spider's plan. The problem is the timing is wrong. He uses the dual blades to try and catch onto that player stuck in that wisp, and because the dual blades are very, very close quarters, you have to get close. And unfortunately for Spider, he doesn't come in with the Zephyr Wisp already prepped around him. So the second that he actually reveals himself, he just gets littered in the spine with arrow after arrow. And from there, he's given 0 time to be able to reset it.
Oh, no!
Oh, no! He had no time! He had no way of being able to play that! That is the luckiest Bane's positioning I have ever seen!
I said if another player goes down to the Bane's Breath, I have to do a backflip. And production just said, yeah, bet. And they showed me another player did, in fact, go just down to the Bane's Breath. Oh, God.
That
can't
was
do
so
backflips.
unfortunate, too. Like, you had 0 time to be able to play that. There was no way that you would be able to survive because you literally go down to 1, get juggled into a second, and then in the stagger frame, hit the 3rd. That is just an absolute tragedy, as GBL Jin at the moment with that legendary armor definitely looks beefy enough to be able to walk away top spot off this lobby, but with all of these just absolute heel turns we've seen being pulled off in absolute split seconds, Jake, it's so close to call.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very close game, actually. These final few players are playing it somewhat respectful. They're not kind of greeding for a fast end. They know that they've got a lot of space to work with. They could look to try and trade out with each other, but there's always somebody about, and they know that if they start a fight and they're the one that gets low, they're going to be the one that gets run down. And it's a very open final circle, as you can see. You know, there's a little bit of terrain to work with, but for the most part, all these players can see most of what's going on, and they'll hear the fighting. They'll see someone running away, and they'll realize that's a low player, and they will jump onto them. So everybody's probably just going to play this out a little bit more calm and collected, although if you can look on your minimap, you can see that circle. There is no terrain in the new zone that's going to be spawning up. So this is going to be a very, very interesting next circle, because I reckon that's probably where we're going to start to see these players go for the fight, because there's just not going to be any space for them to hide away from each other.
Zhang Yu still on that Wu Chen, still alive in this lobby with that Swapperoo ability as Liang King drops into the cave, just trying to keep themselves nice and safe, as we do hear the musket shots and bows coming off. All of these players are trying to chip away at that health before the zone forces them to reposition. No one wanting to pop that F ability, knowing at the moment that they have time. If they do take a couple of stray bullets or arrows, they can just duck, break line of sight, and be able to get a little bit of a reset. They're not going to have that luxury when they have to reposition, so everyone's going to be saving those efforts for when they have to move as... Oh god, Jin. That's the fully stacked Katana loadout. That's gonna be absolutely monstrous. Any player that gets caught either in the middle of the ultimate or in that Zephyr Wisp is going to take so much damage, and there is not a lot they can do other than getting close. As Zhang Yu has actually been spotted out, comes in, just dropping a couple of those blades to bite into Xu Sheng's health. Doesn't decide to drop the ultimate, knows that the zone's going to be closing up, has to save it for when players try and actually go for the kill shot rather than that chip, as the Wuchen has been spotted. And remember, they don't see the skins, they don't see the nameplates, but they see a whole lot of Temis and only one Wuchen, so it's going to be very easy to track down Zhang Yu's location. But thankfully, the zone has been merciful, and he has a sliver of space to be able to get that reset.
Yeah, he's going to get himself the full reset, but Jin is just charging up those katana strikes for as soon as Zhang Yu appears. So Zhang Yu's probably just going to have to play this nice and careful. Look, Jin just knows.
Yeah.
He just knows. He's constantly getting it set up that if Zhang Yu times this wrong, he's going to get chunked, knocked into the circle, and probably just die.
He has
and
the
this
ultimate,
is basically a free kill for Jin.
He has the switcheroo reverse ultimate, so he might actually just have to throw it in onto Jin to guarantee not that one confirmed hit, but time to be able to escape that Temi, because you don't unfortunately have the reposition ultimate, which allows you 120 meters movement. That's the ultimate that Zhang Yu was wishing they prepped in the loadout before they started this game right now.
I guess the only thing about using his ultimate right now is he is, you know, he's going to be able to move out. He actually does block away on all of that. Caught up in the Zephyr in the air! No way! Jin toasts him. There we go. He was stuck in an uncomfortable position, and it did cost him heavily. But now down to the 5 players left with 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. A very, very open circle, and it is about to get real sandy over here. There's somebody start playing some Darude Sandstorm, because this is going to get crazy in the next few moments. I say that, and then with the swarm, Jin just takes out Xiang. So now we're down to 4 players. I was expecting a pretty chaotic final circle, and to be honest, it's just 4 players left, and they're looking to finish up Lu Ranking. Jin not going to get the kills. It's actually Don King to get it, and now the fight breaks out into the instant counter. Juggled back towards the zone, doesn't quite get in with it. Tries to get himself the Katana strike off, unable to do so. Dongchen gets himself countered, knocked away. His Katana has not been picked up. He's able to re-grab it, so he's going to be able to at least use that Soul Jade a little longer. Meanwhile, Jin is just sitting there with a swarm, quite happy watching them fight it out. He looks to charge them up if he can. The Flamer's coming out from Jin. Jin could be a real problem here. So he's going to take a couple of shots in the Swarmer from Jin. Jin jumps into the air to try and avoid away getting caught. Keeps himself up once again. Charges up that Swarmer. Doesn't actually fire it off onto Jin. And these 3 players are playing this game very, very safe now. Jin's going to eat a couple more shots in the Swarm, but not too much. There's actually enough time for Jin to get himself a bit of a repair in. Doesn't get it finished up in time, unfortunately. And they are going to get yet another heal. 1 minute until the circle forces them into the zone, and it's a very open circle. That 1 rock to work with, and immediately Jin jumps forward. He got a weapon repair off onto his Flamer, but he instantly gets battered and takes a whole bunch of health. He's in the air as well with that Wisp, and now there's the opportunity to go forward. Sandstorm 1 thrown it down. Jin still holding onto his one. He's going to use it to knock Zhongqing into the zone. Jin is low HP. This is Jin's moment to take the game away, but Jin doesn't want to give it to him. He knocks him into the zone. He chunks him out. Jin goes back, gets the heal off the Karen, gets immediately countered out by Jin, catches with the Zephyr onto Jin. This is so close between them two. They are on low HP, blinking health bars. The charge click by Jin is enough. A beautiful ending to game number 1.
That was an absolute Katana's edge that Jin's able to take that. And Jake, the turning point is even though Jin gets counted, even though he temporarily loses the Katanas, he's able to tap dodge back to them and pick them up. And that means that the Soul Jades are still going to apply to those Katana strikes, and that's exactly what he's able to use. He takes advantage of the fact that that zone is closing up, and immediately that strike just pins that lost Temi into position, bats him into zone corruption, and allows him to come in with the damage necessary, because otherwise it could have been anybody's game. It was such a close final zone, as we saw every single of those three Tammys understood positioning was paramount when that zone started to close up because of the weapons in play. The Flamer and the Swarm are two weapons which, if you have your back to the short side of that zone and you get forced back into taking the corruption tick damage to get away from those weapons, you are not going to be able to survive stepping back into that fight. So instantly it became this standoff of Flamer, Swarm, and one poor Temmie left alone to face the absolute wrath of both.
Unbelievable. That was such a fun final game, or first game of the, I say final, we still got, well, finals game, first finals game. Unbelievable game coming in. Very, very aggressive start. It didn't feel like we had a lull at all that game. Like, it was just action the whole way through. Spider having such an explosive start and then getting too greedy, because I think, Moxie, you made the right call and Spider made the wrong, because he wanted the golden gear in that.
Timing.
Yeah.
It was the missed timing for him, and also I think he didn't know that that was going to be a Bane's breath. Yeah, so that was the problem for him. He revealed himself way too quickly, and you could actually see that the players, when they saw that Mara's blessing, they baited it. They went, touched the chest, didn't fully commit because they wanted the intel of how many players were around them, which is a really smart play to me, because one thing that we've seen in solo players is that players have become very lethal at finding that third party. If one player goes too low or exposes their position too early, every single player in the area will literally just laser focus. It's almost Terminator vision. They will
really
just turn and focus down that one player. And unfortunately for Spider, because he ever so slightly mistimed it, he fell for the bait and switch. He's that one player out of position. He commits too hard. And he gets stuck in the middle for a little bit too long, because instead of just tapping that chest, he goes in with the intent of killing. And yes, you can charge up the dual blades on the left click when you're moving, but you have to be stationary to be able to let it rip. And that's what he was wanting to be able to do, catch on to that player stuck in the Zephyr.
Yeah, it's you know, I think the problem with Spider was he definitely just came out too early. He should have stayed in the bush, but you know, we can talk about that all day, but what we need to talk about is Jin. This guy had a pop-off first game, 12 points on the scoreboard for himself, and he just, you know, he played super smart. He was catching on to people. He was just reading around the map and just bouncing from player to player in that final bit, and I can't believe Jin didn't get him at the end there. Like, he played that. It was so close. It really came down. Like, he got countered, he got caught out, and then that legendary soldier just jumps in, gets the empowered like kind of strike on the katana, and just absolutely minces the health bar. Jin with an amazing game one to these grand finals, and if all 12 games are like this, we are in for such a treat, Moxie. It's gonna be phenomenal. Jin does take second, and then Lu Renking goes into third there. Spider was fourth, unfortunately, but Hongfly, X Jin, and Dabao, wow, completely brain fart there, all on 0 points, so a pretty rough game for them, but we'll see Jin's stats here as the MVP on the Tammie. We rarely get to see those, the Tammie.
But we rarely get
MVPs.
to see him in solos.
Yeah, true.
I
mean, he's been making a recovery.
Over trios. Like, he's really starting to come into his own, where a lot of people are actually slotting out the Kurumi for a Tammie in transformation comms, and I think it also has a little bit of an influence on solos too, because if you're practicing the Tammie for trios, why not pull him out for solos? He can be so good at being able to control spacing, especially into that final zone. If you have your ultimate, it's pretty perfectly measured for when that zone starts to close on third.
I do think in the last few weeks we've seen a recovery, not recovery, but like a return to him. He's in the last 3 weeks, he has started to show up more in solos as well, because like he's been meta in trios, or kind of like was just under the water of being meta in trios for quite a while, and then this season he's made like a kind of big recovery in trios, but now into solos in the last 3 weeks, players are starting to go, actually, this guy kind of slaps. And obviously there were some changes to him that kind of made him a little bit more viable within solos as well. And obviously a big thing which made him viable in solos is people needed to find more heroes to play, and they don't want to be playing, you know, we did see someone last week playing the Monk, but like you don't actually want to be playing Monk in solos unless you just want to be getting knocked out early. So, you know, it's nice to see that, you know, these changes are making heroes playable, and like, you know, they're not just playing Tammy for the sake of it. Like, he's a good hero. Now, we only have probably one more Tammy that's going to show up all day now, unless suddenly Tammy's more broken than ZPing, which I'm going to argue probably not. So odds are we'll probably see, you know, one more Tammy coming out, and then unfortunately that might be his done with him for the day. But our next game is going to be Holoroth, which, you know, I think expectations are that'll probably be our ZPing map, or at least a fair few ZPings in this next map.
Yeah, I think the big question is, what are we going to see pacing-wise? And are we going to be able to see Spider recover? Because here's the thing, Spider was one of those favorite players going into this, but like every other player in this lobby, he has suffered from inconsistency. He was able to walk away with 2 bi-weekly finals, but a lot of the other times when we saw him in the bi-weekly finals, he was a lot quieter than we were used to be seeing. And I mean, we've seen in VTs that his coaches talk to him, has made sure that if he does start off on a rough patch, he's able to find that recovery. But now he has to do it on a bigger stage where there's much more at stake. So really going to be looking to him to be able to pull this one off, because Spyro is that one player who came in on the ZPing game, blew the record for the amount of solo kills picked up in one game, and then you better believe a couple of weeks later he came in and did the exact same thing. He broke his own record in a solos match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, it wasn't so bad for Spider, but like, oh no, he's in dire straits. Also, for any of these players, every player in this lobby right now playing in the grand finals, yeah, game 1 might have been shaky, and yes, that would definitely take a knock to your confidence. But you know, you still got so many games. You still got 11 games left to play, so there's plenty of time to mount a comeback. But like I said at the beginning of the day, every bad game needs to be met with like a banger game to kind of make up for that bad game. I will say, luckily for this lobby and for the start of the day, for the players who had a rough one, it wasn't a relatively high scoring game. Like 12 points went over to Jin. That's easy to pull back. Like, all of these players are capable of pulling back 12 points and getting past that. So, you know, as long as Jin if Jin scores 12 points all day long, then at which point they start sweating and panicking. But realistically, you know, it is definitely a recoverable state for them. I'm going to be, you know, I got to have my eyes peeled on Holoroth, because I feel like this map typically isn't a high scoring map because it's so sustain heavy and the kill spread's fairly even. But we have Spider, and, you know, I remember saying this again with Spider, you know, I can't remember how long ago it was when he pulled this off. He made that, it might have been bi-weekly finals 1 or 2. It was bi-weekly finals 2, when we went onto Holoroth as the final map of the day. And we were like, Spider, he's just going to have to play for second. And then he got like, I think he got like 25 points. And he just like overtook the leader by like a country mile. So, you know, typically Holoroth is a quiet map. But with Spider, Holoroth is a kill map.
Holoroth is also very temperamental because it has those weather conditions, it has those environmental hazards with the traps, it obviously has Salvation Podium too, which we've seen as a mixed bag, right? Some of those players immediately land Salvation Podium and have to joust with the opposing Ballista on either sides of the podium. Some of them take a little too long trying to figure out that puzzle box, and unfortunately get sniped out by a player who didn't spawn there, but instead pushes into it a little bit later on in the match as everyone tries to figure out whether it's better to try for the box. But it's going to be very interesting to see what the players are thinking as we do move into that second. And I do believe we actually have Jaeger on the floor with one of our players to get a little bit of intel into their minds.
board now. They do slip into 9th place, though, and are only a few points behind ASE, as NAD has been able to slip back ahead of ASE. It is a very, very tight scoreboard. NAD's Zhao Jin here trying to come in and lock down a Nai EXO.
Away and lock this down and make it hard for everybody else to even want to take you out of the composition. Same thing with Bauda. Bauda's got to come back with a lot of momentum. I think they got a little bit too comfortable here. Slash coming in from the long sword here, but is able to do enough just to get away here, as it looks like Bauda and the rest of the team are going to try to play it around. Meanwhile, the Tumult ult comes out at a beautiful time here. A lot of people are going to be towards the middle. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. EWG's Zai Liu.
Going head-to-head here. KZ, one of those teams we talked about, really trying to make some noise here, make it happen, make sure that they can go on to qualifiers for World Cup here. KZ Rain actually going to lock down Rizu. Iana meters up there and pick up the elimination. KZ trying to come in. He's going to pick up Apple as well. AXO. It's desperate to put some more points on the board. EWG alive. Ventus Pixel coming in here. Gonna go ahead and throw the ultimate, but ends up in the Valda ult, the spear to lock them down further into the zone. And JJHRD needs to make some noise here as well. 40 IWNL gets picked up. JJHRD slowly climbing back up the ranks here towards that coveted 8th place position. Ace.
Salty run back, but not in the way that we usually do. Just happened on NPG, because NPG was putting down so much cannon fire on the JJ. I know they were absolutely sick of it. Meanwhile,
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second game of the Solos Grand Finals. Game 1 was, I predicted to be slow and turns out to be a bloodbath. Me and Moxie were talking in the break and I was like, man, it's going to be Zeeping, it's going to be boring. She goes, yeah, but Spider. So, you know, I guess we're going to find out. I have the prediction that Spider's going to be playing aggressive and everyone else is going to be playing Zeeping, and Zeeping is Zeeping. But yeah, I think, you know, Spider needs to make up for that last game because he made a big mistake and it cost him heavily. And yes, he did fall victim to a Bane's Breath, but also he fell victim to his own, I'm gonna say his own greed. Like he wanted to mop up a kill too quickly and didn't come in early enough for the third party, late enough for the third party, and then just got himself caught and killed.
Yeah, I think, like, here's the thing. He'd already committed, like, so that he was in that fight a lot sooner than he should have been, because when we actually saw that Temi getting caught in that Zephyr Woods, no one actually tried to hit them. So it was a full health target, and the second that Spider realized it, he was like, oh no, it's not just gonna be a quick tap of these dual blades. I'm literally just gonna have to kill this player out in the open. And then he backs out, so he doesn't get that kill. And he also shows his back to everybody, which means that they have that opportunity to turn around and absolutely just blast his health into smithereens. But there's a reason that we got excited about potentially having Spider unzip on Holoroff, and that's because Spider uses Zip the way that we want to see Zip being utilized, right? The fact that you have that bubble that allows you, guarantees that you're not going to be interrupted, so you can set up for things like the Greatsword and the Spear to come on through, as opposed to Intruders, where you need 2 other teammates to be able to cover and lock your target down so that you don't get punished for the frame rate charge up that a Spear and a Greatsword has to gear into. But you use the fact that you can't be interrupted, so you can try and charge up the full 3-level left click on that Greatsword, or even pull off the Dragon Slayers into Nezas on the Spear to guarantee that you can just crunch the target in one go.
Well, we have a question for you. Answer for treasures. Make sure you leave answer A, B, or C or D in the Twitch chat. I don't know why it doesn't have the D in there. In the Twitch chat. And you can pay attention to your whisper box and you can get yourself some goodies. Question is, how many times was Dalhui hit by the Moonbane in that game? I know the answer. And,
I know the answer too. We saw it in the video.
It was in the replay as well. So yeah, if you were not having a quick toilet break in between games, you might have had a extra shot to look at it. Yeah, make sure you put your answer in the Twitch chat and also check that whisper box. Make sure if you will be if you are going to be the winner, get yourself some goodies for Naraka at home. We saw how many was it 2 players or 3 players that went down to the Bane's Breath?
We saw 2, and Jake, you know, that brings me to another question that I have. I'm sure Prada has it too. How many attempts is it going to take for you to be able to pull off that backflip? Is it going to be 2, 3, 4, or indefinite?
I mean, probably 2 until I break my neck, and then we're in trouble. Oh god. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go on Fiverr and I'm gonna find a stunt double. He's gonna do it for me. That's how I'm gonna get this done. I
You
can't
could have
believe
gone with
2
trying to
people
do
went
it in
down to
game off of a grapple, but no, you really committed.
I didn't know.
to
No, I
having
didn't
someone
mean in
actually do
game.
it.
I didn't mean in game. I meant an IRL backflip if somebody else went down to the Bane's Breath. I don't think we've ever seen 2 people go down to a Bane's Breath in a season, let alone the same Bane's Breath. So, you know, unbelievable stuff. Did I hear video? I think I heard video, so I'm going to pause talking and we're going to roll something.
对于火男来说，我本身以前就是一个老火男玩家，然后很久没玩了，熟悉几盘，了解一下新机制，其实就可以上场。我的火男综合能力可能比较强，不是说就是只会太刀火男或者是扩刀火球火男，我的火男综合能力是比较强的。这次总决赛对我威胁最大的选手，我觉得是楚征吧。 因为毕竟他也是2个周冠，然后再加上他平常都比较刻苦训练，我觉得压力还挺大的。
That was very interesting, actually, because he goes, I'm really good with Taka, just not with a katana. And I was like, so you're good at Taka, but not for the thing he's, like, famous for. Interesting there. That's almost more BM than anything. Like, I don't even need to do his signature thing to be able to outbeat you on Taka. I'm that good.
It's because the Infinite's kind of hard to pull off in these lobbies. Because, I mean, we've seen it in play, like, once, I believe, on Holoroth it was pulled off. And I think we were actually casting.
It was me and you, yes.
Together when it got pulled off. The thing is, it's so instrumental on all of these sort of checklist criteria that you have to have. Like, you have to have your ultimate up. You have to have a katana. You have to have incredible knowledge of the terrain so that you're able to bounce them back and then catch them with that ultimate, giving you extra mobility to be able to chase where they're about to land. And it also relies on no one coming in for a potential third party. Because if someone comes and cashes you out with a stagger off of something like a repeating crossbow, or even a straight bow shot, it's gone. The Infinite's broken.
Yes, yeah. Obviously, yeah, the criteria has to be hit. Yes, there's obviously check marks have to be hit, but, you know, it's hype when it happens. It's hype when it happens. And, you know, I think, like, it's one of those things, like, on certain heroes, you need to be able to do certain things to say you're a master of that hero. And, you know, to be fair, Spider didn't say he was a master. He said he was just very good at Taka. Maybe learning the Infinite and using the katana is the key to success for him to become a master of Taka. Although, part of me doesn't want him to become a master because he's already damn scary enough. So, you give him the Taka and he's a master of that, then you know the lobby is in danger. Just quickly having a look at the players and some of their stats from the previous one. There's that horrible one about Zping. Everybody seems to have 33.3% pick rate on Zping. So, you know, still in a pretty strong state. She will be nerfed by Worlds. We need to have a chat about Worlds at some point and start theory crafting what the meta is going to look like. I'm going to be very excited to see that. But for now, let's turn our attention towards this second game. We will be going over to Holoroth. So expectation is we are going to see a fair few Z-Pings, if not a full lobby of Z-Pings. See what these guys are going to be locking in. Almost had a 16 out of 16 games of Taka. It was 15 out of 16 in the previous game. Let's see what these guys are going to be doing this time. Obviously, don't expect to see that Taka. Maybe. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Takeda.
That's not Zip. That's Takeda.
I'm here for this. I'm here for this.
Oh, there's
I am
one.
really here for this.
I love this. I love the fact that Takeda is becoming a little bit more mainstream in solos. The fact that you can have that mythic
Let's
grapple
go.
with Justina as well. So that's going to throw potentially a spanner in the works too, because we get to see a Taka, which means that if you want to break that freeze from early, you
No
are going
way.
to have to pick up a Fire Tick Soul Jade. As it is going to be 1 Z-Ping, 1 Justina, 14 Takedas coming on through. And the thing with Takeda is the burst damage, if you're able to hit that ultimate, is absolutely massive. So for a lot of these players, they're going to want to either find those Fireflies or those Firefly cages and build that ultimate as fast as possible, so we can have a look at how these players are going to be situated around the map. That is a lot of people heading towards Plumed Castle, and I'm 100% here for it because this is my absolute favorite place to fight at the beginning of a match, purely because of how much loot there is. And also, Jake, there is a potential, we're yet to see it, but the Chandelier kill might come into play today.
Oh, let's go. Game number 2. I'm convinced these players made an agreement on what they're all going to play for the day. They all seem to just be locking in the same thing. I am so happy, by the way, we've got 1 Z-Ping. There is 1 Z-Ping in this game. So, you know, our expectations of a slow, boring Z-Ping game, just grab that, bunch it up, and yeet it out the window. We're done. We're in for action. I am so excited to see how this game's going to be going down. And immediately, Zhang Yu has found out Dao Hui, who's not actually got any armor yet, so he's just going to have to give up. As Zhang Yu chasing him down, he's got the armor to work with, and that katana, desperately trying to catch on, but doesn't have any grapple hooks, while Dao Hui does. So there's no way he's going to be able to keep this chase up, unfortunately.
Yeah, even if, unfortunately, he didn't have grapples there, who would still be able to use that greatsword surfing. It's honestly the fastest weapon mobility tech you can use in the entire game. Easily beats out any other weapon mobility that you use unless you have a grapple to be able to catch onto it. And I tell you what, Rune is going to be very happy, because we actually, interestingly enough, had a conversation about weapon tech a couple of days ago, and Rune was complaining that he never got to see it in the Plur League. So there you go, Rune. Kill a fit, ship it, watch it to your heart's content. You got to see the great sword surfing. As it is going to be Hongfly up in the bowels of Matab, trying to find any good loot that they can. Spider going in for that kill, not going to fall prey to the Furangs, as Hongfly trying to use that dagger, gets the clang off, tries to see if they're going to be able to bait that counter, but Spider deciding, you know what, actually, I'm going to wait. Is unfortunately going to get caught in an uppercut, which immediately minces through the shield and the majority of his armor. Hongfly able to break any retaliation with an uppercut of their own, as Spider able to use a charged up left click to be able to break away, but Action has actually spotted all of this. Frey now comes in with a purple longsword, trying to finish off the kill, as Spider stuck with absolutely nowhere to run. It's taken out very quickly, and if he has one more life, if he goes out early again, Jake, that's gonna be such a major upset.
You could see the frustration on his face as well. Like, he is getting a bit in his head now, and I think that's the problem, is kind of falling victim here. But J-Team's Xjin being very, very aggressive, looking for Hongfly as well here. He's going to be able to get a bit of damage off, but a good armor swap comes in, and Hongfly has the advantage in this fight. The ultis are going to get popped off here, and they're both going to try and look to finish each other up. There's the charge click coming out from Xjin, able to get up. Big win slash in. Doesn't quite catch the uppercut here from Hongfly onto Xjin, as he is desperately trying to just quickly find himself some gear to work with. And the purple armor actually getting picked up by Hongfly, as he has the advantage, so he's going to get the full recovery off. And Xjin now needs to win this fight to get his armor back, and Hongfly is going to go open up onto this fight. Has still got the advantage, as Xjin didn't get himself the full reset off. Does still have that purple sword to work with, though, so has the damage advantage. Gets the counter, gets through the armor like it's nothing, and now the advantage is all on Xjin. Can he look to finish up and get his armor back? I think he should be able to, but the knockup has come forward, and Hongfly has bought himself a little bit of space, a little bit of time, as he's desperately trying to get away from Xjin. Xjin's going to try and chase with the grapple. Is he going to be able to catch on to him? Gets through this hole in the wall. This has been a very, very long fight, and Hongfly has been able to buy himself a bit of space away, get a reset in, and get out.
Yeah, he needed to as well, because if we'd had just one of those charged up clicks coming off of the longsword, he would have been down. As Donquin trying to save himself from going down early as well. Skill rushes up to be able to break line of sight. Actually backtracks, losing his oppressors as they think he's gone ahead. As Rusty now wanting to try and bait Uran into potentially moving onto one of those traps. Scale rushes on through, wanting to get a little bit of intel whether or not he is pursued, as Dubai trying now to come in onto Jin, who actually has to pop the ultimate to try and just get away from that fight, as Dubai is now actually going to be chased down. Luring King already with a legendary weapon as well. That is one of the advantages of landing in Plume Castle when it's one of those high tier areas, as Jin gets grapple caught out. Tries to just keep himself alive for as long as possible, but a second grapple's going to be able to catch him on out. That dagger doing so much damage. The one caveat is that Luring King has to get close enough to be able to land those hits onto him, which is the only reason that we're seeing some of these players alive at the moment, as Luring King closes up the distance, goes in with the ultimate. Jin takes one of the slashes, gets batted up by the uppercut as Luring King trying to find the finisher, but the grapple is there, and instead he now wants to move on to the second Takeda in this area while that ultimate is still going to be in play. Jin able to break onto the second story of Plume Castle and get a little bit of a reset, but he's now stuck in a corner, gets caught by the charged up left click. Jin immediately moving to the charged up right click will just do so much damage. All of that reset now null and void. Jin is chased once again. It's the greater of two evils as Luring King comes in with a mythic grab to deny any possibility of the third party. Jin somehow still alive as the chase continues. Dubai
no way.
Being swapped onto the blue dagger off of losing that weapon, trying to find the finish. Swaps.
Oh, he got the armor swap.
Faces Jin, who gets outside of the zone.
No.
It's the counter.
No.
Dubai and
No way.
One big, but Jin has been able to turn the focus away from himself, and he survives.
That's unbelievable. He got the armor swap off, and that ate the musket shot, so he didn't go down. Then the counter, and that just turned the attention away. How the hell did Jin survive that? That is unbelievable. So many things just went right for him in that final couple of seconds of play after just being hounded by two players running in circles endlessly. Finally gets out and gets away with it. As we did see Spider just in a brief fight with Dongqing, but isn't actually going to be getting himself caught out here. Remember, Spider has used his revive up already. He went down very, very early, so needs to be careful as Jin and Luring King are going to find each other. And now Jin's got a golden dagger, so he wants to find the answer. Oh, he must have got the counter off to steal it away. But Luring King wants his armor back, wants his gear back. The ult is popped, and a bit of space is bought, but both of these players are very low HP. Jin does have the advantage though with the weapon, does try and get the damage off. He's getting himself low HP already, trying to dash away to get himself a bit of space. He's got the ability to get some armor back as he catches the uppercut onto Luring King. A big chunk of HP out, but he actually runs just past another player and not going to get himself caught. And Jin should just be able to get away from Luring King here. As on the right hand side of your screen, guys, there is an outfit trial card.
That's a good one too.
That's a nice skin, so give it a go, see if you like it. Just young. Jin just get himself the purple nunchucks and purple armor off the Mora's Blessing, completely uncontested, so he is going to be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, you have to feel for Luring King, right? That is one of the dangers when you're a Takeda and you have something like a dagger. You have to get close, which means that mythic grab can just instantly steal that weapon away and turn it into your opponent's strength. As Luring King surely wanting that gold dagger back. Jin gonna be keeping far away to be able to hold on to that one, as Action actually just riffling through that Rift Dealer at the moment, wanting to see if they can roll a couple of those Soul Jades before trying to push on to Yiran. Deciding to not go for the full-on chase, just wants to just duck around some of those Kens, maybe find some resources off of players' bodies, as Xiao Hui has spotted Hongfly, who had swapped through that bow, trying to get a little bit of damage, as Xiao Hui running that dagger, wanting to try and get these dagger locks. Hongfly coming in with the dual blades, gets caught up by the uppercut though, and that is going to be shield broken, tries to move forward, initiates with the mythic grab, doesn't find it, and now Xiao Hui can properly commit in with that purple dagger. No knowing that there is absolutely no way they can be taken out unless it gets fully counted as a mythic grab comes on through, sealing Hongwei's fate surely as he pulls the ultimate out. The slash connects onto Dao, who he swaps onto the spear off of the stagger, but unfortunately, because that fight was just so quick, there was no time for Hongwei to find any Liltom to be able to get that reset off. Will go down, not being able to stagger lock out their opponent, as it is going to be Spider now finding that zipping. Luring King
is it stolen?
Potentially to find the snipe, but Spider is able to get the kill after the bow broke through the Zip's ultimate, swaps towards that dagger, decides to just immediately book it out of the fight, knowing that Luring King is going to be chasing after him. All of those abilities are going to be removed, and Luring King knows very much that, trying to find that punishment of commitment from that Takeda side, as Spider just trying to keep himself as mobile as possible, not wanting to get locked down, has been able to book it up a little bit onto that high ground to be able to get the reset, as Luring King still trying to figure out where exactly he ran off to.
Luring King gonna get the heal off Spider, not spotting him out. Does actually tag him there with the nunchuck. Spider being caught, his shield is gone immediately. Desperately trying to get away from Luring King here. Remember, this could be the end of Spider. Luring King pops the ultimate, so he's committing to this fight now. He wants to take this kill off Spider. The only Z-Ping in the lobby has been eliminated from the game. Now to take out the favorite of the tournament, who's already coming off the back of a pretty rough game number one. And he's now being hunted down. Luring King is a relentless pursuer as well. We saw this earlier on with Jin. The Spider tried to quickly change tack, but it's not going to work out for him. He's low HP, dodging away narrowly there on the slash towards him. But Spider low on resources, low on health, and he is being chased now by Yuran and Luring King. Getting caught by the grapple chain once again. Is desperately trying to find some space to escape, but the Yuran's actually also trying to take this third party away. Spider just dodging away on a bow shot there. Now using that dagger to get as much movement, as much space as possible, avoiding getting caught out by the grapples, but here they come. The grapple chain just going to continually CC Spider down. He's sticking close to the walls so the grapples may lock onto them instead of him, and he's just trying desperately to get away, but Yuran will eliminate him and take him down. Luring King denied another kill.
Luring King got
playing
it
so aggressively. Oh, was it?
Luring King sniped it with the bow.
Oh! That is unlucky, Yuran. Jin tanking the zone. And Jin probably wants to get some revenge on Luring King, because most of this game has been Luring King chasing people, including Jin. Jin did steal his daggers, so if he can get him with his daggers, there's some kind of poetic justice in there. But for now, playing it nice and chill.
Yeah,
Yes.
the zones at least chase some of those players away from Plume Castle, so they don't have that architecture to be able to make that chase last as long as fluidly as it did previously, as we are going to see that zone start to close on through weather condition as well, coming towards the southern part of that map, as it is going to be a fight going on through Dubai for NPG. Has been able to spot out one of those players low, potentially get that kill, has already denied J-Team's action that armor, as Dubai still not able to find the follow through. The grapple going a little bit wide there. I think he thought that action was actually going to try and grapple up nice and far to be able to just break away as fast as possible. Ooh, blue focus, that's risky. The counter not going to be there. And it is Dubai now activating that ultimate to be able to keep this chase going, as action's actually going to pop the ultimate of their own to be able to break away using the fire mobility to be able to break cover and hide behind those huts, get a little bit of a reset. It's not the full reset that they're looking for, but they at least have a little bit more health to be able to play with this. Dubai actually swapping towards that musket. Action activating that trap so that Dubai with that 12-second setup is able to just grapple over a bit effortlessly. But Dubai gets caught up in a little bit of a juggle. 2 frames going to guarantee that the shield is almost broken, but not quite. There's action with that Katana, charges up the 1-2-3 and is able to find the kill onto Dubai in a matter of moments, surely. And Dubai goes down.
There we go. Dubai knocked out Jin and Shah, currently leading the charge in the scoreboard. But it's actually been, interestingly enough, another game where like the kill spread's fairly even. Although Jin with 4 kills already, and there's still plenty of players left in this lobby, so it could finally be a high-scoring game for somebody. But even so, For the moment, the kill spread is fairly even across the board, so everybody's at least getting something with 3, 4, 5 players. There we go. Can't count. 5 players have all been eliminated from this lobby and from this game, as Jin has spent most of this game running, so he's trying to see if he can finally actually be the aggressor instead of the aggressee. And also Jin as well. Very, very underwhelming start to this game for him. He's got 0 kills, hasn't been able to do anything. He's just been kind of playing this game a little bit more calm, a little bit more patiently, as Hongfly and Jin are just going to be finding each other out in a fight here. Not going to connect on with that grapple, unfortunately, to get the interrupt. And bit of a chase is breaking out. Does miss another grapple, unfortunately, there for Jin. As we cut over to X-Jin and Kaibao, he finds himself in a fight here. Kaibao opening up on to X-Jin, able to connect onto him with the ulti. Get a whole bunch of damage off onto Kaibao. Kaibao loses his shield. And this fight getting a little bit tasty, a little bit dangerous for both of these two. They do just step away, go for a quick reset and a quick refresh on those shields before they maybe look to trade this out again. Cannons and muskets firing away, full Buccaneer phase stuff here. They are just going to bop out as Bowder trying to finish up Reki here, but Reki was able to avoid him. The zone closing in, both of them are going to be scattered away from one another, and the Mora's Blessing now next up as a big objective for everyone to play for. Dongqing, so you see a little bit of damage, nothing too major, and there's a pretty nice Mora's Blessing in there with the golden cannon and armor. So somebody's going to want to try and grab it. Wang Liang just walks straight up. I'll have that. Thank you very much, lads. And he's off.
No,
he literally just took what's up and took that.
It is just the back and grab. Wang Liang walks away with 2 Legos to his name. Oh, everyone's going to be kicking themselves by that one. As Dongqing with that purple flamer tried to actually use the Mora's Blessing as bait to get a fire tick onto one of those players. Wasn't able to find the kill. As now it is just going to be guarding a very barren box. As Yuran has found Jin, who still does have that legendary dagger, but Yuran doesn't actually have that mythic grab up and available, and so he's going to be wanting to keep himself out of a fight until that is going to be back on cooldown. Likewise, Jin doesn't have it available either. Has to be very careful about how he positions, as we can hear the ballista coming on out from Wang Liang, who's going to be so sturdy on that legendary armor. Hasn't been able to find a player that is using it to be able to police how those players around them are able to move when that zone starts to push them towards. We can already see some players seeking cover, sanctuary at the base of this tower. So they're going to be out of the ire of those ballista shots when that zone starts to close on through. Sha is not that lucky at the moment. Sha has been spotted out, takes 1 ballista before being able to make sure that is going to be out of range, and seeing that they didn't really find any follow through and no one's jumping on the opportunity, Wang Liang is not actually going to actively chase it, is instead going to hold this position to a higher priority than potentially finding a kill and putting yourself too aggressively forward.
Yeah, absolutely. As Jin and X-Jin are going to be fighting for who is the better Jin. Has been caught out a little bit here, unable to quite fully scale up the side of that wall. He's trying to get up there, though. He's just going to get himself an opportunity to recover here. A couple of shots from the cannons do fly over his head. Not going to be able to connect, unfortunately. Sha does he a little bit of damage. I say a little bit of damage. Most of his armor and health cooked up by the flamer. Dongqing catching onto him. Sha jumping in, throws down his own ultimate, gets the charge click off. Sha's low HP as they're looking for the ballista shot. Wang Liang with a beautiful snipe there on the ballista. Absolutely stupendous stuff coming in.
Oh no, and this is the problem.
Fire.
Everyone was chasing Sha, and they forgot about the ballista. Which means that Wang Liang gets to snipe that kill, and all of those players are out of the base. So if they start to move forward, try and escape that zone, you can literally just go through all of your resources. Jin is the next one now to attract attention. You can see Wang Liang not wanting to actually hit those players, just taking that splash damage that the ballista is able to find. As Hongfly wants to take advantage of the fact that Jin is stuck against the base of this cliff, going to be able to just blitz through the remaining part of the health, knowing that Jin had no way of escaping. You either go down in the fight to Hongfly, or you take your chances against the Ballista. And that is something that is going to be very scary indeed. As you can see, it's not even in zone. And every single player isn't wanting to rotate at the moment. They're wanting to keep themselves out of the Ballista shots as much as possible, to the point where some of them will actually even walk into zone corruption damage just to be able to escape up.
Absolutely. Jin here just going for a heal for a sustain just to refresh himself up. 5 minutes left on this game before the circle has fully closed up, and there's still a bit of room for this Ballista to be in use. The problem is obviously it does use a weapon repair kit to recover 3 of the shots, and I'm not actually sure if there's any shots left in that, unfortunately. So Wang Liang just threatening the fact that he has that available to him, and everybody having to play around the fact that it's still there. Oh, so there is still, he has still got a shot. No, he hasn't. Gonna be zoned away.
Actually taking advantage, using the Ballista to keep himself safe as long as possible to be able to get that reset as the zone starts to close on through. Now you're going to have to abandon the push on that Ballista as it becomes an absolute free-for-all on this low grind, as every single player, remember, was hiding from that Ballista. So other than Wolf's Kai Bao, no one actually has a safe spot that they can call their own. Wang Liang being the first one to make that move, immediately going to be able to take control of the riverbed, and when you have a legendary flamer, no one's going to want to come close enough to challenge you for that space, except maybe Jin, who does try their luck with the dagger, as Wang Liang with that flamer wanted to catch onto those players potentially suffering from zone tick damage, books it onto that high ground, just tickles the backs with a little bit of that fire tick, waiting for it to be able to reset before you can once more go again. Has the ultimate primed as well, so if anyone challenges for that space, you just hit them with the slashes. That knockback into the flamer is going to be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very rough. 3 minutes left on the clock here. 9 players left in the game. Jin taking a whole bunch of damage from that flamer. He's just going to try and avoid it away for the moment. Everybody is starting to get close and heated. I say heated quite literally because Dongqing's coming in with the flamer. The kill is taken away though by Yuran with the bow. Able to snipe that one away, and he's just playing the edge of these fights really, really nicely actually. Just taking away what he can with that bow shot. 8 players are still left. It's about to get real tight. Is it all Takedas? Oh no, there's one Justina. Oh, there's a Justina.
This is the problem. There's a Justina, but there's flamers in action. So Reki isn't actually going to have access to that F ability. The second that you do, you're going to eat so much fire tick damage, and Hongplay has actually spotted out that this Justina is just waiting, biding that time for when that zone closes in, and you can go in with the ultimate and catch on to all of those players. The problem is, because Reki has had to play so slowly, the loadout is not good. So you're going to be relying on that freeze, catching them in the zone. So even with the blue dagger, you've got enough damage to be able to finish them off.
Yeah, absolutely. I am so excited for this final bit, actually. Here we go. 1 minute 50 left. Circle's getting tighter. This cliff edge is going to be crucial to all of these players. It gives them a respite from Wang Liang and that golden flamer he's got. And nobody wants anything to do with that. So they're immediately going to jump onto him, take half of his armor away. He will get himself a reset off. It's actually Dongqing with a flamer as well. So double flamers atop the cliff edge is going to be an absolute nuisance for everybody. The flamers get bored and start toasting each other. Wang Liang takes half his shields once again as Jin with the dagger putting in some damage to him there. For now, though, they're going to keep the pressure up. Jin gets himself toasted once again. The flamer's down on that low ground there for Wang Liang, who jumps into the zone partially. Reki's being chunked out as well. All of these players getting so heated as Hongfly has been taken out of the lobby. 6 players are left standing. It's going to be close. Scale rush from Yuran. It's going to try and batter somebody into the zone. Unable to actually make a connection. Wang Liang's low HP. Kai Bao's not going to finish him up. Wang Liang may just go down to somebody else here, as Kai Bao is going to chase him down and finish himself the kill. He has now got himself a legendary flamer to work with, and that reset, the fire is there. Reki's getting toasted. Reki's losing a lot of HP to him. Does get hit momentarily. He's battered into the zone. Loses so much HP for that. Is going to be able to get a reset down on this low ground. Dodges away on getting battered into the zone this time as Kai Bao repositions back into the zone. Dongqing knocks him back again. Kai Bao's going so low. Xjin's trying to knock up as as Reki's in the zone, grapples back in, but he's down, he's out, he can't join in, and Kaibao is now fighting Yuran in the zone with low HP. Both of these members going low. Jin is looking to tidy this one up. It is his game to win, but he's so close to going down. A phenomenal ending. Jin takes the win.
Jin, the last one standing, and surely the player walking away with the most kills as well. So adept at being able to steal some of those picks from low health targets. My heart goes out to Rexy on that Justina, because the problem was when you have a purple flamer and a legendary flamer and you're a Justina, it denies you being able to sit in that freeze farm for as long as you want. You just have to immediately go for the reshield and then cancel it out super fast. And unfortunately for Rexy, he wanted control of that high ground. He wanted to be able to sit on the ultimate for as long as possible. He has to pop it before the zone starts closing on free. So he loses a lot of agency when that ultimate runs out of where he can position and the threat that he puts out to players around him. So when he gets caught out, when he goes low, he has no way of being able to go for the reset, and he gets caught out by Jin, who operates in with that Takeda ultimate when he tries to grapple onto the high ground to be able to find that reset time.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a slower paced game than our first game. It wasn't as slow as a Z-Ping game. I'll give you that. But that was a really fun final circle, actually. And we're used to these like cliff edge final circles now. We've seen a lot of them in Naraka. The verticality makes for a very dynamic final circle where like whoever can get on top of the cliff edge and hold it comfortably, typically they're the players with the flamer. They control so much for the next few moments, and it always just gives them a safety net where they're not going to be getting hounded, while the bottom bunch have to kind of just scrap for what little space there is until it basically gets so tight that the players have to face check the flamer, and that's what happened. Unfortunately, I think it was Wang Liang, if I remember off the top of my head, who had the golden flamer. They were holding that space comfortably. Everyone just got fed up with them, and they just jumped up and knocked them back down into the lower ground, and then smacked them into the zone and kind of finished them up. But I love these final circles. They're always really, really fun. I mean, the first game's final circle was also interesting because it was just so open. It was weird how actually I think the final circle in the first game was a very typical Morosile final circle. A lot of open, not so much terrain to work with. It's Hawaiian trios. Monk is so popular because it's such an open map. And then we had a very horror final circle with lots of terrain, lots of places to hide and play around. Just two very different games and two very different styles. I mean, we had Tammy's in the beginning, now we had Takeda's in the second game. I mean, Moxie, what are we going to get in the third?
I'm really hoping that we're going to see the sort of continued trends of all of these players mirroring each other's picks, because it really means that it goes down to the micro of whether or not you're able to walk away, because it's not something like, okay, Ataka immediately counters a Justina, or if you have Ataka, you're immediately able to counter a Yodo sitting in that F3 as well with the splash damage that you're able to connect onto them. Or as we saw in the first game, Wu Chen getting cut out by all of the Temis in the area. It forces you to be able to win the weapon fight and also keep a track of your opponent's cooldowns, because that was a big difference in how we saw the dynamics of those fights go. If a Takeda met another Takeda and they knew that the Mythic Grab was gone, they would get super close to each other's faces and they would look for the traditional parry. If they ran into a Takeda blindly and they had no clue whether that F was up, we saw the dance as everyone tried to figure out, is it on cooldown? Can I go that close? Am I going to be able to hold on to this weapon? Or do I have to bait it out? And when we saw the bait out, that was when we saw the commitments to the fight. Before then, it was almost sort of operating like a Z-Ping versus Z-Ping, where both try and throw that bubble out and break it as fast as possible, bait the ability, and only then actually commit to the fight.
Well, here you go. The winner of the previous game was obviously Jin with a 10.4 game. Yuran takes second and Kaibao will take first. Look at Spider though, all the way down in 11th for 2-pointer. At least he got 4th last time. He really needs to start to pick up the tempo now, because these lobbies have actually been just moving a little bit too quick even for him. They've been maybe a little bit less aggressive. I think Spider shines when he's the sole aggressor. Everybody, like you're saying, is realized that he's the aggressive player, so we're all going to play aggressive. And I think he's looked a little bit lost, a little bit confused, because game one, he was sole aggressing at the beginning, and then everybody else started to be aggressive, and he just got caught out and went down. And that's exactly what's been happening here. I am very curious to see what the next game's gonna look like. Obviously, returning to Morris Isle. Interested to see what the hero select will look like, because we've basically had all of the Takedas and all of the Tammys used up for the day at this point, as we are gonna see our MVP. Takeda genuinely has the coolest MVP animation. Like, they're blinking through the sky to strike the katana, and here it is. Jin is the MVP for that previous game. 12,000 damage done, 4 kills. This is 11th MVP of the season so far as well. Just really, really good stuff coming out from him. And to be honest, like, not a massively overly loaded out like gear there. He's, you know, he's got mostly blue soul jades.
I mean, I love the fact that he actually has 2.5. This is one of my favorite soul jades, because it means that you don't actually have to eat into your resources going into that final zone. If you use that rest mode, you automatically get your health and armor back. So what that means is when you go into that final zone, you have full access to all of your abilities, and all of those resources, all of those reshields, all of those repots are going to be in that final zone. And that was something that allowed Jin to be able to outlast all of the players around them, right? Every single time we swapped to their POV, their health was always full, their shields were always in effect. Everyone else around them was having to panic, actually come outside of that zone and throw themselves onto those cans to be able to get those reshields.
Yeah, no, it was just a very well played game there by Jin. We've had Jin, you know, two of the players that you can play have two similar names, have taken a win. So maybe X-Jin wins game number 3. We just we go for the hat trick of our awkward namers. It's gonna be this next game. We need to have some eyes peeled, because, you know, I think there's a few players who just haven't shown up yet. Obviously, Spider is the obvious one, but, you know, we talked about a bunch of other players at the beginning of the day as well. I think Lu Ranking, it's been, you know, a relatively quiet one from him, and like, he was hounding at the beginning of that game as well onto Jin, and you know, Jin turned around and won the whole thing. Like, he was so on him for ages, and I mean, you have to give props to Jin in that chase versus Lu Ranking. The armor swap to eat the musket shot in the zone, and then the quick counter to basically distract Lu Ranking. He basically threw like a chunk of meat out for the dog. Like, just let him go, oh, there's some food there, I'll take that instead. And then Jin just got the breakaway. Like, it was beautiful to watch. I'm very excited for this game 3, because I'm curious what the hero select's gonna look like more than anything. I think that's my most interesting point right now, just because all of our lobbies have basically been one hero and then the other, and it's almost like they're making a group agreement. Like, right now, all 16 players are standing in a circle going, right, game 3, we're gonna play nothing but Yoto, or we're gonna play nothing but Valda. I mean, a Valda only lobby would genuinely have me and Moxie beyond hype. I don't like, we wouldn't even need to cast. We'd just be there'd be so much energy. I'm curious what the next game's gonna look like, because like we were saying, they've used up they've used up pretty much all of their Tammys, all of their Takedas. Yes, technically they can play them again, but realistically we're expected to save their replay hero for Zeeping. But then again, maybe I'm wrong, because we were expecting the Zeepings to be a horror-off hero.
I've got my fingers crossed for Matari, honestly. Like, I love the fact that you honestly, with that new ultimate, you have that ability to, yes, keep your invisibility, but you get the backstab too. And that can be absolutely brutal, because a lot of the times when we see those players go toe-to-toe in those 1 versus 1s, a player is able to escape with an absolute sliver of health, break line of sight, find that time, that lull to be able to go for the reshield, and just as we saw with Luring King when he's chasing after Jin, if he was on Matari and he had the ultimate and he was able to get that backstab, kill done. Lobby goes entirely differently. But because you're on that Takeda and you only really have one weapon that's suited for the finishing blow, that legendary dagger, when it gets grabbed away from you with that mythic counter, you don't really have a backup plan. And we did see the frantic scrabbling around of all of the loot for Luring King to try and figure out, okay, I've lost my burst damage. How am I supposed to clean this one up?
Yes, absolutely. It's gonna be, you know, I just want to get into this game 3, man. I know what we're doing. We're just chilling. We're waiting for this game 3. This is definitely a game 3 waiting room. I think my major thing is the lobby has been playing a bit different from what I expected, just with how even the kill spread is. I thought we'd have a few front runners by now, but it's been very, very even so far. Anyway, it is time for us to throw to a quick break. When we're back, we'll be back with that game number 3, so don't go anywhere. See you in a moment. As the Nbpl enters its third bi-weekly, we have gradually discovered there is a weapon with a very high appearance rate in the final circle. With an exaggerated visual effect and a fearful ability to deal damage in a wide range, this weapon is the Flamebringer. The Flamebringer will only appear in Mora's Blessing and is available in epic and legendary qualities. The different types of the Flamebringer will differ in their primary damage attributes but have the same passive effects. If anybody is hit by a Flamebringer and suffers damage for a certain amount of time, it will cause a burning effect on the enemy that lasts for 5 seconds. This burning effect will reduce the opponent's health by 80 hit points per second, therefore using this weapon properly will cause trouble for your opponents. In the first solo match of the second day of the Nbpl's third bi-weekly, 13 Xiao's full state Justina encountered Zhang Yu's half health Yotohime. Zhang Yu was knocked down into the Shadow Corruption by 13 Xiao's uppercut slash combo, and 13 Xiao confidently pulled out his legendary Flamebringer to finish off his opponent. On the verge of death, Zhang Yu surprisingly threw a perfect set of micromanagement and eventually turns the tables and defeats 13 Xiao. So you probably noticed, why didn't the burning effect work on Zhang Yu? Here comes the drawback of the Flamebringer. After suffering the burning effect, there is a period of utter immunity to the burning of the same target. However, because Zhang Yu was in the Shadow Corruption, even damaged by the Flamebringer, he had already suffered the burning effect 8 seconds ago, so the desperate Zhang Yu survived. There is no best weapon. However, being familiar with the features of various weapons and being more diligent in your practice can help you become a master of the Naraka world. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our third game. Oh my word, it's our third game. It's only 10 o'clock and we're on to game number 3. We will be dropping back onto Morris Isle for this third game. And Moxie, the games so far have been interesting. I think it's probably the best way to put it. They've been very different from what I had the expectations of. I thought we were gonna have games that were a lot more kind of explosive from like certain players. Not just saying Spider, but I feel like we were gonna have like in my head it was gonna be 3 players all scoring relatively high every lobby, and then like everyone else trying to play catch up. It's actually been a fairly low kill, but like low scoring, but like even spread of kills and points so far. It's been a very different lobby from what I expected, but it's also been still quite fast paced.
Yeah, and I think honestly that goes to show that Spider's strength in regular season was that he was one of those first players that really engineered that very aggressive playstyle. Where in season 1 and to an extent the beginning of season 2, in Naraka for solos, it's always been very traditional. You go really aggressive in first circle, you play to the full aggression so that you can use those resurrections to get the most amount of kills, and then you play safe in mid so that you can play for final zone to have the most amount of kills. As we can actually have a question, and this might actually be a hard one, because who's the winner of game 2? Was it J-Team's Action vs GBL's Jin, CSWG's Spider, or DXCG's Wang Liang? We've had so many amazing plays from a lot of these players mentioned, but sort of returning back to that point, Spider was the one that really just threw away the script for the solos and said, no, I'm gonna go aggressive from beginning to end, including mid-game. And that threw players for a loop, because it meant that a lot of the times when we were seeing high kill scoring games coming from these players, it was because they were able to third party. They knew that they had the ability to access all of their ultimates, all of their Fs, and they could really commit in for those third parties. But when Spider started to come along, no one knew when a fight would be coming up, and so they had to hold on and play a little bit more on the reactive rather than the proactive, which meant that we saw some really lopsided leaderboards where Spider or some other player would be able to just go aggressive from beginning to mid, survive into end zone, and because of all of the loot that you're picking up off of everyone else, as well as the moral blessings that you get when you play that aggressive, they were able to dictate the tempo of final zone. But that was a good 3 weeks ago. There has been time, and players have adapted. They've seen that aggressive playstyle has worked out for Spider, and they've gone, okay, well, we're just gonna do that, and then we're not playing on the reactive, we're all individually being proactive. So it circles back to whoever has the loot loadout that's able to come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been it's definitely what I like, and what we've seen, I think, is a bit of growth within the players, because I think Spider was definitely the spark that ignited the fire of aggression in solos. You know, he was the player who went, no, Zuping doesn't have to be a slow pace lobby. We can play aggressive, we can go hard. And then he picks up the tempo, everybody else follows his suit, and we basically get to the point where we're at today, where we're having massively aggressive games. And yes, there has been things that kind of, I think, have enabled this play style. Not just Spider. I think the hero select rule, making more aggressive heroes showing up, also contributes towards that, and basically makes the players have to play this more aggressive style. But at the same time, like, there's been a few things that are kind of like piled up and, you know, dried out and got flammable, and then Spider just came in for a match and went, we go hard, and everybody is now going hard. Morris Isle was the more hard-hitting game of this finals so far. Heading back to Morris Isle, the expectation is this will also be a very, very aggressive game. But before we get going into this next game, we did actually speak to our players, so we'll play that video and we get ready for game number 3.
因为我每天都勤勤恳恳、准时准点的打完3个小时，所以我才这么快上到泰斗。我觉得其实我5天就操作什么都是 OK 的。现在主要问题是我不会火男，除了匕首以外，其他武器我也是会用，具体是看魂域还有品质。蜘蛛侠吧，还有黄富来，还有就刀哥，这些人就原先就挺猛的，然后他们就平常日常训练也很努力，然后就觉得他们总决赛这成绩肯定会好。还是会有压力吧，因为赛制改了，大家现在都玩得挺好的，然后可能觉得现在自己还不够好，可能所以会有压力。
Nice to hear there from Jin. It's got us in a little bit on Dalhui and Hongfly as well as Spider. It's kind of like being the 3 players to watch. We did talk about them as well at the beginning of the day, and you know, I think for the most part, it's been a relatively quiet game from all the players we expected to be watching today. We are only 2 games in. We're heading into the 3rd game though, so I feel like this is the time now where if you've been playing badly, I'm looking at you, Spider, at the beginning of the day, it's time to start picking it up, because if you have a bad day today, you have to have an insane day on the second day, because you just if you're behind the whole time and you're playing catch up on day 2, you are in so much danger. And did I call it? Did I say it was going to be a Yoto lobby, or did I say it was going to be a Yoto lobby? I expect to see some justiness, to be honest. That's typically the answer.
Yeah, especially because, you know, this is the patch where Yoda got nerfed. Remember that F3 does not last 5 seconds anymore. It lasts 3.5.
Yes.
So it's really impossible now to use for a full reset. You basically scrabble down 2 potions if you're lucky, but it is going to be 16 Yodos coming through in this lobby. And again, it's going to come down to ability management, because the Yodo, when you go for that ultimate with that first slash, the second it leaves your hand, you become vulnerable. So a lot of the time, it's the game of ultimate chicken when Yodos go toe-to-toe and both of them have that sword slash up.
All 16 players are rocking the Yoto Hime. Not a Z-ping in sight. I am beyond happy right now, Moxie, as we are getting ready for this third game. It is time for some of our players to step up. A few other players, though, are Jin and X-Jin, and, well, Jin and Jin. I'm getting all my J and my X's modeled up here.
I mean, it rhymes with win. It's not
You're right. You're right.
For today. As we are going to be following GBL's Jin, who got the absolute luckiest spawn on Eventide possible, immediately getting access to that legendary drip guaranteed on Treasure, but Shusheng and Spider are actually going toe-to-toe. Shusheng with that F3 will be able to buy themselves a little bit of time. That Spider on those nunchucks, trying to get that last little sliver of health necessary. Doesn't have a single grapple hook in the inventory at the moment, though, Jake, and that's what's worrying for Spider, because if you commit into this and you run into another Yodo, that chance of it being stolen away from you, it's so massive, as Shusheng might just have been able to escape. As we move over to Luring King and Kai Bao, who is tough hooking in with that long shot, minces through Luring King's shielding. And now he's going to have to send them on the back foot. Kai Bao with that grapple, not going to be able to find the connection. Luring King actually able to lose that connection off of the building, as Spider still hounding down Shusheng. The Klein comes on through, Spider wanting to see if they can bait out that counter. Yes, it is going to be Shusheng not committing into this fight, just trying to keep themselves on the move as much as possible. They've got 1 reshield, 1 re-health, but there is no downtime at the moment to be able to use it. Finally, they'll be able to drink a potion and get a little bit more health back, but Spider definitely going to be on the hunt to guarantee that kill, as it is going to be now Dao Hui going up against Xiao with the dual blades. And dual blades already going to be breaking for the majority of that shield. Dao Hui with the dagger, trying to catch any follow-up from Xiao with that charged up left click. The counter
lovely.
is baited. Dao Hui now drops the F3, forcing Xiao to wait for that reshield to come through before you can try and punish Dao Hui with those dual blades. Now actually going to have to move away as Xiao drops an F3 off their own to be able to get that reshield. Dao Hui trying to go in for that grapple, and this time it's a little bit. Isn't able to find the follow-through damage, but the dual blades again coming on through, mincing through the majority of that reshield. But Xiao again able to beat the counter. And Dao Hui now with that longsword, just trying to keep themselves mobile for as long as possible.
He's low.
As Xiao decides it's time to drop the ultimate, but the tap dodge is there. Has to cancel that early as Dao Hui drops into the open. Has found the reshield. Xiao still trying to pin down this kill. Finally might have found it.
Oh, he's low.
The emergency Yoda ultimate is there. Unfortunately, Dao Hui able to find that frame of vulnerability and immediately chunk down Dao Hui before the rest of the ultimate can come through, but he's out of position now. He does not have access to the F or the ultimate, and he is just being bullied by Wang Liang coming in for the third party. There's the ult coming through from Shat, but it's too late. Wang Liang with the stagger lock gonna be able to take away that kill.
Oh, can Kai Bao land his last few hits? He's got him close. Not going to be able to hit that one, unfortunately, as Kai Bao does finally finish up that final kill there. Nice stuff, and I believe Spider was able to finish up his kill from the beginning of the game as well, as you can see on the scoreboard. He's got that 1 kill. But to be fair, that's twice now where Spider has started the game almost killed someone and not been able to do it quickly because he hasn't got the grappling hooks. Like the grappling hooks have been actually the bane of Spider's existence in the last 2 games, or at least in the early game. As Dongqing and XJin want to find themselves in a bit of a skirmish here. Just trying to play the avoiding game here for the side of XJin. Doesn't really want to be taking this as he hasn't got his shield where he wants it to be, and he actually did play that really well with the movement, just avoiding away, but caught out by the grappling hook. Is going to jump out through the window. Do a pretty good job of just playing the movement game and the escape game from Dongqing, but we're actually going to cut over to where some action is breaking out. Xiaoxiang heavily chunked out, and Wang Liang with the nunchucks should be able to finish himself up this kill. Nice and easy. There he goes. Wang Liang finds himself an elimination as well as a kill there. So big stuff as DAY making his way over. Dongqing reveals himself from the invisibility bush. Maybe a little bit too early. Spotting out to XJin. Tries to catch him with a bow. Not actually going to be able to find that markers. Looking for the charge click. Uppercut. Not going to get it, unfortunately. And XJin has got the damage onto Dongqing here. It's going to force him to throw down the ultimate. Does cancel it out early. So will be on cooldown for just a little bit longer. Puts it on that 75% mark if you cancel it before the first slash. As XJin jumps in, gets the clang off. F ability goes down. XJin does have his own ultimate if he wants to use it, if he wants to throw it down. Spider wants to come in as the third-party option here. Bell popped to spot out where everybody is for Dongqing as Hongfly now being run down. It's the player we said we expected to see pretty good stuff from today as he is being hounded by both Reki and I can't see the other, Zhang Yu, the other player. Running him down. He's going to try and throw down the F ability to get a bit of a light recovery off. Only gets half a shield recovered for himself. He is just being chased to the ends of the earth by all of these players. Low HP for Hongfly. Can he get away? That is going to be the real question, but it's going to be so hard for him with all these players. He's doing a good job of staying alive for now, but the grapple chains have come in. He ults. He's going to try and use it to get away. An ult in response does come out though, and he's just stuck on the ledge, so he's gonna be going down. All it takes is one more slash. Shah's been eliminated in the meanwhile. Reki switches to the bow to try and find the finish up. The pistol's there for Zhang Yu. This is a free kill for one of these players. The question is who's gonna be the one to get it? It looks like it's Zhang Yu.
Yeah, unfortunate reality of Sunwings. You can't, if you're that low, stay on the low ground. You have to climb the trees, and it makes it very easy to track where exactly Hongfly was going to be running to. As both of these players not out of the woods just yet. That zone is right behind them, as Rexy now with those nunchucks trying to find any time to be able to land onto Zhang Yu, but they are just getting stagger locks to absolute the underworld. As Zhang Yu is able to walk away with that kill, take all of the spoils of the can. As Dao Hui actually trying to come in with an opening pistol shot, going to get caught out by the grapple, but Wang Liang actually not taking time for the chase, going to go for that reshield before trying to catch on to this Yodo. Does have both the F and the ultimate available if they do get into a little bit of a panic stake, and it is going to be Wang Liang coming in with that F, catching that up. Dao Hui extremely low, forcing out that ultimate, baiting it as Wang Liang cancels out early and will conserve the percentage from it. The bow shot avoided by going into the ultimate form as Dao Hui above trying to land these swords onto Wang Liang, who tap dodges away. And it is going to be Dao Hui off of the back of that ultimate, able to get the stagger down and survive a little bit longer, books it onto the second story, but that's exactly where Wang Liang was expecting them to run away from. The F3 going to be making sure that Wang Liang has to chase after them. And it is going to be a kill coming through from the nunchucks. Brilliant planning there coming through from Wang Liang, anticipating the Yoda to be coming up from that second window, so you're able to continue the chase.
The mushrooms popped. Zhang Yu, the mushrooms popped. He's dead. He just dies to the bleed here. Gets the counter off. Maybe if he can find a kill, Karen will save him. But no, he is down. He is out and eliminated from the lobby. DAY and Jin now going toe-to-toe. Jin already got one kill in his pocket. A legendary dagger again for this guy. And he is desperately looking for the kill onto DAY. DAY is able to get through the tree and tunnel away to safety. As Jin will look to chase him down. And man, Morris Isle is so fast tempo at the moment. Like, it's brilliant to watch. Like, Hollerov was quite slow, but we've had two very, very quick Morris Isle games. Like, we are down to 11 players already. Like, and we are 15 minutes away from the final circle. 15 minutes into the game. This is a half-an-hour game.
Yodo games have always been extremely quick, right? Because of the abilities and the aggressive nature that they enable. If you want to play defensively, you've got the F3. If you get a little bit low, you can panic ult. Even if you're able to find 1/ onto them, the second that you cancel that, you can just use that stagger that it allows to be able to grapple away. As Hongfly scale rushing away from Sunwings, away from those toxic rooms. Has seen that it does catch out some of those players when they're extremely low, as Wang Liang doing a little bit of policing, wanting to see the players around them maybe being chased away from that zone and out of resources. Spider lying in wait for a potential third party, has spotted Luring King. Knows that there's a third player around here, Dong Qing. A little bit off on the horizon. Spider not going for the engagement just yet. Has both the F3 and the ultimate if they want to commit into this, but Luring King has spotted a legendary trove, wants to see if there's anything inside it for potentially taking advantage of that ballista. Doesn't actually want to scale up the tower. Will instead just check around to see if anyone is close. The Spider is on that low ground. Wants to initiate in that cannon, trying to chip away the shielding so that he can come in and finish off the job with those nunchucks. Full meter available. He can go for the dump. The F3 actually going to be pushing him away for 3.5 seconds, so it is going to allow Luring King that time to get the reshield. But here comes Spider grappling in. The horizontal immediately going to be able to follow on through. Not able to find the full stagger lock, but the juggle of 2 frames going to be able to beat that. Luring King going for the ultimate, but Spider tap dodges the first. Spider trying to tap dodge the third. Goes for an ultimate of their own. Snipes Luring King, who falls extremely low, but is still able to survive. Spider cancels it out a little bit early, still trying to find this chase. The grapple not quite connecting. The F3 back online for Luring King, allowing a reset to come on through, but the second that sword is gone, Spider can come in with the nunchucks, but Dubai is coming in for that third party. He knows that there's no ultimate, he knows that there's no F3. He can punish both of these Yodos in one fell swoop. The nunchucks trying to just push onto Luring King. The meter dump not coming out just yet, but the kill is there for Dubai, and Spider has nothing he can do. He has to lick his wounds and wait to see if he's going to be able to survive, because Dubai's still holding on to that ultimate. He initiates in for this combat. The counter not going to be there. Dubai now going to be punished for trying to find that counter, and he has to go for the ultimate. The first slash is there. It gets the knockdown onto Spider, but he's able to tap dodge out of the follow-through damage until then he gets caught against the rock. He has to go for the ultimate to be able to survive. Dubai hits the first slash, manages to tap dodge the second. That dodges the third.
It's so close.
The first slash lands.
No way.
Dubai survives for the F3 to come through and the resets that for the Yodo.
There's no way Spider gets 2 kills taken away. There's no way, right? This is going to happen. Spider will not let this go down. There's Dongqing jumping in. The fourth party comes in. Dongqing's able to take the kill. Spider, 2 kills back to back denied. 2 ultimates used and nothing gained for him. Absolutely heartbreaking scenes for Spider in this game. To lose out there that hard. Really, really rough, as Kai Bao, now getting opened up onto by Wang Liang, is going to be able to move away. The crazy thing about that is Spider had his full meter dump ready in both of those fights and didn't find the opportunity to pull it off. Not like he wasn't willing to, he just didn't get the opportunity to. And because of that, he was unable to find himself a single kill there. That was a lot of time, a lot of resources wasted and invested, and nothing really gained for himself. And Zhang Yu gonna try and pick himself up this Mora's Blessing. Bane's Breath has gone down, and I don't know if he got... Oh, okay, he got the pistol, yeah. So he did get the Mora's Blessing. He's got the purple armor as well, so... Yeah, Zhang Yu able to get himself in and out of that one. Bane's Breath will not be a problem for him. He will be able to move away to safety away from all of this. But that was a very extended sequence of plays we just saw. 11 players are still left in this lobby. Revives have now gone for all players, so their kind of opportunity to play this out is going to be gone for them in that sense, where now if you're down, you're out, and you're looking towards game 4. And remember, we talked about this. Spider needs a good game. Hongfly needs a good game if they want to make a make their finals a little bit easier for themselves. Because if you get, you know, 1/4 of the way through and you haven't had a good game, you need to have a good half to actually pull back on what the mistakes were on that quarter. As we're seeing a lot of players all in this area. Obviously, Mora's Blessings were just up, so a bunch of people are all grouped up. And Next Gen, 2 games in a row, just running around with a Legendary Dagger. He has been chilling.
Yeah, there's a reason that a lot of these players gravitate towards this area. You can actually see there is no clutter around here at the moment. And that is because everyone has already burst through those barrels, those crates, because when you actually destroy them, it can drop both items, but also Darktide coins, which means that you can buy things like the Bane's Breath or even reshields without having to win against those players. And that can be massive, especially with how clumped up some of these Yodos are. A Bane's Breath can be absolutely devastating to force a reposition and put you right into the crosshairs of one of those Yoda ultimates coming on out. As Spider gonna be hanging upside down. Jin may not be aware of how close they came to a player as they book it right past, absolutely none the wiser towards the scraps of that Mars Blessing. We can see Zhang Yu has come out of hiding. Oh, the ballista shot from Dongqing catches onto Jin, rips through the health, immediately sending him outside of the zone, and there it is. The capitalization, the ballista doesn't kill him. X-Gen for the third party. Just 5 seconds of attention, and a kill picks up for the Yodo.
There we go, 10 players left in this lobby. Everybody left has at least got a kill, but Wang Liang and Zhang Yu are leading the charge with those 4 kills. X-Gen's actually quite happily going to tank the zone as jumps on Mora's Blessing, and Wang Liang gets himself the golden armor and immediately jumps out. Dubai loses a whole bunch of HP. Spider tries to jump in as well and just get the scraps of what is left. A golden bow, golden armor. Actually, Spider did get the bow. I didn't see what the soul jades are because I can't read Chinese and I don't actually know who picked those up, but there were 2 legendary soul jades in there, as you'd expect. Do you know something I have been seeing with Yoto now? Ever since the changes where the F3 got, you know, nerfed pretty heavily, you know, you can't get a full reset off with it anymore, and if you get interrupted, you're not going to be able to get your pots off. I've actually seen a few Yotos take the F1 just for like the CC. Yeah. The mobility and CC kind of tied into one. I've started to see more and more Yotos take it. I haven't really been tracking it this game. I'm pretty sure most people we've looked at have had the F3. Yeah. But I'm wondering if anybody did take F1 in this game, because it is still very, very useful. The mobility, the dash, blink, knock up, basically you get from it. Really, really powerful. So be interested to see, you know, if Yoto is going to start to show up more, maybe we'll start to see those F1s. I actually can't remember what F2 is off the top of my head. That's really bad.
I think we've actually... So the F2 is it spins and it continues to move forward.
Yes, we have seen a few of those. Yes, that's that.
We've also... I think we have maybe seen one of the F1s. Because there was definitely one Yodo that did go for the teleportation move. And was able to actually find a knockout.
I love the F1.
And yeah, I agree. Like, the F1 is really good if you want to go for that aggressive playstyle. Because it's so good, like, it goes further than the F3. It's faster too, so a lot of the time you can actually catch your opponent out, or even use it to anticipate where they're grappling to, so that they get baseball batted between the F1 and yourself. And if you're skilled with the Yodo and you're really able to use the physics and ragdoll effects of the weapon knockbacks, you can really just bounce them back and forth like a basketball on a court. As we are swapping over to the lull phase, the Yodo, unfortunately, with that nerf onto the F3, has become a little bit less effective at being able to heal through all of the ranged weapons coming through because of the fact it went from 5 seconds duration to 3.5, and it still has the same cooldown. So if you unfortunately use that a little bit too early and players see it come on out, they will absolutely swap to these ranged weapons and start pushing you out of position, something that Spider is going to be looking to do, given the fact that he was able to pilfer that legendary bow. We still have 10 players alive in this lobby. There's plenty of places to hide in as well, which is going to become really crucial. When those Yodo ultimates start to come on through, you want to have cover, you want to have corners to be able to hide in, so it doesn't rely on the tap dodge, because of the fact that Yodos have been so good now at holding those slashes to making it really hard to be able to track when exactly they're going to be coming through.
Well, players are playing this a little bit more slow tempo towards the end. It's been a very high tempo game as they are just going to quickly grab themselves this moment to themselves. Still got 6 minutes left on the game and 10 players. Nobody wants to make that mistake, which could knock them way too low down in the standings at that halfway point in the day. Obviously, Zhang Yu and Wang Liang still are leading the charge right now. Jin running around with this golden dagger, but only the one kill for themselves. They've got the musket as well, just to get a little bit of poke, a little bit of prodding away on anybody nearby. But it is going to be a slower next couple of minutes, just while they wait for the circles to kind of force themselves in. You'll see where the circle's now shifted off Jin. It's a pretty easy rotation over towards it. Some of these other players, they might have to make a bit more of a dangerous and hard rotation, and will either be running through the middle of the team or running into everybody once they've already got themselves positioned within the circle.
Speaking of position, Tobias is hiding in a purple bush in the middle. Don't need to be able to read Chinese to know that Wang Liang at least has one soldier of tuna.
Yep.
Taking that time, using that emote right on the rooftops, making sure that they're able to keep a hold of all of those reserves. As that zone is going to be pretty mean, pushing out some of these players wide up with that cannon, just trying to find any player that they can to start to land some of these damage in so that they can come in finally with those nunchucks. My worry is they are so close to Jin with that legendary dagger. One wrong move, one overcommitment in the fight, and it can be curtains for Spider 3 times in a row. As Wang Liang actually now starting to make that move off of that high ground, trying to bait out a fight on the low. Bunny hopping in case anyone tries to turn the ranged weapon onto them. Oh, you've got Petalfall Flurry too. That's just nasty. I think Wang Liang, off of the back of that grab and run on the Morris Blessing, was able to not just pick up the armor, but also one of those legendary soldiers.
Yeah, I think he's in a scary position right now. Jin actually just took a big chunk of damage there. I didn't see who hit him. It might have been Spider with that legendary bow, but he's actually up there with a cannon at the moment, just firing away. Kai Bao loses a little bit of his armor. The circle is going to be forcing these players tighter and tighter. The thing about this circle and what it's going to do is, because of the amount of trees and terrain to work with, it's going to be until kind of coming down to the final moments, and then we see the Yoto ults. And Yoto ults in the final circle is always very interesting, because whoever ults first typically dies first.
Yeah,
you ult first because you're panicking, and everyone goes, yeah, everyone goes, uh-oh, and then shoots up at you, and then starts to ult. And at that point, it gets messy. But the first person to have to pull that ult out of panic will probably be the first to go down. So it's going to really come down to that in these next few moments. The circle is creeping ever closer towards these players. And
look at Wang Liang, just on the right side of this zone, using the Petalfall Flurry, making sure that no one actually threatens that position at the moment. And it's honestly a really good position for them, because they can hold on to that F3, they can hold on to the ultimate, and it is going to be a matter of who can have the verticality when these Yoda ultimates come through, right? Because you want to be the Yoda on top, so that when you look down, you catch onto every single player below you. So it isn't just one kill that you pick up, it's multiple. Something that we saw a couple of weeks ago from Sanzi. Actually, when they were playing trios with the Yoda, they were able to get on top of everybody and just rinse like 7 people in one Yoda ultimate. It was absolutely ridiculous. As the zone starts to close on through, Dubai wanting to take control of tree, Spider having control of this rooftop, everyone making a play to have that high ground.
They are indeed. Spider loses a fair amount of HP there. Actually, does get juggled back into the zone. Spider may just have to be that person to go for the panic ultimate. Is going to throw down the F ability just to get a heal off and a reset. Able to get the 2 pots off for Spider, so he's okay. Jin on the high ground, just jumping down. You can see Wang Liang still using those dual blades to buy so much space for themselves, as all of the players are going to be looking to open up. Jin panic ulting. Can he survive with it? That's the question. He's getting absolutely nailed by the lobby. He's in the zone. He's stuck. He's going to be bleeding out, and Spider takes him down. A beautiful kill there for Spider, and a massive mistake with Spider able to get himself a bit of a heal off in time from the Karen, but he needs to get a revive, a reset in, and it looks like he's not going to be able to do so. He gets some health back, but he's low HP, tries to get up into the sky, tries to get up into the tree to just avoid the rest of the action and out-survive the rest of the lobby, but the health bar is low. Honkfly is going to knock him into the zone, and Spider is now a very easy pick for everybody else to go for. The F abilities go down, and he's going to get himself a bit of space. Kai Bao eliminated by XJin, knocked out. Spider does get a partial reset as he's in the zone once again. Ultimates are still being set save. They're waiting for it to get tighter. What a absolute rush with a spear from Dongqing. Spider gets eliminated. 7 players are left. Ults are available. Everybody's waiting for it just to be a little bit tighter. They're playing that game of chicken with their health bars and with those ults. They're going to be coming down any moment, and it's about to turn into a blender as people are being juggled into the zone. Here comes the Yoto ult. Here comes the blender. Health bars will evaporate as one by one Dongqing clears up the lobby, taking out everyone, but Wang Liang will not be the last one standing. Hong Fly will take it all.
I think Hongfly takes it, but I think Dongqing, with the amount of kills that they picked up in that Yoto ult, might just walk away with MVP. I know it's gonna be Zhang Yu, but OC is able to come out on top. And I mean, Jake, we knew when it was a Yoto ult and it was a zone and final circle like that, where there is no cover, there is nowhere to be able to tap dodge out of. If you tap dodge away from the slashes, you tap dodge into the zone. So everyone holds onto the ultimate, and it's an echo chamber. Yoto ult, Yoto ult, Yoto ultimate, Yoto ultimate. One after the other. We see like 5 all going off at the same time, and at first it feels like Hongfly is dictating the tempo of that zone, right? He's the one on top. He's the one that when the slashes go down, he catches onto everyone. But because he actually initiates with the Yoto ultimate before everybody else, to be able to use that teleportation to get on top of them, he unfortunately loses time for those slashes to come on through, and players like Zhang Yu and Dongqing are able to capitalize off of the targets that he's been able to chip in terms of health bar, but not be able to kill.
Really, really good game coming in there from all of the players, actually. I absolutely love Yoto only lobbies. They're so fun. I mean, the ending is just everyone ulting on top of each other, health bars going down, all the wind slices cutting through. Just a blender of damage, and an absolutely phenomenal game 3 there in final circle. I mean, we got another Morasile. I don't expect it to be another Yoto lobby, although the Yoto was good for some of these players. One, where the hell is the Z ping? I'm not asking for it. I'm just questioning where it is, because the expectations were they were going to use Z ping. Are we just going to have 2 really boring games at the end where everyone plays Z ping? Or maybe they're going to just look to play her once and then go, you know what? Yoto was good. Oh, actually, Tammy was good. And we might get kind of best hits on game 6. That's what I'm hoping for, where people kind of go, okay, this was the hero that worked for me, so I will play them again. And these first 5 games are them just trialing what they feel most comfortable on, and then hitting into the best hits in that game 6. But another game will be going into Morasile after this, and I'm hoping for more action, because these games have just been so fun to watch. I mean, that first game was definitely the most chaotic. It was just action the whole way through. The last 2 games have kind of had, you know, lulls at least in them, but I think with the Yotos, it was still a very fast-moving lobby. It was only that kind of like 5 to 2 minute mark, maybe 6 to 2 minute mark, where the players sat back and just kind of let that game kind of chill out for a moment and then get into that fight. But let's just go back onto that game and talk about the overall score, because Spider, again, yeah, he made it into the later circle for once, but it wasn't a particularly great game from him. He did get a couple of kills, and, you know, he had those 2 kills denied from him by third partying. You know, Spider, he's so used to these 1v1s, and I think he's looking a little bit lost. He's looking maybe a little bit desperate in these games and making kind of silly mistakes, which are costing him heavily.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Spider, he's that second Yoto that goes down low. So first we have Shin, and we see the panic ultimate come through, and then we do see the misstep of the teleport taking him too far, so that he goes outside of the zone, isn't able to cancel the ultimate in time, goes down to the corruption tick, which is a tragedy in of itself. The problem is that Spider was also towards the edges of that zone, and he had to go for that reposition. And he goes into the middle. He goes for the tree base so that he can probably try and grapple up onto the tree to get a little bit of a reset time for that F3 to be able to come back online. It puts him into the middle of a full Nezha's might. Like, not just Dragon Slayer. No. Full Nezha's. And he takes every single spin of that spear. He goes down in seconds. And again, it's just the fact that he wasn't able to find those kills fast enough. And for Spider, that's a real problem. He is so used to being that one that dictates the tempo, the one that's the aggressor. When he's the outsider looking in, trying to find his moment, playing to everyone else's tune, that's when he struggles. And I worry because this is now the third game in a row that we've seen him have this struggle. I worry it's now not just hitting him in terms of gameplay, but it's hitting him in terms of stressing him out, and he's trying to force those moments, and he's overcommitting because of that.
I mean, you can see in game 2 there was tilt. There was definitely a bit of tilt there. He was looking frustrated with himself. But here is the scoreboard. Zhang Yu is going to be first place after that game. Hongfly takes second, and Wang Liang takes third. Wang Liang then genuinely is a player to watch, by the way. Like he's been pretty consistent today. Hongfly, we were saying we wanted to see more from him. This is a great way to get that back. I think, you know, he's starting to find his footing as we're getting into the rest of the day. But yeah, it's again a game where, like, yeah, the top end of the table naturally always will have more points, but it's a fairly low-scoring game elsewhere. And I think this actually does still keep things fairly competitive for all of these players moving into the later stages of the grand finals. But Zhang Yu is the MVP, is the victor of that previous game. 10,000 damage, 5 kills under his belt, his 5th MVP. And again, a lot of blue Soul Jades there. Melee resist, melee resist, melee resist, attack Soul Jade, scatter shot, and Starfall. Like, you know, not particularly the most kitted out in the Soul Jade department, but it wasn't what he needed. He was able to take that win regardless.
Yeah, scatter shots, so you're always going to have more impact for the third party, and clumps of those players are going to be hit on multiple counts. And I'm honestly a big fan of this. Stacking melee resists onto Yodos so that you can save that F3 for as long as humanly possible, right? Because if you stack the melee resist, you're going to lose your shield slower, you're going to lose your health slower. So you can hold on to that F3 because that's the one ability that every single Yodo is looking to burn out early. The second that they see that F3 is gone, that's when they go in for the kill. That's when you're forced to try and grapple away until that F3 is back online. And that's when we see these Yodos being caught out either by their initial aggressor or because the chase goes on so long and so far away from where it originally started, they get third party and they don't have that F3 to be able to save themselves.
Yeah, no, it's always interesting with, like, I actually really like the Yoto changes, and I'm a Yoto player. I just think it's made Yoto way more dynamic and way more fun to watch than just kind of full reset, go into the fight. Anyway, it is time for us to have a chat to some of the players after that game. We actually have Jaeger standing by for an interview, so Jaeger, over to you.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with Xin from the team Nbpl and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小新，欢迎来到我们这个赛后采访啊。然后先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Nbpl 的新。
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访。恭喜你，目前为止，其实今天表现还是非常的出色，而且到现在3把其实分数也是最高。So first, we would like to say congratulations, Xin, because he have excellent performance today, and also so far he has the highest score, and now in the grand final in solo game. And first, because we know, Xin, you can always survive so long time in the game, and we know you are really good at dagger. I would like to know, except the dagger, so other equipment, which one you prefer in the game and can make you survive so long time? 那首先我们要再次恭喜小新今天的表现，到目前为止可以说是非常的不错。我们也知道小新其实你本人是非常擅长把自己的生存时间拉得非常的长，每一把的生存能力都很强。这一点我相信一定有你自己最喜欢的武器匕首给你带来了很大的帮助。那除此之外，在游戏当中你觉得还有什么样的装置也是帮助你可以生存如此长的时间的这个装置呢？
蒲公英。
蒲公英，为什么是蒲公英呢？
它能提供2分钟的就是静音，大家都听不到你脚步，其实脚步在游戏里是非常重要的。
对对对。
然后你2分钟静音，大家不知道你在哪里，然后就比较好活。
可以帮助你去进行一个很好的生存和隐身，对不对？好的。So actually, I think in the Naraka, the dandelion is also very important in the game because it can provide me like 2 minutes for like no noise. Because we know the noise of the step is very important in the game, and like other opponent, everyone will know you are there. So after I have this equipment, so I can just like disappear in the map and other can't find me. That's why I can survive so long time in the game. And also because from the interview before, we know that Xin, you are always a person like always in a very good mood. Like every time I ask you how you feeling, you're saying, I'm good, I'm nice. But we know that after the change of the rule, you told us you have some pressure. So I would like to know which pressure do you think in the game now? 那我们也知道小新其实因为多次来到采访间嘛，我们也多次采访到小新，一直跟我有讲到自己的心态其实很好的。但是在之前的一个采访当中，其实有聊到在赛制改变之后，自己其实是有了压力。特别想问一下，这种压力是来源于哪里呢？
对，就是要玩下次改良要玩很多英雄嘛，然后不是很熟练，有些英雄就不太熟练。
哦，有些英雄不太熟练，那什么英雄目前还会给你一些痛点呢？
火男吧。
具体为什么会觉得火男特别的难熟悉呢？
因为我玩匕首嘛，然后匕首不太适配火男这个英雄，就是他跟火男技能好像都没有什么太大的那个，就是配合这种。
所以目前还觉得自己配合的不是很好。好的 ，So actually because after change the rule of the solo game, I think some of hero I'm still not very familiar with it. And for example, I think the most hero that I can familiar with is Tarka G because I think I'm good at using dagger and like Tarka, his skill and ultimate is very hard to cooperate with dagger. So I'm still like survive and like to practice on it. And also for me as Jaeger, I hope that I can see your Taka have very good performance in the future. 那作为亚哥呢，也希望你接下来的时间也可以看到沧海在你的身上会有个很好的发挥，好吗？好，谢谢小新，感谢你接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你。Thank you, 小新 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
NBWC is worlds just because I guess it means everything to me. I guess right now, as of this moment, it's just my #1 goal. It's the world for me.
They're getting pushed out. The damage is surreal here, Raph. And Master Demo doing the best that he can to use that nunchuck for the combos. Huchak, nunchuck, and that is going to be Master Demo taking this.
Tries to go for the mix, but a big punish on that crouch. Crouch uppercut. And Tanoshi, he might die from the shadow. Beautiful fallback here.
From making anything happen anymore. Mid-air follows up. Beautiful stuff from Foods here. Thankfully, it's the zip-in, so Sitkin can always just heal back up.
Hello, nice to meet you guys. And my name is Nbpl, and I'm from the Philippines, also known as Master Demo.
Hi everyone, my name is Boss. You can call me by my in-game name, which is Tanoshi from Glitch Gaming.
大家好，我是 Food， 我来自 ESK 战队的。近期的感受就还行吧，目标还是在 NBWC。
So I want to participate in this tournament because like I get to meet a lot of people and I get to play in like one of the highest stage tournament of the game. It's just gonna give me more experience about the game and more things for me to learn.
I think I qualified because I think I'm one of the best players in Southeast Asia, and me practicing every day just showed its efforts, and yeah, I just came to it. Well, if I would describe myself, I'm really fearless. I really like to go crazy in my playstyle, although I do try to play Smite from time to time, but I would say I'm really like just crazy, I guess. I just go crazy most of the time.
优势还是在1v1吧，就是可能没有人在骚扰的时刻，1v1还是属于蛮稳的，还是属于有自信一点的，心情也比较稳的，没有那么多压力，就1v1就可以好好的操作，就比较有自信了。
I would most pay attention to would probably be China, because throughout the seasons they've always been just the strongest. Like everybody just looks up to them because they're just the best. They just have the best players in the best region currently in Naraka lane point.
So I will be playing Scream to practice on my solos, and I will play some Immortal War solos in the end. I think I just sparring with my partner. So just tell myself that I just don't need to be panicked. I try my best. I think I should be able to fight them, win them.
I would just tell myself that I'll try my best, like see what I can do, go win or go home.
You just had more players than us. Doesn't mean that you had better players than us. Please try your best.
One last thing I want to say, that China, I'm coming for you.
Everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. Somehow we are beyond halfway already. We are getting ready to go into game number 4. We have had some high tempo and not what we expected games. Obviously Spider falling short has been interesting. 0 Z-ping, or 1 Z-ping all day so far. I'm gonna pray that that trend continues. And just incredibly fast-paced games. It's been a really interesting finals so far for solos, and genuinely not what I was expecting.
Yeah, again, it sort of goes back to a lot of the things that players had to adapt into coming into Season 2, right? New map, new hero, new playstyle. A lot of the time you don't get that mid-game lull, and it took players a little bit of time to get used to it. And I think, honestly, it's great that we're seeing this change now before we head into Worlds in December, because it means that China is going to be able to play that aggressive playstyle, which NA and EU, both of us have been witness to how aggressive those two regions play. So for the fact that China, off of the back of Spider coming in and throwing things into a little bit of the loophole of the momentum that we were seeing, has meant that they've been able to adapt and get ahead of the curve to meet that aggression before we go into December.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm liking the current meta of Naraka. I'm gonna like it more next patch, next competitive patch, when we, when we don't have Z-ping being as dominant and as high pick rate. But I'm curious, like, who's gonna take that place of like we'll just pick twice a day. We have seen a bit of a rise in the Taka, who, funnily enough, we've not seen at all today. We haven't seen any Takashi, right? No,
yeah,
not a single bit.
That's the interesting thing, right? We were talking about this every single time that we've heard from a player. They've always mentioned the Taka. So I think we might have a Taka brewing on the horizon. But what we can do is look at the leaderboard, because there's a little bit of surprises coming through from some of these players, right? Spider, because he has still been able to find some of those kills before Final 7 clears it up, is still on the top half of it. But it's not the dominant fashion we were expecting from someone who is a back to 2 times bi-weekly finals winner. Instead, sitting on the top on those 3 spot positions, it's going to be GBL heading up first place for Jin. Second, a little bit behind Zhang Yu for OC. And then XCG's Wang Liang going to be taking up that 3rd position. All very much catchable for any one of these players to be able to hit themselves into that 1st place position at the end of today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Spider's still in the top 8, but he needs... I can't remember what placement he'll need to qualify for Worlds. Because remember, he didn't play in Season 1. So he needs to be fairly high up if he wants to qualify for Worlds. And I feel like... I wouldn't say he's China's best hope, but he's definitely a shining hope for China at Worlds. I think, you know, he's been very consistent. But then again, maybe this is a weakness of Spider, because we haven't seen him in a competitive finals. And it looks like he I don't want to be that guy, but he's a little bit of a choker. He's definitely getting the stress get to him. He's having problems kind of adjusting, and it looks to me like one mistake seems to have a snowball effect on him, because we look at, like, we saw his player camera when he got taken out in that second game, and you could see how irritated he looked with himself because he knew he'd made a mistake, and then another mistake comes out, and then another mistake comes out, and it just feels like every little mistake is snowballing into his mental. And like you were saying just before the break, hopefully his coach is having a chat with him right now and kind of maybe called him off, giving him a banana. That's always great for esports, I promise you. Slow release energy fills you up. Amazing. Genuinely, there's a war that happens behind the scenes with bananas for coaches. But hopefully, you know, he's kind of had a bit of a time to reset. It's been a slightly extended break. He now has 3 more games to play. And, like, it's still a 12-game finals, right? So, like, today isn't the only day. And he's only lost the first 3 games. So he's actually only a quarter of the way through his finals. And yes, the first quarter's gone bad. But if he has a good tail end, a good 3 quarters afterwards, then he can claw that spot to the top. And he's been at least consistent enough to be top 8 now. So the pop-off games don't have to be as pop-off from him. So it's little things like that he needs to think about. But on the other hand, you know, there are players who are just absolutely killing it at the beginning of today, and they are going to be looking to keep that kind of that game style going for themselves.
Yeah, Jin, I think, is one of those players who we weren't really thinking about coming into today, but he has massively impressed. Coming off of a little bit of a quiet game 1, but surviving so long into game 2 and Lurking King is just hounding you, being able to pull off that counter so you're able to grab that legendary dagger, and then even again on game 3, getting on top of that loot tier as fast as possible so that you're able to continue that momentum. Kai Bao, I think, was another of those players. I know Rune was keeping an individual eye on this guy because he thinks he had that aggressive streak in him that would be able to go toe-to-toe with Spider, and it sort of funnels back into Spider is a player who's used to taking away agency from those around him, and I think it's very ironic that he's now sort of suffering from that same effect, right? A lot of his agency has been removed, and he's now trying to fight amongst other players who are playing in his very similar playstyle. And so he's not finding pockets to be able to go for those kills and take advantages of moments where before all of these other players would perhaps be a little bit too cowed to be able to put themselves into.
Yeah, no, completely. Hongfly right now, 5th off, you know, what was a pretty good game 2. Well, he came 2nd. It was a great game 2 for him. What am I talking about? He had a great game 2. Game 3. Oh my word, where are we? Do you know what it is? It's 10:30 in the UK, or 10:37 in the UK, right? Like, this is when we're normally in first game by now. And we're in game 4. My whole world has been rocked by Naraka. I'm so confused. And not only is that thrown on an upset the apple cart, Spider underperforming, very fast-paced games, no zipping. I mean, you're looking at this at the stats right now. 33.8% zipping coming out from this player. Pretty much everyone's got that pick rate on Zping. And we're just not seeing her, and everything's confusing, and I'm scared, but I'm so excited for this next game. Dropping back onto Morrisile, getting more action out of these guys, and you know, I'm going to continue to pray for no Zping. We were talking about potential picks. We haven't seen any Takaji. We haven't seen any Valda. I know Valda's not going to be a full lobby as much as I would. Okay, I'll do a backflip into a front flip if we got a full Valda lobby. They're gonna bet me now, aren't they? I'm curious what this is going to look like. I genuinely am. If we start to see the Gotos coming out again, then we'll know that actually they're not putting as much priority. But this was something we talked about earlier, the Justinas. But the answer to the Justina is the Takaji as well.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a Taka and Justina lobby from what I can tell.
Well, one Z-Ping infiltrating the pack, but at the moment it does look like it's going to be a lot of Taka. One Takeda coming through as well, but definitely Taka heavy, and my heart does go out for those few Justinas that players are trying to lock in with, because again, the rock, paper, scissors of Naraka, weapons withstanding, is that Taka beats Justina because he just denies one major part of her kit. The entire thing about Justina is survivability factor. Taka denies all of that with his fire ability. He's able to burn her out of that freeze form. As we're gonna have a look, see where exactly some of these players are dropping. We've got... Okay, this is new. We don't normally actually get to see players go Shadow Jade, but I guess having that Justina, that survivability, that if you get caught out in those canyons, you have a little bit of time to be able to buy for yourself, enable some of these players to feel aggressive and confident enough to try and drop just there.
Oh, here we go. Bit of nighttime. Oh, now I know why we're getting Justinas. We actually heard from one of the players about this. There's more Fireflies. So you get your ultimate up quicker. We saw this actually when we started doing the map draw, and they were figuring out, you know, what people were like kind of looking to, why people were picking up Justina in certain lobbies and not in others. And it really came down to the Fireflies. Like, being able to get those ult charges up as quick as possible is really, really big for them. And I can't remember what player was talking about it. It was a solo player.
JTM have also talked about this in trios, because this is when they typically tend to run Takeda on Morrisite when it's dusk. Oh my goodness. Sabai comes in with that spear and just absolutely brutalizes for Dahui. That is a very fast kill. Picked up for that Talker as we head back on over to look at J-Team's Action, who has been able to find Zhang Yu. Nunchuck going up against the Z-Ping. Unfortunately, has to pop that bubble. Zhang Yu wanting to see if they can bait out that counter. Not going to be able to find the weapon. Denial! And is actually going to be turned against them. Action on that Z-Ping. Not going to have the bubble up for a little bit longer. Action wanting to try and find that pick as fast as possible before it comes online, or worse, the Zip's able to hit the ultimate and get a little bit of that health back. Just playing for survivability right now, wanting to delay. And it is actually not going to be able to come back online. The F is going to be denied from the Zip, and unfortunately their life will be denied alongside it, as Dubai on that Taka with the ultimate moves in potentially to try to punish Action, who might have used abilities in that previous fight. However, Action going to be able to break away for a little bit longer and get those back online. As Kai Bao now on that Justina going to be very happy that they run into a Takeda and not a Taka.
Yeah, well, Kai Bao is looking to try and win this fight versus Reki. Has got, obviously, the armor disadvantage of Reki running around with purple armor and now getting the full reset off. Kai Bao also had purple armor. I just didn't see because he had barely any armor left. Dubai running low here versus J-Team. If he can find a good bow shot, maybe. Not going to be able to do so. Does quickly go for the armor swap as well, just to recover some shields for himself. And X-Jin running around with just the grey armor as well, but he's feeling confident to push this up and actually take this fight further forward.
His ult's going to last longer too, I think, which is going to be worrying, so his chase capacity is better.
Jin's going to be low HP, Dongqing. Can he finish this one up? This is the old city chases that we're so used to seeing now. Everybody is just so quick on their feet, but Dongqing not letting him get away. The fireball connects in, and Jin actually looks to try and turn this one around, but I don't know if he's got what it takes. He pops the ult, and he is down. That was unbelievably close. The Spider trying to find the pistol steal away here. He's been third party too many times, so now he shall be the third partier as he's trying to chase on to Shah up in the trees. Can't quite handle the grapple, unfortunately. Has used a lot there, and they're in the zone, so it's not going to be too much damage yet, but Lu Renking just gives Spider a quick kick in the head on the way into the zone.
I was so concerned when I saw Spider sticking in that fight, because you could see Lu King just waiting on the edges of that zone, wanting to see if those players would just stay a little bit too long, run out of resources, that they would be weak for the picking as they came back on through. The Spider's still going to be out of the zone. They're going toe-to-toe with the Zip. Shao not going to be able to get any time to go for that heal, as Wang Liang able to burn out that Justina F ability very early on in the fight. The ultimate now going to be coming out from Xu Sheng, wanting to get Wang Liang a little bit lower. There's the Taka ultimate, and it's going to be an absolute gorgeous dash. Xu Sheng anticipating the jump up from Wang Liang to be able to initiate in with those fireballs. Catches the Taka mid-ultimate, cancels it, gets the freeze and finds the kill.
Alrighty, well, Hongfly coming in, actually gets the uppercut up onto Xiang. Chunks him out a little bit here. Grapple on as well. It's a fair amount of damage. There is X-Jin, though, in the area to third party. They jump down. X-Jin actually doesn't want anything to do with that. And Hongfly kind of gets himself stuck on the rooftop there, just kind of floating in the air for a brief second. And Xiang actually might be able to get away after this. Looks like, yeah, he's going to be all right. Oh, that was a very weird image to come in on. The position those two were in. I was like, wait, what's going on here? Jin in a fight here versus Dao Hui, as Dao Hui gets countered by Jin. Pops the ultimate to try and survive this one. Jin does have that ultimate themselves to buy some space. They have the freeze, but they may just take himself a fireball to the face for it. Has got it up, is going to try and get the charge click off in time. Now the ultimate has been popped by Jin. Can he get the freeze off onto Dao Hui? If he can catch him, that's going to be big, but Dao Hui dodges on the first dash. Jin not even willing to connect for the second, as in comes a couple of extra shots. He's so close. These musket shots from Jin. He's got 8 bots installed or something. He landed so much there. Dao Hui has to use so much to recover, and he's barely got that recovery off, as now Jin wants to keep the pressure up onto him, dodging away on that fireball. Is he going to be able to dodge out on the next range shot? He is going to be able to do so he can keep the pressure going. Grapple on as well, as Dao Hui is desperately trying to buy some space away. Jin should be able to finish him up. Jin freezes himself. That was a bit weird. Grapples in, going to keep the pressure up, and Dao Hui goes down. He's eliminated as well. Beautiful pickup here as WBG Spider 2 kills in, but once again getting a little bit too greedy, but this time he has the revive. It's not the end of the world for him to go down here, but he is going to try and take Reki with him. The grapples, the clings, everything's coming in. Spider's in the zone before he gets himself the quick heal off, just recovers a little bit of HP. The movement speed from the ult form is going to do him a world of good here. Spider able to get away. Hongfly gets countered. Xiang finished up by X-Jin, and X-Jin actually just has 2 free kills here. So Hongfly should be next up if he lands that bow shot. He can't quite get it, but he will keep the pressure up.
Oh, he looked for it. He really wanted that, but he is not going to be able to find it, and now he can go back into the zone to pick through that Ken. Spider still has not actually been able to get safely out at the moment. The streets of Celestia are not safe for this Taka, as he goes extremely low, has to cling onto the beam to be able to find that reset. Lyran King hunting him down, wanting to figure out where exactly that Taka has run off to. As Reki in the distance, gonna take the time to be able to repair that blue bow before trying to renew the hunt on Spider. He knows, really, Celestia was where that Taka must have been headed. It's where you can find that loot, and you need that loot. Spider fought so long in that zone, he burned through all of those resources. He needs somewhere with a lot of troves to be able to get that resources refreshed, as GG Shat taking a lot of damage from that fire tick. Thankfully gonna be able to keep themselves alive, as Jin now looking to try to push in to find where exactly anyone potentially scurried on off to. Dubai has been able to find out the zip. Tries to go in with the blink strike on the Kitana, is able to find the connect. The parry is absolutely gorgeous. Chat on the back foot. The bubble is there. It's going to be broken almost immediately with Dubai on that Taka, the ultimate in full play, but he's not actually going to commit into the canyons of Shadow Jade. Instead, he's going to try and cut off these players' exits. He wants that third player to come through and do the majority of his job for him. And when you're running a cannon, you absolutely have the means to poach away that pick, as Yiran with the nunchucks not going to be able to find the kill until just now. Bait's luring King into thinking that he's safe enough to be able to break through that hole in the wall, and immediately catches him on the exit.
Yeah, and Luring King now eliminated off the back of that as well, so that's a really, really rough one for him. Zhang Yu holding fast, and it's definitely been a slower paced game, but then again, it's a very heavy Justina lobby, and Justina is the queen of stalling, I'd say. Well, was before Yoto took that crown. The old queen of stalling. the ability to use the dash for so much space, the freeze to recover armor and basically buy yourself time, have a stasis effect on yourself. It's very hard to find these kills, and that's why you do see the Tarkas, because they can burn through the freeze with their fireballs. So has kind of been the typical answer to it, but it's still very good at stalling as Jin finds himself to buy in the caves here, catches a whole bunch of damage out with the dagger. Jin and the daggers have just been, you know, a staple now at this point, as he has lost so much health, but cannon fire to the face, fireball back in response as the buy is taken out by Jin. Really, really nice play there by Jin, and we know it. He's the Dagger King. He's very, very comfortable with this weapon. It is basically the only weapon you'll ever see Jin playing it very, very well.
We literally see him with blue in Final Zone. Sometimes if that's the only tier of Dagger he's been able to find, he is just that confident, and you can see why. It does a lot of damage, it's very quick, it's very good as well for allowing the ability to be able to escape some of those tech chases. The fact that when you do hit things like your charged up left click or your right click, you do get a little bit of additional dash once that one goes on out, as well as if you're able to find something like Dagger out. Whew, that's just game over. You get caught in the middle of that one. As GG looking to shut down some of those games with that Ballista, not finding a player running into those tracks, as Spider with that pistol wanting to mince through some of those health before coming in with a purple dagger of his own. Swaps to that pistol, trying to push onto the receding form of Rexy. Goes over the roof, knowing that the Takeda is going to be out in the open for as long as possible. Tries to bait out that parry. As Rexy still on the run, the uppercut to buy themselves the time to be able to operate in with that ultimate form. Spider now in hot pursuit, quite literally with that Tarka ultimate, will not be able to find the kill. Jin's able to find Kai Bao. Xu Sheng now off of that resurrection is going to be coming on through, trying to find this pick onto the Takeda. Justina going to use that freeze form as Spider still hounding down Rexy, trying to figure out whether or not they're going to be able to hold up in the close. The pistol coming on through, actually forcing Rexy outside of the zone. He's going to be taking a lot of corruption tick. Worse, the longer he stays in this, the worse his healing is going to be. If you sit in it too long, it does actually lower the impact of heals that you're able to find. As Hongfei going to be trying to keep himself alive. The Tarka ultimate going to be coming on through, mincing into the form of Action, who has to pop the Tarka ultimate of their own to be able to find the reset. All reshields now going to be coming on through. Nunchucks primed, full meter bolt up as well. If they want to go for the full meter dump, the commitment is there, but Hongfei is able to actually take the time that Action used as a reset to get a little bit of a reset and reposition of their own. Still not out of the woods just yet, though. They've run into a second player.
Yeah, Dongqing almost going to be able to finish up Hongfei here, able to take him down. In comes Exin. Exin just nope and cancels the grapple there, decides maybe this isn't a fight worth taking because there's not enough low health bars. He actually has the armor advantage.
I think Exin actually got the bow snipe. That's why he cancelled the grapple.
No way!
He grapple cancelled into the
missed that. That is so tragic. Oh man, Spider 3 kills, did go down earlier. Actually, he got out earlier, but now is on the edge of the zone. And with this Mora's Blessing coming up, Spider's going to try and jump in. No way does he get away with that. He did. He just got away with that. That is goddamn twice now, where Spider will just walk up and take the Mora's Blessing. He can be a little bit greedy for them. We saw in game 1 him pay the price for it because he was like, actually, I'll just contest this Mora's Blessing, and got himself killed for it. But even so, Zhang Yu burning down is going to be able to sustain up. It is a Z-ping, only Z-ping actually, right? No, we got 2 Z-pings, Shah and Zhang Yu. So our 2 Z-pings right now, not actually been able to achieve too much, but Spider has finally started to achieve something in this game. 3 kills, wanting to finish up. Reki dodges away actually on the ultimate. And Reki actually deciding that he's not going to be playing Z-ping twice in this game, this day, because he is leaning heavily into the Takeda. This will be a second Takeda of the day. So starting to see some players decide to lean away. The Spider, he said he was good on Takaji. Let's see what he's made of. Already a little bit low here versus Reki. Catches himself caught up by the uppercut and now needs to get the hit. Jin maybe coming in with that third party. We've already seen him steal one away with a bow.
Oh yeah, he's swapping to the bow. He's looking for it. He's gonna repair it, thankfully, for Spider. And unfortunately, he's out of pistol shots. He has to sacrifice a weapon pack if he wants to be able to pull that one off again. Is Action now actually going to turn attention towards Spider? Knows that the ultimate isn't going to be that to allow this Taka a safe passage, and instead you're going to be locked into this fight. One of these players is going to be able to find that kill, and Spider does not want any part of this. This is not the Spider we're used to seeing. Spider is usually so aggressive, he sticks in those fights. If a player is on his screen, he pursues them relentlessly, just as we saw with him chasing down Ventus's Rexy, but we're actually seeing a little bit of hesitation coming through from Spider, and it does mean he's going to be able to survive. There were too many players close to him. That third party would have been absolutely brutal as everyone starts to circulate. Sharks in the water, smelling the spawning of that Morris Blessing. Everyone wanting to upgrade their looter.
Everybody is, but right now Spider on the edge of that no ult zone, chasing into the face of Wang Liang, pinned inside the building. Jin on one side, Spider on the other. Wang Liang actually getting a reset off. Spider not willing to push it, does get a recovery off, takes a shot in the meanwhile, and actually just going to use the movement of the dual swords to exit away from that fight. Shah's been pretty heavily chunked out. All of their abilities are on cooldown. This is actually the time to kill a Z ping, but Shah able to just about get away. Oh! Takes a bow shot from Chuz right behind him, chunking him out heavily, but he will be able to move away to safety. Mora's Blessing spawned up, and Spider once again goes way too hard for Amora's Blessing, and the ultimate price will be paid. He went way too aggressive once again, and the whole lobby are just going to run him down. Look at all of these grapples chasing Spider. Everyone knows this is the guy to take out. He's able to survive out versus Xjin. Catches himself a counter. He's caught, he's stunned, he's locked, he's dead into the zone. The tick is enough. Spider not getting baited by Mora's Blessings, man.
You can see on his face too. The disappointment is that, unfortunately, again, he just goes so onto that Mora's Blessing. And he's the one that everyone tends to. He's the one that takes the brunt of every single player's ire in the area. Everyone with those ranged weapons wanting to see whether someone would go too aggressively forward, wanting to see whether or not someone would go for that greed. And Spider is the one that gets caught out of it. He's really been thrown off now that everyone's going as aggressive as he is used to playing. As we're seeing Xu Sheng, another one of those players who had a very impressive run of some of those bi-weeklies in the regular season. On that, Justina has been able to open up one of those boxes and survive, so he's able to get that legendary armor onto his side. Going to be so tanky on that Justina. A flamer to their name as well. Wang Liang hugging the edges of this zone. Great. That is not a great loadout for this player, and already you can hear all of the damage that they're taking. Those dual blades may be able to get a little bit of a stagger lock, but it's only going to really be on one of these players. And with the very little armor that they have and damage that those grey dual blades are going to do, it's not a position Wang Liang wants to be in. And instead, they're just going to hide into those purple bushes temporarily until the zone pushes them out. Long Flight in a similar position. Purple armor a little bit better, but still blue nunchucks. A lot of these players very low in weapon tip.
Yeah, they really are, actually. It's been an interesting one on that front where, like, weapons are a little bit crazy. I mean, Zhang Yu's running around with a grey dagger. So, I mean, that is weakness. As oh, Reki lost a lot of HP there. Zhang Yu may use his opportunity to chase up onto him. Does take himself a bit of damage. Flamer comes out, pops himself the heal. Reki wants nothing to do with it. Chuz has come in with the Flamer, and down he goes. Shah steals it away with the pistol shot as well. Another player down, and a very open final circle as well. Not too much terrain to work with. There are a few buildings dotted about though, so there's something for these guys to work with, but still going to be a pretty risky one for them as Zhang Yu is going to get behind this tree and go for a quick heal back up.
Very early bubble though. That was spooked off of spotting some of those players on his left flank. He does not want to get aggressed into or forced into the no ult zone, and will pop that bubble, making himself very unapproachable. But it does mean he's going to have to wait for it to be on cooldown. Thankfully, at the moment, everyone else has fallen into that similar mindset, that stalemate coming on through. When this anti-ult area is in effect, the Tarkas can't use that ultimate to be able to try and disengage or get into those fights and land some of those fire ticks, just as the Zips and Justinas can't use those ultimates to be able to disengage or keep themselves alive a little bit longer. As, oh, not again. Please tell me we don't have another full stack of Katana Soul Jades.
It looks like it is. I mean, we know what the legendary is. I can't tell what the others are, to be honest with you. And again, here's the one saving grace for all of these players. At least it's not a legendary katana. It's just an epic. Like,
I mean, the problem is, it's not the damage that Assassin's Lunge does. It's the stun lock that it locks you into.
Yes.
The amount of times that you get hit, even if it's just a purple katana, your health is gone if you're not wearing legendary armor.
Yes, yeah, you are right. I mean, it's just slightly worse for me with the legendary. I'm big. That is peak optimism. Ignorance optimism, I'd like to
You're
say.
an
Actually.
optimist. I'm a realist.
I'm just trying to not make it sound doomed. Jin actually does get himself interrupted there. Oh, bouncing shells as well coming in. So a couple of shells are just going to be bouncing towards Shah. Still got a bit of time though before this circle fully closes. 4 minutes left, and everybody has got their little corner. They're going to, in that Buccaneer phase, just trading cannon shots, musket shots, and pistol shots towards one another. But for now, it's being a little bit more chill. As I say that, Yiran immediately takes a fireball, loses most of his shields, and the whole lobby are going to start opening fire onto him. He does stop still for the moment. Fireball's coming out, flamers as well. Yiran just gets himself into some real estate, but Chezyung is there with the golden armor ready to go toe-to-toe if needs be. Yiran's low! Oh, there it is! The two-man lockdown! And Dubai takes the kill! Filthy stuff coming out from that katana.
Oh, it's really unfortunate for Yiran. He's on that Justina, so when he pauses, it's literally him operating into that freeze form, and he immediately just has to go for one heal and push on out, and everyone knows, okay, your freeze form's gone, we're just gonna hound you. There's no way you're gonna be able to sustain through all of that, and it is going to be one Justina removed. Dubai with that cannon trying to keep everyone away from him. Shah still running with that purple katana, the Assassin's Lunge, in case anyone tries to get close enough. Has to be careful actually using that lunge to be able to escape some of the damage coming through from those bound shells. Really quite smart, just making himself as untargetable as possible as we see how this zone is going to start collapsing on through. Longboy on the roof at the moment is going to have to be very concerned when that zone starts to nip at the back of his spine, because Xusheng is waiting on that low ground directly below him, so he's away from the bind shells coming out of that cannon, as it is just cannon fire from all of these players coming on through. Everyone just trying to chip and bite into those resources coming out. Shin taking a lot of damage at the moment, will be able to get a re-heal, but that's already going to be so many shots pushed onto this poor Justina, who with that fight, it can't go into the freeze form. Now gets chased inside the building. The freeze form is there. Unfortunately, it's right into the middle of a flamer. Xusheng waits for the counter, isn't able to find it. There's the lunge! There's the uppercut juggle! And Jin with that Justina roll, but able to escape a little bit longer. Can't go out of the window because it's into the zone, and has to sit in the middle of the building, and the flamer cuts through the boards.
That was so rough for them. The fireball's coming down, and now the final circle is in action. 7 players are left right now. Dongqing going to try and knock out Hongfly from the top of the tree. Just sets fire to the tree. That's probably the best way to do it. Get him out, take control of it himself. And now the circle shifting again any second now. They are going to be forced out of these buildings, out of these trees, and Hongfly is going low. He's so unbelievably low. A sliver of HP as Shah will take him down to the final 6, and now 5 of which we can see the 6 up in the trees, up in the air. Not for long as they are knocked down immediately. Shah jumps forward, gets himself toasted, loses a lot of HP. Is going to pop himself to the sustain with the F just to keep himself going for now. Chezyung takes a little bit of damage. Dubai jumps forward as well, and the freezes are coming down, but the fireballs are there to follow as well, as Chuz is taken down by Shah. Shah with a dagger stealing everything away, finally getting battered into the zone, loses so much HP. Dubai's chasing him with a scale rush, unable to find the connection. However, Shah survives for just a little bit longer. The fireball comes down from Zhang Yu as well. The final 5, the final 4, as Dubai takes down Shah, removing him from this game. It's Dubai's lobby to take. He just needs to get these last few kills. He just needs to survive long enough for the kill multiplier to do all of the gonna work for him. He's holding up nice and high for the moment as the fireball connects once again. Down he goes. Zhang Yu takes so much health there. They get a little bit of the clang off for the moment as Dubai is just dodging around the edge of the circle. Another fireball comes in because remember, there's 4 players here. And it's Wang Liang on the high ground, making it work for himself as he gets a massive charge click off onto Dubai, looking for more. Dubai in the final moments of the circle, making it work for himself.
Okay, it's not quite the Taka Infinite, but we will take the Taka Black Eye Bolt.
Yep.
We will absolutely take the Taka Black Eye Bolt, but I have to say, Dubai with that greatsword was absolutely monstrous. And may I point out, it was great. It was a great rarity. And it all comes off of the fact that that zone is closing on up, and you just come in with the charged up left click. And it isn't about the damage that you do on the swing. It's about the momentum that you push those players and how far they get catapulted outside of that safety zone.
Yeah, absolutely.
True killer behind Dubai's plan. That's why he's going for that scale rush, so that he can have the fastest connect possible, so that you have the least amount of time to be able to set up and anticipate that counter coming on out.
Absolutely. I mean, it was just Dubai played that very well because he stayed out of sight. Like, it looked like there was a final 3, but it was actually a final 4 because he was just up in the air, grapple cancelling and just resetting his double jump, staying up long enough, comes down, takes down the only person you could have taken first, takes out the rest of the lobby, and then just takes the game. Really, really smart play there by Dubai on the Taka, and he just played that really, really well. And a solid game for him is going to be a needed one. These finals are getting heated. We are not seeing the same people show up every game. We're seeing different people. We're seeing different lobbies and different heroes. It's been a very, very fun solo so far. We've still got 2 games left to go. Next game's Morris Isle. Is that finally going to be the time where we're cursed and we see the Z ping? Or did these guys have something else built up? We saw a lot of Takedas in that last one, and we've already seen some players willing to say, I'm not going to play the Z-Ping twice, actually. I'm just going to lock in the Takeda instead. So it's going to be an interesting next game, and I'm sure Spider probably might have to start thinking about just whipping out these Z-Pings now, because what we keep seeing is him going aggressive as if he's on someone like a Z-Ping and then not having the sustain to be able to survive his mistake. Like, he'll jump in, grab the Mora's Blessing, everybody shoots at him, he doesn't have an F, he doesn't have an ult because he's not a Z-Ping, or those Fs or those ults because he's not a Z-Ping, and then he can't sustain, and then he just gets himself taken out. Spider is consistently making those mistakes, so I think it's time for him to play the Z-Ping. As much as I don't want to see Z-Ping, I think that is his best option right now.
Yeah, that's when we've seen him as most comfortable. That's when we've seen him as most successful, right? When he had a game and he comes in something like 10 kills on a solos lobby, he's on the Z-Ping because it enables him. We talk about it, right? A lot of the time, we're like, oh great, there's a Z-Ping in the lobby. If it's Spider's Z-Ping, he uses that bubble proactively. He doesn't use it for downtime. He doesn't use it to reset. He uses it to enable not being sniped out by those projectiles. And I think that, as you pointed out, is what is putting him a little bit short when he goes for those aggressive plays. He does feel like he's playing with that Z-Ping bubble still in play. He doesn't expect there to be backlash from all of those players in the area who see one player out of position in a very aggressive moment, and they don't have a bubble. They don't have a Zephyr Wisp either around them. They have no way of blocking out those projectiles, and he goes down because I don't think he expects his health to drop that fast, that low.
Well, here you go. The score split from that previous game. Only 3 players walked out with a donut, but again, a good kill spread. Everybody got points. Everybody, is relatively tight. 7.8 points is Dubai in first place. Shah takes second with 5.7, and then Wang Liang there in to third with 5.3. And most of that's just the kill multiplier. The ranking points, because he did take first technically overall. He didn't have enough kills to actually really make anything work with that. And you look, there's 4 points between 13th and 3rd. It's a very, very tight game at the moment. And I think today, I don't think we're going to have a clear indicator of who's actually taking it overall. I really don't. I think day 2 of solos is where we're going to get our kind of our information. We're going to know who's going to win, and we're going to have I reckon halfway through day 2 is probably where we're going to be able to define who is who is taking solos, because it's so tight. It's just unbelievably close.
I mean, I think the problem is that whenever we see the 1v1s, they take so long that they occupy these players for so long, right? So a lot of the time, players coming into the final zone, they're barely scraping past 2 kills, some of them. And it really does go down to positioning in that final zone, and even then, whoever walks away as the overall winner of these matches, because again, they've been occupying these fights for so long with one specific player or one specific hunt. It's not a top-heavy leaderboard. It's all super close, and the only real difference in the actual game score is how long you're able to survive for.
Well, here we go. Our MVP for that game number 4 was DAY. 13,000 damage there. Earthshaker as Legendary Soul Jade. This is a bit more like it. Some actual Soul Jades. Flame Breath, Stamina Strike, Aerial Rend, Overlord, and yeah, there's a Health Soul Jade in there. 3,800 damage done by melee weapons versus the 13. He did 10k with ultimates, cannons, and stuff like that. That was crazy. He was not about getting in melee, was he?
I tell you what, when you have Earthshaker, Aerial Rend, and Overlord, it does not matter what rarity of Great Sword you're running, you're gonna find so much damage with it. And Absolutely. That is exactly how he played his cards. Again, it wasn't the damage of the actual weapon of itself, it was the soldiers that enabled it, and the back that DAY was able to find. He wasn't just playing Naraka, he was playing baseball in that final.
Yes, he really was. Swing bada bada. DAY takes first in this game at number 4. Still 2 games left to go, though. Still 2 games left to go. We got a Morris Isle and a Holoroth. Holoroth will be the next map. Interested to see what this is going to look like, because we've seen, you know, it's kind of been the looping thing we've talked about, but it's just been so much diversity today. And yes, the meta of solos encourages diversity, but a diversity in a way we weren't expecting. Like, I was expecting so much more Z-ping. We've seen 4 Z-pings total, I believe, now today. Yes, I'm panicked about the tail end of today and what that might look like. Let's be real, and I feel like Spider's gonna have to turn to that Z-ping, because, you know, he talked a big game on his Takeda and sorry, his Taka, and yeah, his Taka was all right, but the problem is his macro decision was not, and that has been his big problem. Like, mechanically very gifted. Brain has been a little scattered today from him, but everybody else has been playing a very, very tight series, and there isn't anybody dominating. I really felt like we'd have a couple of people by now who start to stand out as, yeah, they're the winners. If you said to me right now, who's going to take solos, I can't give you a solid answer. I genuinely wouldn't know who to go for, because it is, you know, the people who I thought were going to show up haven't really shown up. I think Hongfly is definitely doing better than the likes of Spider, but even so, it's so tight every game, and the points are so close every game, and it's very hard to call.
Yeah, I think for me, the standard at the moment is GBL's Jhin. Because of the players that we've seen, of all of the games that we've seen, Jhin is someone who consistently, no matter what loadout he's coming in with, he's the one who has always been able to hit final zone. Yes. And for him, that means that his kill multiplier tends to be pretty high. So there is a reason that he's sitting at the top of that leaderboard. There is a reason that he's been able to post as much scores as he has in every single game that he's played, and it has come down to that survivability factor. So for me, Jhin is the current standout, but again, circling back to the point, we're not really seeing an actual standout, because every single game, one player walks with 3 kills, 4 kills maximum. It's not like it was in regular season. It's not like there's one player just coming in with like 8 kills in the final zone off of the back of one really successful ultimate into chain counters and forcing them to tap dodge outside of the safety, so they take the zone corruption, and then you hit them as they come back in because they've exhausted that energy up and they have to dodge into your attack rather than away from it. We're not seeing that. And again, it feels like there's just been that time that these players have had to be able to adapt into this playstyle. So all of those plays that we saw in Season 2, they've had the time to be able to look back and go, oh, okay, that's what I did wrong. That's why I didn't make it into Final Zone. And they've rubbed up on it. They've really been able to iron out those mistakes and survive.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. It's just been a very different finals from what I was expecting, but I don't think that's a necessarily bad thing. I think that's been we just had some very fun games, and we'll have to find out, you know, whether or not the final 2 games are gonna maybe return to a form that we were somewhat expecting, or if they keep this kind of crazy tempo up. I actually hope they do keep the crazy tempo up. I hope, you know, we don't see any more Z-pings. I know we will, but I hope we don't see like entire lobbies of Z-pings at least, just because it makes for such a more like diverse game and style. My main interest as well, actually, coming out of this now is towards day 2 of solos, because it feels like today's been the feelers day. Well, like they're kind of getting the feelers out for the lobby. They're figuring out, you know, like relative strength. You know, mistakes are being made by people who may be new to a playoffs kind of format and stuff like that. So I reckon day 2 is going to be a very, very different day from day 1. I think, you know, you'll see probably that kind of same aggression that we're seeing, because that's just how the players are playing at the moment. But I think you'll start to see confidence come out from those who are ahead. You'll start to see players maybe have desperation runs. I think day 2 is going to be a very, very different day, and we'll start to see some kind of clear standout players in that day. I don't know who those clear standout players will be, mind you, but I'm expecting we will start to see by day 2 the standout players. I don't think day 1 we're going to see that. I think day 1 we're going to kind of keep this current tempo of like players just scoring relatively the same across the board. But anyway, it is time for us to throw to a quick break. When we're back with that game number 5 as we head over to Holoroff. So we'll see you in a moment.
收尽一切，2、2快！收尽一切。 火热的一战。
捏脸呀，把皮肤全部给它搞成全黄的呀，然后穿个凉快一点。哪里找不到啊？这个，它只会你自己看得到。你勾逼能看到呀？你看这不就全黄了？最下面啊。 刚都点开了，最下面黄了。眼睛，够了，就这样。这是谁的？独白的，独白的不好看，这3个我有。打屁，你装不装？ 装上去的傻掉，
到时候不至于按出来你就臭了。
来调戏，直接调戏，上来
对，
调戏呀，不是他妈那个。
哦，这丑啊！为啥我的双马尾这么小个？
带错了，
带错了，有2个。你看你的，我在头顶的。
啊，我的双马尾。
加油！我走，打回去，打回去，打回去。心多下，
好多。
我死了，我死了，我死了。吹风回来了，我最后一个吹风，我最后一个吹风。钻进去，钻进去，有个边缘在圈。 没事，顶着也行。这有花，吃花。
哎，我吃不上了。
杀多少个
？10、28。
战神玩战神有点多。
哎呀！
哎呀！文战士快死了！文战士快死了！文战士死了。
我们18个。我要想看到我要在屏幕上面，我要在屏幕上面啦！红绿灯刺激，真的，最后那张红绿灯禁止通行。
谈一下你们怎么最后就笑成那个样，是怎么回事啊？算是。
每次别人一开大，我玩个3娘，我3娘可以开大去把他的大断掉，我就觉得很搞笑，很欢乐。
这场比赛这个3位的这个红绿灯造型是出于谁的想法？
最近过节嘛，可能车行量比较多，道路千万条，安全第一条嘛，红绿灯嘛。
还有的就是给观众们也多看，就比较好。就是一下就认识到了。
哎呦 ，EWG 咱们的艺人上个解说台，终于是现在特别懂观众老爷们的心了。以后再让选手多上解说台了，下来之后直接在造型上，今天也把队伍变成了大发明家。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint Pro League. We're getting ready to go into our 5th game of the day. I can't believe it, it's only 11:20. We're somehow at the 5th game of the day, dropping on to Holoroth. Obviously we talked extensively about hero picks and expectations towards this game. I am wondering if we're finally going to get the curse and if they're going to show up, or maybe there's something a little bit different in plan. I mean, the first game on Holoroth was 16 Takedas. We're not going to see 16 Takedas again, purely because someone played Takeda in that previous game. So I just expect it to be words are eluding me now. I expect it to be, you know, at least 15. But hey, here we go. Answers to treasures. Get me off that brain fart I was currently on. How many kills did the boy have in game 4? Is it 3, 4, 5, or 6? I can't remember. The answer has been put on my other screen, but Ooh, I'm gonna make a mental guess. Look, yes, I was right.
Gonna say, yeah, we're not gonna look at that second screen. That would be cheating. But no, you're right. It does feel a little bit like Xiping is turning into Macbeth. And if we say it too many times, she is just going to appear. I would be a little bit more Takeda though. And I think Holoroth is honestly one of those perfect maps for it. Like when we first saw solo players move on to Holoroth, the first ever game that we saw, it was just Takeda. Right? Because we had all of those players in the interviews afterwards actually like comment on the fact that there are so many of those buildings with those really small rooms that Takeda can be really good for the ultimate, because when you're in those enclosed spaces, there's less room to be able to dodge away from those strikes. And it's the same thing with the verticality of some of those final zones. Because you're climbing up the cliff faces, a lot of the time you're actually climbing into the Takeda hits rather than being able to maneuver out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. This final game is going to be this final Holoroth game. I'm just excited for the hero pick. You know, I don't care about the rest of the game. I want to see what they've got going. But before we get going on to Holoroth, we did actually have a chat with one of our players, so we'll see what they had to say, and we'll be getting ready for game number 5.
总决赛到栏前吧，首先就是练一些那种。因为他现在规定是选5个英雄嘛，所以说有些英雄他的技巧还有那种方式，就是自己不是特别熟练，就是总决赛之前巩固这些英雄的使用技巧。S2 总决赛的话压力还是蛮大的，然后毕竟有过 S1 的单排冠军嘛，然后他就是你这次如果打不好的话就是心态上还有别的方面，就是压力蛮大的这个点。然后加成的话，相信自己嘛，应该还是有机会的。
I thought you wanted to take that, Moxie. You said something I want to give.
Oh, we got to hear from Dubai, as he pointed out in the VT, the previous winner of solos. And he's had some really good games. A little sometimes quieter, but definitely off of the last match. Hopefully he's going to be feeling renewed with confidence coming on through. And it was interesting too, getting to hear as well from the side of our theory crafting that we're in the right direction. That playing 5 different heroes and having to practice 5 different heroes in a very short amount of time is sometimes throwing off some of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be a good game number 5. Here we go. Let's see what hero select is going to look like. I am raging. I am raging. Am I about to be happy or am I about to be sad? Oh boy. Oh, the anticipation is killing me.
I'm swapping to the Jake camera.
Oh
so
no.
I can try and track your reaction and use it to see whether or not the hero is a damage. You know what? I don't even need the camera. I can just use the mic.
God damn it. Here it comes. 8. Oh, hey. I want Chess to win. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, like, it's that thing that it's that dentist appointment you've been putting off. You just gotta pull the tooth out, unfortunately. Zping showing up at the end of the day. Chuz, if you win, I will give you a solid high five, even though we are not on the same continent. It'll be good.
You'll fly all the way out to land to do
look,
2 backflips and 1 high five.
Yeah, I'm gonna backflip into a high fly 5. Let's go, Chaz. Interesting drop spots, actually. We're seeing pretty much everyone drop up in Imperial. So it's gonna be a snowy there we go with it. We did see one player just not dropping a good loot spot, but so far away from everybody, they'll probably get good loot. I think Imperial's gonna be pretty explosive at the start of this game.
Imperial's gonna be extremely crowded. And I mean, this is actually where I tend to drop off the rip on Holoroth just because of the loot rotation that you can have. You've obviously got that second 2-story yurt up where if you climb all the way up it, guaranteed legendary trove. You've got beast pits, which can have so many legendary troves as well. Totem pole too tends to have 3 troves stacked out and about, but we're not actually moving towards Imperial at the moment. We're watching GD's Dongqing being extremely close to Xu Sheng. Not running into each other just yet, everyone wanting to have a little bit more loot before they go straight into those fights. On the other side, in Imperial, in that 2-story yet, it is Wang Liang currently chasing down a Zip. A bubble going to be there, but immediately pops Zhang Yu. Gone in moments off of the back of that blue dagger. Unfortunately, just feels like they weren't able to find a weapon in time. As, oh my goodness, the stun lock is absolutely brutal. That's the spider we were waiting for. Finally on that Zip, the confidence, the aggression is there.
Well, here we go. Chuz on the Takeda. Let's see what he's got. He's going to try and win this fight versus Reki, but Reki's giving the old runaround. And Chuz, unfortunately, finds the counter, gets the damage down onto Reki, catches him with the uppercut, and is absolutely mincing this health bar. Reki tries to jump away, isn't going to be able to. The pair do go for a reset. Don't want to overcommit and get themselves caught out, but Chess is going to push the agenda towards Reki. Reki takes 1 shot, takes 2 with the nunchucks. Low HP, the F ability comes out, and that epic armor will start to recover. So Ches, unfortunately, will not be able to continue this fight onto Reki, but Reki now feeling the comfortable, feeling the fight here versus Chuz is going to look for him in response. Chuz goes very, very low. Needs to find another one of those counters if he wants to try and turn this fight around. As Reki with the nunchucks is desperately trying to find this kill. It could be a freebie as it's not the only Zeeping, it's the only non-Zeeping in the lobby. But Chuz is trying to hold on with just a sliver of HP. He's so low, catches the uppercut, and that should just buy him a little bit of space to get away. Can he get the heal off in time is the question. He's giving him the runaround. He pops the ultimate, but no, Reki finishes him.
Yeah, that swap onto the bow just seals, unfortunately, the Takeda's doom. All you can do is try a last-ditch effort with the ultimate to try and force that Zip away, but RC will be able to find that kill. It is going to be a Zip versus a Zip. Jiahui versus Hongfly at the moment. Both already having used that bubble. The longsword's going to be coming on through. The vertical charge click going to be able to connect. Bubble's broken for both of these players. Now it is just going to be Jiahui trying to get that kill The 4 is going to be back on cooldown. It's about to be up for Dao Hui. He does have it available, but can he actually find the moment to be able to pop it? Yes, he can. And now Hongfly, having anticipated finding that kill, is going to be on the back foot himself. Grapples back into this fight. Can use the ultimate if they want to, but the bubble is there for Hongfly, enabling them to come in with that charged up left click on the longsword. And the kill is on to Dao Hui. He will not be able to win that fight and now has to go and find one of those soul altars. If he goes down again, he will be out of this lobby early. As Dongqing now trying to find a kill with those nunchucks. Doesn't have any meter charged up at the moment, but is really doing a lot of damage with that uppercut. Gonna be able to lock Reki down for 2 frames. The Dongqing now with that bubble going to be able to survive a little bit longer. Reki popping the ultimate to try and survive. The counter is there. The follow-through damage is brutal. Dongqing with the ultimate going to be able to survive a little bit longer. The juggle starts with the launch.
No way!
The clicking begins. Rexy with those nunchucks trying to get away.
No way!
The counter is there for Rexy. The storm is for Dongqing. Able to sustain the bubble line for Rexy into the bubble line for Dongqing. And it is going to be the horizontal charged up longsword finally ending the duel.
That... Alright, Zping typically isn't hype in fights, but that was super goddamn hype. What the hell was that? Absolutely beautiful as Yuren King just landed a shot through the window onto Wang Liang there with the ballista. It doesn't quite land the follow-up strike, unfortunately. As Spider looking to try and get this kill on to Jin. Can he get it? It's gonna be stolen! Who's gonna get it? No! Spider switches into the pistol and finishes up his 2nd kill. We said he needed a good game, and Zping is definitely one of those heroes who just suits Spider's playstyle so well. And he is able to secure himself his 2nd kill, sorry, of this game. So is pulling it back. You can see the overall scores right now of how everybody's doing. Spider is actually in 5th. So we've been fairly critical of him today, but he's actually still in 5th place. So, you know, not the worst, to be completely fair. And do you know what else isn't the worst? In fact, it's actually quite good. Naraka Steam codes. Make sure you get in. First 5 to get those codes in does get a free copy of the game. So make sure you enter that one in and get yourself a free copy over on Steam. Very fun to play.
Oh, Carabao has finds a buy at the moment. Doesn't have the bubble up. Will be able to pop it to get a little bit of that reset and reshield. Zabai actually going to be popping a bubble of their own. Hits the lizard, doesn't find anything great out of it. Sometimes you get some really nice soul jades, and other times it's like, here, a health potion. Has to be very careful when scaling up. Does not want to hit one of those cognacs and unfortunately blind themselves. As Sha fighting out on Frozen Lake. Will be able to get a little bit of loot from that trove. Zhang Yu not wanting to commit into that fight. No Snowstorm in play yet, Jake. I know you're going to be disappointed about that one.
I mean, I think this is the Snowstorm weather time, actually, if I remember right. So we can get them. And from the way that everybody dropped up at Imperial, it makes me feel that the circle was kind of, or at least the drop zone was leaning north. So we might have a snowy final circle. I haven't seen the map, unfortunately, so I'll have to have a look at that a little bit later. But if we do get a Snowstorm final circle, that is going to be brutal for these Z-Pings to play.
Yeah.
Really
your
brutal.
ult charge is going to be such a pain. And there we go. We talked about it. We mentioned it 3 times. We have summoned it into existence. The Snowstorm is in play. If you don't find a campfire fast soon, you're going to start draining your rage meter. Thankfully, you can actually pop your ultimate when that Snowstorm starts. It does not affect the time that the ultimate is up for, as long as you pop it as soon as the Snowstorm comes through. Otherwise, you'll very quickly lose the ability to be able to use it. There it is. You're activating that campfire, staving away the chill meter a little bit longer as the Mars Blessing has come online. The reason why some of those players are still sticking around even with the Snowstorm in play is Yuran is just able, literally, to WQ on top of it, no contest, and walk away with the entirety of its contents.
Grab the purple katana. They only were rocking blue weapons before that, so gonna be happy with that one. Do have the purple armor to grab as well for the reset. And oh, hold on, Wang Liang getting kind of ganged up here a little bit is going to be going down, taken out there by Jin. As now Jin getting jumped onto by everybody else, but all these shields, a lot of action. This area has been very hotly contested as ex-Jin now taking a couple of shots. Xiaohui does need to recover that bow, or reload that bow before he can push anything more. As Xin taking himself a couple of shots with the cannon. Spider is also here. And there is just most of the lobby. Most of the lobby is just fighting right now in one spot. It's like a final circle, but with no circle forcing them into the fight. They just want to take it. Everybody bloodthirsty on these Z pings. As Spider jumps in onto Jin, gets a big chunk out of him. The repeating crossbow is going to do a fair amount of damage to Jin, but he is able to survive just a little bit longer. But with the fact his shield's low, he needs to pop this F ability and just get the recovery in and just outrun everybody else. And these are Z-ping fights. Everybody just avoiding and sustaining and chasing as XGen is able to escape.
This is the duality, right, of the Morris Blessing. When two spawn, one will just be entirely uncontested, and then that second will have the entire lobby squabbling over who's able to find it. And this building is actually doing a lot for these Z-pings. There's a lot of cover to be able to hide behind. There's a lot of walls to be able to scale rush off of to lose potential aggressors too, so that you have the time to be able to use those bubbles and escape the chase and then wait for them to come back online before coming back on through. XG's Wang Liang has actually been caught potentially out. Xiaohui goes above them, but they've been found out. The bubble comes on through, just trying to get on top of those stairs to be able to break out into the open so they don't get locked up with the body block coming through from that door frame to prevent an escape. Wants to check whether or not someone's waiting on the other end, and it is a really good sense because Spider is there. Could potentially have moved in for that lockdown with those nunchucks. Will not be able to lock down one of those zips. As Luring King slows down a second, almost gets caught out by the charged up dual blades, will be able to tap dodge away before it's able to lock their position down. Zone starting to close on through. Some of these zips might actually have to take a little bit of corruption tick damage to be able to survive. As Wang Liang using that longsword just to keep themselves a little bit further ahead. The bubble has come online, but it's broken in a matter of moments. As Luring King with that purple dagger comes on through, Spider now wanting to get a kill onto Zhang Yu, bats them up, but the cannon might be able to steal it. It's the pistol coming through from JT's action, who's able to find that pick. Spider once again has a kill snatched out from his nose, and now he's just being juggled up by those dual blades. Not going to be able to find a kill off of the back of it. Will be able to pop the bubble to be able to find that reset as Action pops a bubble to be able to aggress in on that chase. Spider falling extremely low with those blue nunchucks. Has to just grapple out of sight and as far away from everybody else until that bubble is going to be back online. 5 seconds and it will be back up. No one's going to be able to collapse in on him in that time, so he will be able to pop that F ability to keep himself safe when he gets contested inside that room.
Yeah, this is the thing about Z-ping and why it suits Spider, because Spider does typically overextend and overgreed for a play, and them being able to basically just heal up, escape, and run away is going to be really, really big for them. So, you know, it means if they do get caught, they have a soft get-out-of-jail card. It's not a complete get-out-of-jail card, but it's definitely at least a soft get-out-of-jail card for them to work with. Zhejiang, the only non-Z-ping in the lobby right now, still got 0 kills, unfortunately, but is still holding on. Has survived over 2 players who've been eliminated, Zhang Yu and Wang Liang, who've both been taken out of this game. But Zhejiang now being chased up onto by XJin, going very low. Does have that ultimate, jumps into the zone and actually tanks a couple of ticks there as well. XJin wants to keep the pressure up, and this could just be a bit of a freebie. XJin does walk into that zone just momentarily, doesn't actually get the healing debuff on him. Isn't out there long enough, but actually will tank it a little bit now as Zhejiang gets himself a slight reset off. Seeing with the pistol, just getting a couple of extra bits of damage off onto him to try and chip away at that shield as quick as possible. Ultimate still available to Chuz, so it does need to be a little bit careful here by XJin. If he finds himself caught in the zone, he could be in trouble. Back against the wall though for Chuz, as he is desperately trying to find an out here, but XJin is chasing him down. Ultimate's burn, and Chuz now looks to try and turn the tables around. The pistol shot goes wide from XJin as Chuz tries to get himself the reset off. Should be able to at least get a couple of pots off. 1 shield pot used, is able to get the health pot as well. XJin still full HP, feeling very comfortable. Chuz with the ultimate on, is looking to turn this one around, catches a little bit of damage off. XJin pops himself the bubble, the charge click from the dagger for the downward side, able to get a whole bunch of damage off, misses the next shot with the F. And XJin going a little bit low here, but still has that sustain coming up fairly soon. This is Chuz's only opportunity to take down this Z-Ping because the recovery will come through soon. But Chuz is low HP himself. He's got himself a little bit of damage being juggled back and forth, but Chuz is too low. He needs to get out of this. Jin goes down in the meanwhile to Yiran, and Jin able to get himself the recovery with a bubble. Chuz is going to have to pull off a bloody miracle if he wants to turn this fight around. Arrow shots coming in. Falls back. Can he get the recovery off in time? He's going to be able to get one part off. Able to survive a little bit longer, but he's too low. And XJin is able to finish him up.
Yeah, Xusheng unfortunately not really able to move forward either because I believe it was Dubai waiting on that ballista. We heard a couple of shots going off before that massive elongated fight went on between those two. As Daohui on the low ground has been able to isolate out Dongqing as that zone starts to close on through, so the grapple will come out as they've been trying to keep themselves alive. So we're getting another snowstorm blanketing up towards Imperial. This is going to be a really nasty zone because it is forcing all of these players into either finding those campfires or losing that ultimate charge. Thankfully, Zips can activate their ultimates as long as they've got over 30% of it. There's Spider on that pistol, trying to catch on to Yiran, who doesn't really want to take this fight at the moment. They want to find a little bit of safety so that they can have the ultimate if it comes to it. Spider still going for that chase, has to be very careful. That chill meter about to surpass 50% and about to start draining rage away as Daohui now comes in with those dual blades facing on to Dongqing. Over this Morris Blessing, Dongqing just dancing over that box. Daohui running into the bell, wanting to check whether or not there's any players around for that potential third party. Really wants to try and find this kill, but thinks a little bit better of it. Takes the time to go for that full reshield. Morris Blessing now spawning in every single zip, throwing themselves at the lid, trying to get it to open. Kaibai ball is extremely low. Rexy in a very similar situation. That zone is going to be cutting into those health as well, so they have to open up that box as fast as possible. And did Ventus's Rexy just walk away with the entirety of that? Oh no.
Yeah, I think he just got away with murder there. That is that's a wee bit rough for them on that front. So far, XJin is leading the charge in the kills. 3 kills for themselves. Spider, Yiran just behind them. Flamer does land onto XJin though, and now they might get turned onto. Hongfly's here as well, but Lu Renking with that Flamer now cooking Hongfly as well. Everybody looking to take XJin out of the lobby. Able to jump up to the top of the wall, but his health bar is low, and J-Team's XJin is on the menu. Everybody wants to take him. He'll be the only Jin not to find a win if he doesn't get one today. And he is bolting away from both Lu Renking, but caught up by the uppercut. Knocked into the zone there, I believe. Nope, not into the zone, just off the edge of the zone. Flamer can still look to cook him as well. Golden Flamer, I believe. That's a lot of damage. Is Dubai. He's the one with the golden flamer, don't worry, ignore me. Or is that Cannon? I can't remember. They look very similar. They look very similar on their small versions, but I think that's Flamer. I have no idea. I don't know why I'm even trying to figure it out. 7 minutes left, 12 players left. Z-Ping lobby definitely well in order. We've had a few kind of breaks from the norm today, but this is definitely a return to the norm.
Oh no, you don't want to be in that against a dagger or a flamer. That uppercut is so good at catching those players and sticking them against the ceiling. The flamer swap coming through from Dubai with that legendary flamer, was able to find it on that Morris Blessing. Yiran taking a lot of range damage, puts themselves into a tent to be able to break line of sight and find a reset spot to get that reshield. Unfortunately, it's not safe for long. They are going to be boosted out of that position. Swaps over to the Greatsword. Similar strategy to Dubai in that one. Wait until the final zone closes on through and then bat them back out into the zone where they're not able to recover. Or worse, have to actually pop that bubble to be able to get that extra dash to be able to tap back in away from that corruption, and then you've burned through your ability to be able to sustain. Oh, Dahui, that is not a safe spot to go for a repair job on your pistol. Immediately, JT's action jumps outside of the literal ambush to try to get the jump onto that Zip. The bubble is there for Dahui. He's still trying to reshield right in the middle of Action's face. The ultimate to be able to sustain a little bit longer, but the fight's gone on too long. Luring King has spotted a moment of weakness. The Flamer comes through to begin the job. The dagger swap, forcing them deeper into the zone to finish it. The kill is there, but now Luring King is on the back foot. He's the one that has to pop that bubble to be able to escape the barrage of ranged utility that comes from his way. But with that bubble and the dagger mobility, he should be able to get his way out of the firing spot as Spider with the ultimate will be able to survive a little bit longer against GBL Jin, who is hunting him down now that he knows that that one is going to be on cooldown a little bit longer. Hops into the bubble to be able to lose his captors. Will be able to duck behind the fence to get the reshield off, but still nowhere is safe for the Zip at the moment. Everywhere Spider turns, there's another player, and he has to swap to the Great Sword to try and zone them away.
Yeah, it's going to be able to scale rush along. I've never seen that animation on the snow. Drawing a big line. Is able to survive, though. Luckily for Spider. But that is what Zping does. If you get caught, any other hero would have died there. Zping able to sustain up, able to survive. Not fall victim to the other players in the lobby. 4 minutes left. A very, very crowded final circle. And Moxie, I think this is the first time after a whole season of me complaining at you about it to get a final circle in the snow. I've had a few of them, but not with you. So
You've cursed all of my games. Every single one of them on Horror just ends in a snow zone.
Really? I love it.
Every
it's such a
single
pretty
one.
zone. Why would you not want it to end here? It's gorgeous.
It's almost like I don't want my ultimate to be absorbed by the map. But no,
Well,
it is going to be 11 players left, and this is what we expected to see, right? The game has slowed significantly down with the amount of Zips, because we've seen it. Even if you go into a really awkward position where you should go down, the Zip has that sustainability to be able to survive. And I'm very much looking forward to how we're seeing all of these weapons interact as that zone starts to close on through. That greatsword is going to be so massive, and a lot of these Zips are actually running that greatsword for the back capabilities. Everyone else really wants to go for the dagger, so you're a little bit faster. Some still running the nunchucks for the block capability, the fact that if you get hit and you're able to block those attacks, you build up charge against your opponents. It can be really useful as well if you have the full meter dump to be able to mint some of those players either outside of the zone or just rip through those bubbles. The ultimate healing, because Zip does have the ultimate, but it's a little bit of a slow heal, right? If you're in the face of a full Earthshaker empowered greatsword charged up left click or a nunchuck with Dragon's Roar, that ultimate is not going to see you alive long.
Yeah, no, you are right there. Well, 3 minutes 20 left on this game. 11 players left. It's gonna get hairy. I genuinely think the greatsword users are gonna have an amazing end to this game, because obviously once you're in the zone and the zone's fully tidied up, the ability to heal is just completely redundant on Zping. Like it won't heal enough.
Yeah.
And all it takes is some scale rushes off these cliff face with the greatsword is going to be nasty for anybody to basically go toe-to-toe with. So I feel the greatsword users, you're rocking one of those, you're probably feeling quite happy right now. A lot of dagger users actually in this lobby as well right now, as Shah, speaking of daggers, gets onto Reki. J-Team's X-Jin knocks Shah back into the zone. Shah's low. Can he survive? He's in the zone again, tanking away. They're going to chase him down. They're going to hound him there. As Spider with the greatsword, able to secure that kill. His third of the game.
And away he goes. Kill secured. Out he goes. So he's not there for that cleanup crew that comes out onto Ventus Rexy, who was in that fight a little bit too long. As here comes the Flamers. They're spotting those players that are low. They're getting that fire tick to land. They're burning out that shield. And then you grapple on and find that kill confirmation, which is what Dubai is currently looking for. Jin extremely low as well, trying to hop into those trees, has to try and break line of sight so that the Flamer isn't able to tickle at him, as it is now going to be that zone starting to close on through. Greatsword's going to have a great time. Flamer is going to have a great time in pushing some of those players back into that corruption tick, and it is going to do a lot of damage to those Zip's health, because remember, Zip ultimate doesn't heal corruption.
No, it does not. 1 minute 35 left. Dubai tanking the zone, losing a lot of HP with 9 players in this zone. Placement points are still scarce, and hard to come by. Dubai gets caught out, bopped into the zone. He's not going to get gatekeeped on rejoining. He's just going to clamber back up the tree. Spider baseball bats somebody out into the zone, but they are going to be able to survive it now. Luren King making a massive line in the snow with that flamer to make sure nobody comes near him, but Zin doesn't give a damn. He just jumps into his face, catches him with the uppercut. Luren King's low. Everybody hounds him. Kai Bao goes down to Yuran. Luren King's able to sustain and keep himself alive for just a little bit longer here. Dubai with the golden flamer. Will he get the opportunity to repair? Yes, he will, but he immediately gets jumped onto. Still has that flamer. His health bar's okay. It wasn't too punishing for him to go for that. He tries to jump up the wall as Dongqing has been cut and knocked into the zone. Flamer's coming down onto him, but he's able to survive just a little bit longer. 36 seconds. The circle is closing in closer and closer. Dongqing goes down to Dubai to the flamer. Luren King's in the zone. He's taking so much health here. That is not where he wants to be. It's closing on the tree. Everybody's going to be dancing around it, climbing up it. It's going to be absolute carnage, absolute chaos for all of these players as Luren King is knocked out. Hongfly holding fast, but Dubai with the flamer is taking members out left, right, and center. He's toasting the lobby. Dubai finishing everybody up, but Spider is the final man standing.
Dubai and Spider, both players that we had so much expectation for. Dubai off of an absolute stellar Grand Finals win in Season 1. Spider off of an absolute blistering face set in the entirety of Season 2. But it's neither of them that walk away with the full MVP. It's J-Team's action. Another Jin. We add to the tally that have been able to find a win. Every single player with Jin in their name walks away with a match win. And we said, when we saw that zone close up, when we saw the weapons that all of those players were running, the Greatsword and the Flamer would dictate who were able to walk away with that MVP. And it became a battle of the Greatsword versus the Flamer. Who was faster to be able to connect onto those kills? A lot of the time we did see the dagger trying to contest the flamer because you would go into the uppercut, you would catch them in the stun animation, you would break that fire tick coming on through, and you would just mince through their health because in that stagger animation they have no time to be able to go back into that flamer and zone you away, which is why we did actually see that flamer lose a little bit of momentum as the zone started to close on through. But the second that the attention moved away from the players with the flamers and everyone was just trying to scramble back into that zone, that's when the flamer finds its power, because you were just toasting from the sidelines. So you're getting all of that fire tick to connect onto 4 other players with no one turning towards you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was just flamers in the snow, keeping warm. It was a Z-Ping lobby. You know, we're gonna have to fill time and chat, but like at the end of the day, it's at its core, that was just a Z-Ping lobby. That's what you get. You get a lot of people in the final circle because everybody's nigh on unkillable. The circle is the best way to kill them. The flamers are the best way to kill them. So Mora's blessings are infinitely more useful for everyone to get because it's the only place to get those flamers. And those with flamers flame people and find all the kills. Really, really solid game coming in. I say solid game. Really, really standard game coming in from a Z-Ping lobby. And yeah, we now have the hat trick. All Jins have won a game today. Dubai finally survived to a final circle and finally actually was the last man standing. Just didn't get enough points. I mean, Dubai with the flamer denied. I think he denied first there from Spider because he took like 2 or 3 kills at the end. And that just completely shut him down. But Dubai, like you're saying, the defending champion of solos, we haven't really talked too much about that today. Kind of having a good tail end to the day now, starting to get some points on the board, and eyes will be towards him going into that second day. We still got one more game to go. We're going back to Morris Isle. Please no Z-Pings. That's all I want. Just no Z-Pings.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it, because in my opinion, of all of the Zip lobbies that we've seen from Season 2, that was how we want Zip to be played. And again, it comes back to this adaptation that these players are going aggressive rather than using her passively. That is the way that Zip was engineered to be. She's a support, but she has bite to her. She enables you to play aggressively.
She's a bite, she has a gun.
As aggressive as... I literally remember the teaser. They're like, yes, she's a support, but she has zoning capabilities. And I was like, okay, cool. This is going to be something really interesting. And like I said, like that bubble enables some really interesting interactions. The thing is that it forces you to try and kill the zip. When the bubble is gone, you have to kill the zip before the bubble comes back online.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, Dubai, I do think he stole 2 kills, so he was on 0 kills. Those 2 kills were probably the difference maker when you look at it. Because the kill multiplier would have been there, the placement points would have been, Spider probably would have had first if Dubai didn't have a flamer. That is tragic for Spider, but amazing for Xjin, who I think went out fairly early. No, he actually stayed in fairly late. Okay. Ooh, that would have been close. I think it would have been close. It would have been close. I'm not going to try and do the mental maths right now.
The way that final zone plays out, Dubai is on the sidelines and there's 4 other players just really clumped up in the small space. Everyone is outside of zone. Everyone's taking corruption damage. It is literally just a matter of who can stay alive long enough. And for Dubai, even though he's there with that flamer, because he's so far away and he doesn't actually want to put himself into a sort of place where he's going to be spotted and turned upon, he actually enables action.
Yes.
To come on through, because the flamer, it does a lot of damage, but it's slow. And action is there in the melee, so he can really lock those players down with the charged up clicks and mince their health. And as a result, he posts 26,273 damage. 10.8k of it is with the dual blades.
This is the one thing I like about Z-Thing, the big numbers at the end. There's always massive numbers at the end because everyone basically has like 8 health bars. You have to do like 8 health bars worth of damage, so the damage is always infinitely higher. 23,000 damage on melee weapons as well, like just in the face of everyone. Xjin, a really, really good win for him. A needed win for him as well to keep himself relevant in that scoreboard. A good game for Spider. He needed that. Hongfly had a good game. Dubai had a good game. Like a whole bunch of players actually had a good game there. Still, points relatively low in the old point distribution area. What we've been having all day. And I don't think there's still anybody clearly pulling ahead of the rest of the pack. There isn't someone who's standing out to me as the player to watch. Jin, probably the closest to that. He's been having a pretty good day as well. Actually, Zhang, you had a good... I can't remember the overall scores now. I'm having a brain fart on that front. But it doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, it's still tight. It's still very tight. This next game may set a precedent. It may just set a confidence level going into day 2 of solos. And I think that's the key thing. Is it's going to be about this day 2. And that's where the players are going to be in for a treat. I don't know who's casting day 2 of solos, but they're in for they're getting spoiled rotten. I'm going to be honest with you. Unbelievably spoiled at the end of this, because they are looking at... I mean... They're looking at a finals where it really will probably come down to that 12th game. I actually think game 12, we're going to have 3 people in the running for first, and I think it's going to come down. That's Jake's hot prediction. That's what I'm making as my prediction for the final game of day 2. But man, Solos is exciting now. I love this new hero rule. We need to find a way to make this kind of rule for trios. It's very hard because there's not enough heroes to make them all play a different hero every game. But like, you need to find a way to force more variability in trios, because Solos is just so hyped with this. I love it. I absolutely adore it.
We're seeing variation, right? We saw Valda come through, which I'm a big fan of. We got to see Karumi being booted out of the transformation comp, so that now you have the Temi coming through. We're seeing Takeda with Matari coming through as well, which again, super big fan of. Takeda having all of that burst potential. You have those 2 other teammates lock them down, so that those Takeda ults can really connect on with everyone. Then you have the Matari, who has like get out of jail ticket. So if you're running that fight when you already burned the ultimate, it's not as punishing. You have a second escape tool at your beck and call. Sort of move away from the Wu-Chan as well off of the back of it, because now you have escapability as opposed to the Wu-Chan, who's really there for that support kit. But it is the last game of the day, and there is a reason that we're seeing GBL's Jin having a really good day today, and that is because of everybody in this lobby of all of these 16 players. He's the one who I think has the most flexibility in terms of hero pool. whenever we see him on a different hero, it tends to be just as good as all of his other heroes, and it's benefiting him massively now that he can't really play the same heroes 4 times in a row.
Absolutely, yeah. It's I reckon we're going to see, kind of going into the next game, just talking about Spider a little bit. I think we'll probably see another Z-Ping game from him. As much as I don't want to, I think we will. He hasn't played another hero twice yet, as far as I'm aware. He's been 5 for 5 so far. We had a few people whipping out the Z-Ping already, and then that was a full Z-Ping lobby pretty much. So there might be a few people who don't have Z-Ping for the next game. I'm just hoping it's not a Z-Ping lobby. That's my main thing right now. It's like if it's gonna be a full Z-Ping lobby, I mean, I don't know, pain. But we just, the thing is the reason it hurts is because we've had such a good day for like fun and interesting heroes. I'm still holding out for the full Valda day. Like, it's gonna happen. Maybe not this year, maybe next year, maybe there's a Valda meta. I'm holding out for it. You still talked about the Matari. We haven't seen too much Wu Shen as well, actually. That's interesting because I feel like we've had, you know, Wu Shen was at the end of last season one of the go-to heroes. It was like Justina, Yoto, and Wu Shen were like the top 3 being played. And like, I don't think he's bad. I mean, we saw him at the beginning of today and actually have a really, it was Ches who played him, right? Yeah, it was. And he had like a really, really good game in that all Tammy lobby. So I'd be interested to see, you know, if we start to see more and more Wu Shens where they just start all switching places with each other and start juggling around. Maybe.
I don't know. I think the problem for Wu Chen is that there are heroes that sort of do the same thing as him, but better. And we did see it in that first lobby where Zhang Yu, I believe, played that Wu Chen, where he got cornered because he didn't run the typical Wu Chen ultimate that we see when it's in trios. The one where you can teleport your entire team as well as any of your fallen players so you can get that Ken transported so you can get the full resurrection off. 2, he instead ran the switcheroo, which is my favorite variation of it. I'm still waiting to see it being used on Holoroth to swap someone into getting hit by a Thorny Roller or another of the environmental hazards. But when you're on Morris Isle, again, it sort of falls into that same trap for Valda of being extremely loot dependent. That one confirmed hit that you get needs to have loot to back up to actually guarantee that you're going to do the damage.
Yeah, well, it is time for us to throw to a break. We have one more game to go, so we're going to throw off to that and be back for game 6 in a moment, in a second.
$2,000 years later.
The Nbpl Professional League is held in the Ice Cube venue in Winterstar, located in Lingang special area of China's pilot-free trade zone in Shanghai. The Ice Cube covers an area of more than 4,000 square meters with a peaceful white exterior wall and translucent blue glass, which makes it elegant and luxurious. It's located next to Shanghai Haichong Ocean Park and only a 10-minute drive from Dishui Lake, the largest artificial lake in Shanghai. There's also Shanghai Pudong International Airport and to the north, the famous Shanghai Disney Resort. Everyone entering the Ice Cube must have a PCR test and their body temperature checked to ensure that all players are safe for the games. After entering the venue, players proceed to their locker rooms. There are 16 18 bright and comfortable individual rooms on site, which provide the players a space to relax while ensuring the privacy to discuss tactics. After being all rested up, the players then proceed to the stage. The stage competition area is divided into 3 levels from low to high, while the center of the stage is divided into left and right sides with one group on the same side. There's space for a total of 48 players from 16 different teams that can participate in the competition here at the same time. Well, all the Nbpl players have their fists bumping and are ready for some intense games. And although we're not with them, we can also cheer them on at home through the internet. The second season of the 2022 Nbpl is guaranteed to be exciting.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into the final game of day 1 of Solo's finals. That's a lot of finals. We will not be deciding the Solo's winner here, but we will have a good idea. Actually, we won't. Well, I'd say normally we'd have a good idea of who's pulling ahead. But actually, genuinely, it's very close. I think it's going to be all close throughout. And, you know, for these guys, it is, I think, as I was saying in the break, or before the break, it's a confidence-boosting game. Like, this is, you do good here. You feel good going into day 2 on, what day are we, Thursday? So, Saturday. Brain fart. Going into Saturday for solos. I think going into that, that's the kind of game plan right now. What the hero lobby and everything is going to look like, I mean... I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. I think the lobby is going to be hopefully not all Z things, but you know.
Well, it's guaranteed not to be entire Z things, right? Because we saw a whole lobby barring one Takeda on Holoroth on the second game, and we'd already seen some players already opting on to that zip. So because you can only play her a maximum of twice, they're not going to be able to play her a third time when we head into this final game. But hey ho, here's a question. What hero did Action use in game number 5? Was it Yorihime? Was it Temi? Was it a Zip? Or was it a Kurumi? And I feel like I gave that away.
I'm gonna be real with you. If you don't know the answer, there's one of these is statistically more likely to be the one. Just off what we were complaining about in the last game.
Well, given the fact that Takeda is literally not an option. Ah, yes, I wonder what could Action have used in game number 5. But no, the real question is going to be, what heroes are we going to see in game number 6? Because we have been treated to an absolute smorgasbord of hero diversity coming through from state. We've had Taka, we've had Takeda, we've had Temi, we've had Yodo, Justina, Zip. Like, what is left for these players to be able to pull out on this last game?
Fowler, Matari, Wushen. Oh god, we actually did see some Terracotta Warrior, some Uation as well. Actually,
some Yue? I'd be down for some Yue.
We did actually see some of that. Who else haven't we seen? Obviously Monk, but you know that's just going 16th. If you pick that. Unless everyone picks that, in which case we're going to have a shoving match in the final circle. Everyone's pushing
I tell you what, if we had a full lobby of 16 monks and solos, Darby would just immediately enter the chat.
He would wake up like it's like that. It's the WWE meme where I don't watch WWE. The guy in the coffin who like sits up. That'd be
the
Darby.
Undertaker, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be him waking up. Undertaker. I didn't know if I thought Undertaker was edgy. I don't know. I don't watch WWE because I'm gonna annoy every American here. It's bad. Yeah, I said
Oh, you are painting a target on your back, my friend.
I just had too much zipping. That's it. I'm just like, I'm broken. I'm a shattered man.
Oh,
hey,
here's some fun
cool.
stats though. Player comparison between Spider and Xu Sheng, and we can see that, yeah, Spider does normally have a little bit of a higher average of points. His average of kills is normally a lot higher too, and as a result, that does impact the average damage that he has. Interesting too, his healing isn't that far away from Xu Sheng.
Yeah, no, you're right. Pretty close actually overall. Can see Spider here. Oh no, this is just it even says on his shirt. I'm such an idiot. Look, we got up earlier than we normally do, and it's getting me. But yeah, cheers here from JDG on your screen. Not anymore. That is Spider.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is. I know what he looks like.
It was the 50-50. If they've shown one, the second one's probably gonna be
I mean,
Spider.
there was 15 other players they could have showed after her, to be fair.
Yeah, 100%. Just like after the really, crucial
Important
player
graphic.
comparison, where we get to see two players, they just go
All right,
with
who we
something
showing
like
next?
action.
I mean, this is J Team's section,
This is J
but
Team.
who we showing after this?
So I'm gonna look into my crystal ball, and I'm gonna probably say we're gonna see Nbpl Jin.
Do you reckon? I'm gonna go Hong Fly.
I'm not betting
That's
a
gonna be my
backflip.
guess. I like we're not breaking down the stats. We're just making guesses. Wait. Oh. Wait, were you right?
I was
can't
right.
Oh wow. There he is, number 2, coming in with the average kills of 2, so that makes him 4th. Average damage 11,987. 4th. I didn't read the last one because I forgot how to read numbers for a brief moment, but we are obviously getting ready to go into game number 6. Let's see who is going to be going into day 2 with a slight advantage over the others, with a more confidence built up. And for the love of God, guys, please don't do it. There's a whole bunch of other heroes you can pick up. There's a whole bunch of heroes. Come on.
There's a whole bunch of heroes, but I have a feeling. And it's a looming sense of Zping. Just, slowly starting to invade this arena. There it is.
Why? Why
Oh,
do they
man.
do this to me?
I might need to get Prod to send in a couple of dog pics in the Discord chat to get Jake's feelings up a little bit. There you go. You've got 2 Justinas.
Oh, yay. The other hero I really hate for stalling. Hey! Let's go Dao Hui. This is
See,
the guy.
I remember Dao Hui trying to run Taka as just like a lone Taka a couple of weeks back. And he played it so safe. He played it like literally waiting until zones closed through to be able to make a move towards center. And he got towards second last zone. He got found out in Celestra, and he just went down in the blink of an eye because it's Taka in a lobby of not Takas. It's really easy to keep a track of where exactly he runs off to.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's my brain is sad now.
You're just in the state of Zping bubble.
Life is forever Zping bubbles now. That's all I see. Here's Action from J-Team, the winner of the previous game. Mostly thanks to Dubai, actually, just pinching a bunch of kills away. Oh, it would have been close, but here we go. X-Jin actually getting himself in a fight versus Jin from Ace. Jin's going a little bit low here. He's going to actually get him. Oh, can he get him? There he is. There he is. There he is. Down he goes. Jin able to get a kill. Hey, look, using a dagger.
He left the purple greatsword. He left the purple greatsword so that he could keep the dagger. That is just a move that is entirely Jin, as we get a couple of shots of some of our spectators. It's so nice to get to see that arena with an audience that these players really have all of that emotion to be able to play off of. As Dao Hui, unfortunately, not getting to really play at the moment. That client could have been brutal, but he's not going to let it rip, as it's pretty easy to be able to see it coming and go for that counter. It does take a little bit of damage from some of the cannon spray coming on through before turning it around, and there it is. That's the reason why the greatsword is so hard to be able to make work in solos. You do not have, unlike trios, two teammates to lock your opponent down in stagger, and they're able to wait until that blue focus comes through before finding one of the easiest counters of their lives. This GG shot up towards Shipwreck. Has a grapple, immediately going to be able to play off of it with those sunstrikes doing so much damage. And it is just going to be Dongqing taken out in absolute moments. As potential third party denied. That kill came in so fast that Shaq can now try and find a second against another Zip. The bubble going to be there in place. It's going to run out in a matter of moments. And the second that it does, that Justina ultimate is going to be able to seal that Zip's doom.
And there we are. Lovely little pickup there as Spider coming in with a third party. Not able to quite get it, unfortunately, Jin. Jin, sorry. God damn it. There's too many of them. He's being hunted down. Pistol shot, aerial. Not going to quite land from Spider. He will keep the pressure up. Yiran coming in, and Jin, unfortunately, is just going to be one of these person's victims unless he can make a miracle turnaround. He did actually do it earlier. He's got the sustain as well because he's on a Z-ping. Spider has to climb up over the top of the forge to even get close as Jin gets interrupted mid-air. Eats a shot to the face as well. Spinning around. That was a bit of a Spider-Man move there, but it looks like Spider on top of the roof can press a... I don't think he saw him. I actually think Spider just totally missed that. And Jin should actually be able to just buy himself a bit of room, bit of breathing room. Yuran will chase after him, though, to see if he can finish up this kill. Question is can he do it? Looks like he actually might not be able to. Jin should be able to sustain up, and Kaibao going low gets himself his own shield off of the F. And Reki will keep the pressure up. Oh, Z-ping lobbies. Never change. Actually, no. Please change.
Jin's still alive, by the way. I've been looking at the kill feed. He was able to probably lose line of sight into Lastra. As Kaibao, unfortunately, out in the open, nowhere to be able to escape, as it is now going to be action on that Justina. Wang Liang gets caught out in the freeze the bubble, not going to be able to break them out of the ultimate. This action trying to come through, has to break the bubble. Now it is up and available. Only a grey knife at the moment. Justina ultimate can be running out in a matter of moments. Wang Liang chasing with that bubble to guarantee that they're going to be able to get some of those damages off. Action with that Justina will be able to go for the freeze form to get a reset. And it is going to be action with a nice little juggle. But unfortunately takes a little bit too long. Wang Liang's able to fall back into another bubble and take the Justina down. That is the problem with the Zip. If you stay in that fight too long, that bubble is just going to come back onto rotation. And if you're below 50% health, at some point, you're going to lose that fight.
Very, very rough, unfortunately, there. As Daohui will stop the ultimate. Does have that fireball available if he can hit onto Reki, but immediately gets himself caught out. A great sword to work with, and Reki should just be looking to finish this one up. Daohui trying to get a bit of a heal off. Does actually do so. Jumps back into the pocket with Reki still holding out on that fireball. Doesn't want to throw it down quite yet. He's just holding fast as Reki's doing a good job of just dodging away on Daohui, waiting until the ultimate goes off cooldown. And refusing to let Daohui escape away from him. Clang comes down. Daohui's got 6% left on the ultimate, and then he is donezo with it. As it burns out, times out. And can he get the sustain off in time? Able to get a one pot off somehow there, but Reki will not let Daohui leave him here. Now that the ult is gone, this is an easy, this is a freebie for Reki to secure for himself as Daohui gets off, grapple connects. Good bow shot actually to cancel Reki from chasing forward. Once again though, we'll get the grapple back in. We see Chezyeng unfortunately get knocked out. Oh, sorry, knocking out Jin.
Jin's out.
That's the other way around. As Daohui is just gonna jump into the zone, take a little bit of dot damage, tries to sustain. No way! No way did he do that!
He didn't. Jin just solo with a pistol.
Oh, okay.
That's why the talker lives. The second talker in the lobby came and bailed him out.
What a homie. What an absolute homie. Look at the overall scores though right now. Very, very close. 25, 24, 22, 22, 22. 20,
it's
20,
anyone's
17.
game.
Like I mean, it's anybody's finals. Like, I think this will not decide anything this game.
Well,
unless,
this
like,
might actually, because Jin's already down. he's out of the lobby, entirely eliminated. So he could lose that first place position.
It decides first for today, but like I don't think it decides finals at all.
No.
Like I think any player, probably, I mean, Chuz and Reki and Dalhui are gonna have to have an amazing day 3. But like I really think anybody can take this finals. It's very, very close.
Wang Weiyang sees Luring King, takes a little bit of damage coming on through from the pistol, wants to keep themselves on this high ground for a little bit longer, and then starts to move on forward. Zone going to be pushing up some of those players. Zhang Yun going to be on the back foot on that rooftop. Luring King only with a grey pistol and blue nunchucks. Does have the full meter. Does have the ultimate. Already actually had to pop that bubble to be able to try and push aggressively forward. Horus Blessing now in play. Spider wanting to play aggressive and push onto it.
It was Luring King, I think.
Tries to find it, but Luring King immediately going to be there for a matter of moments, and then out Yuran with the ultimate will be able to survive a little bit longer, but does go down. GG's not able to actually find it. Spider with the pistol is able to poach it away, so Shao unfortunately not able to find that kill, just has to book it out. Hit that freeze bomb to be able to get that full reset, so that even if he doesn't find that kill, he doesn't find that aggression turned against him. As Spider has been able to, again, we see it. He's so clean with the zip, the timing, the ability usage suits him to a T. He's really uncomfortable when he's not on that zip. That's his main problem at the moment.
No, I completely agree. He definitely does look, you know, pretty lost when he's not on the Z ping, but even so, making it work for him now. And he's been, as much as we've been critical of him, he was still in 5th. He's currently in 3rd overall. While he's not performed to the level we expected of Spider, he's been consistent. And I think that's the key thing. Going into Saturday, he'll at least have that consistency at his back. And that is going to be a major, major tool for him going forward. So, you know, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, with how close as well all of the kills have been, he just needs one pop-off game. One game where he's able to either hit his record or break his record, and he might be able to just walk away with the title off of the back of that.
Yeah, entirely. Jin here, just going to freeze up as Chuz trying to get himself the kill. The Flamer comes out, just toasting a little bit here. Justina versus Z-Ping. Let's see how this one works out. Typically, the sustain is a little bit more common and a little more easy for the Justina. And it looks like Jin, recognizing that, is just going to back away and not look to pick up his first kill of the game.
Xu Sheng with a purple dagger. Currently trying to figure out where players are. Jin falls extremely low. Shao likewise is extremely low themselves, has to actually pull out that freeze form. And Jin's just going to wait, because now the attention's turned on to the Justina. There is no sustainability. The poison splash is there. It might actually do shut in, but he's able to find a little bit of time to be able to get a little bit more health back. And now Luring King activates that bubble to be able to push aggressively forward with those nunchucks and claps onto those members. GG Chat extremely low. Unfortunately, not going to be able to grapple out of this canyon. Gets caught out by 2 zips around him. The freeze form is going to come back online for the Justina, but the second that it's gone, Chara is going to be so vulnerable. There's the grapple. Rexy's not able to find any hit off of the back of it, but they've been able to clip the Justina's wings. Sha with the nunchucks gets the juggle onto Rexy, but here comes Luring King, that bubble allowing again him to go aggressive, and what should have been an absolute brilliant opening for Sha to maybe turn that fight around has unfortunately only allowed him to buy himself survivability rather than find the kill. He's been denied by that second zip coming through and interrupting the 1v1.
Yeah, coming in nice and good there. 13 players are still left in this lobby, and it's actually gone fairly quickly now I think about it. We've got 13 minutes left. There's just been a lot of scrapping. Not a lot of killing, but a lot of scrapping so far. Although Shah does go out with those 3 kills. Or Shah, no, Shah, sorry, I'm an idiot. Shah's still in. We're literally looking at him.
Shah actually had to pop that Justina roll to be able to escape all of the people around Celeste, and it's the right move to make. As he is going to need to find that full reset, but Spider has actually seen where that Justina ended up. He knows that the ultimate isn't going to be there to be able to get Shah out, so when that freeze bomb comes through, Shah is literally going to be stuck in position.
Oh, Shah is getting himself unfortunately low. Spider steals that one away from outside the window like a rude neighbor. May just look to try and jump out and finish up this next kill as they all forced to jump into the zone to try and scatter away. Spider now currently in second. This could be his game. This could be his opportunity to seize first from X-Jin. All he really needs to do is hold fast, because Yuran is the next player who could potentially take this away, as Jin is out of the runnings, and X-Jin, sorry, 0 kills so far. Been a quiet one from him. Has still got the ability to defend his spot at the top going into the second day of finals. But Wang Liang, he might not have the ability to defend anything, because he is going super low. Being run down, is able to pop the bubble, move away to safety, and I think the healing should kick in enough for him to be able to survive and escape for now. But he is being chased down on multiple fronts, so he needs to be somewhat more careful as Yuran does jump forward onto Wang Liang here. Charge click, a lot of damage coming out from Wang Liang. That should be enough for him to maybe turn the attention off from him.
We're seeing the adjustment though. Those Z-Pings are actually using the bubbles to be able to push aggressively onto fleeing targets, rather than saving it for a reset if necessary, as we are seeing Amora's Blessing come on through. Right next to Bane's Breath, Ventus trying to get on top of that one, having to go toe-to-toe with Wolves Kaibao, who has now actually seen Spider pulled up in that Shagaraxi with that bubble, will be able to keep himself safe a little bit longer. There's Spider now with the blue pistol rather than the grey, and a purple knife. Gonna try and find some of those players. Oh, that's really unfortunate. When you're just and you go for that freeze bomb, you're just praying the one weapon they have isn't a flamer, as Action will be able to find a freeze bomb of their own before coming in with the charged up right click of those dual blades, doing a little bit of damage. Not able to find the fire tick. They were looking to get onto that Justina though, and it should be Zhang Yu able to get away from the entanglement to be able to survive. Has the ultimate online if they need the full emergency get out of jail free card, but Sha is waiting on the wings to see whether or not anyone is going to use that one up a little bit too early, as Dong Qing has that bubble, is able to dash back into it, but that puts him right outside of the zone. He's going to be taking a lot of damage when that bubble runs out. Everyone is going to be looking to grapple and cancel any of his movement out, and unfortunately he does go down. Celestra not able to afford him any cover that he was looking for. It's an absolute dogpile of zips. Anytime one of these targets falls low, it is just a swarm of bubbles trying to find that kill.
It's Z-Pings are the worst for, like, oh, someone's low, everybody jump in, because it's not gonna one person can't kill another Z-Ping. You need 2 Z-Pings to kill 1 Z-Ping. Or the zone. They're the only ways these things die. A pest to the Morris Isle, I'd say.
It's like the age-old Naraka question. How many Z-Pings does it take to screw in one light bulb?
How many Z-Pings does it take to screw over another player? 3, apparently. Keep all the grapples on. Spider still in this game, still got himself the 2 kills. Obviously, the revives have worn off. I've been off for a fair amount of time now at this point, because we have 9 minutes left until this circle is fully closed out. He's going to run over, just grab what he can from the remains of this Morris Blessing. And you can see where the circle has shifted over towards. A bunch of players are going to be rotating in. And actually, it should be a fairly open final circle, so I would normally say, wow, this is where you'll probably expect to see maybe some early action. No, no, that won't be the case, because it's Z-Pings. They will wait until the final moment.
There is a Morris Blessing, and look at the amount of players clustered up where it's gonna spawn. We are gonna see an absolute slugfest.
Oh, they're all
Range
jumping
damage
in.
come through. One Zip's gonna be brave enough to go for the grab and bag.
Kaibao!
And every single person trying to get on top of it takes so much damage. Luring King with the ultimate is able to stay alive with an absolute sliver of health, trying to turn attention, get another Zip low so that someone turns around and stops chasing him to go for that kill. He's able to break away both with the ultimate and the bubble. Luring King survives.
There's no way he got away with that, right? Cannon shots coming in. He's going to be taking a whole bunch of health. Down he goes. He ran. We'll finish him up as Kaibao's being toasted as well. Suddenly, people are starting to drop like fries. That Mora's Blessing was a absolute mess for some players. Kaibao burning out, tries to go into the bridge, but there ain't no troll there. Spider will uppercut him and take him down. Another kill under the belt of Spider, putting him into 3 kills and first place overall at the moment.
That's the play that we expect to see from Spider, right? He slides in, he finds that kill. He doesn't even stay long enough to loot the can. So it's actually another player who walks away with the legendary nunchucks. That was encased within. It does mean, however, that Spider is able to keep his abilities intact, and he doesn't eat into his resources either. As we start to see 10 players very quickly beginning to dwindle down. J-Team's Action sitting in the middle of one of those trees, trying to keep themselves as unattentioned as possible. NPG's Dubai with those cannon shots, just trying to put a little bit more pressure towards some of those players before they can back out and conserve some resources off of what is left in that Morris. Blessing the flame that comes on through. Yiran caught in the very middle of it, has to pull the ultimate out, and that allows Action to close up the distance with the nunchucks and absolutely shred any health remaining. Spider potentially wanting to peek in for that third party, now going to find themselves a little bit too aggressively forward. Action looking to try and punish, but Spider is able to grapple away and should be able to escape the entanglement. Unfortunately, he gets grapple castled as he lands. Action not able to find the damage necessary to find the kill, as Hongfly is able to find where Spider is running to and gets the pick onto Spider.
He gets Action back into first, though. There's no way Spider can end first now after all of this, as long as Action just survives a little bit longer, which he's able to do. Oh no, Spider falling victim to a pretty typical Spider mistake, just getting a little bit too eager, a little bit too greedy, and the whole lobby collapses in on him. Action just going to freeze himself up. The repeating crossbow shots coming in from Wang Liang, but not going to be able to find the damage to really stick, as Zhang Yu walks into a cannon shot right in the face and goes back home, decides cannons are scary and I don't want to deal with that. Freezes himself, ults himself, jumps away. Can this bow shot hit? It's going to be close. No, can't. Okay, that was close. Zhang Yu gets the armor swap off.
He knows the ultimate is going to be gone in a matter of moments. That Justina is going to be very vulnerable, but he's not able to pin them down just yet. Zhang Yu has been able to get a little bit of a reset off. Keeps just scale rushing up these walls, trying to challenge Rexy. Bait him into taking a lot of fight. So we cut away and have a look at J-Team's Action, who's in a very good position at the moment. That Flamer doing so much damage, trying to break those bubbles as fast as possible on the Justina. The freeze bomb is going to be there, not going to be found out by a Flamer of a player around them either, so they are going to be able to find the full reset. As Jin with those purple nunchucks could be so good at trying to find that potential poach of a kill. Hongfly for Barada with those legendary nunchucks, trying to chase down one of the players in front of them, but the bubble is there for the zipping. They will be able to grapple away to safety. The same cannot be said for Wang Liang at the moment. Pressed into the corner. Rexy's able to find Zhang Yu, but it's still going to be Wang Liang in a very tough position to try to escape from. They've been able to survive a little bit longer, but the second that zone starts to push away from them, no! Yusheng's giving up the ground. They're going to allow the escape of the Zeeping in that room in favor of trying to catch out some of these players as the zone starts to close on through. Section trying to find a pick, but again, Dubai is able to survive until now. Hongfly again comes in and cuts off the exit. Very similar to how he's able to find Spider, but now he's the one on the back foot. He's the one extremely low, and J-Team's Action is not happy. He got that kill stolen.
Yeah, he's absolutely fuming. Went in, got a whole bunch of damage off there with a meter dump, but doesn't, unfortunately, do much more than take away that armor. But now he's coming in with a creating crossbow on the backup as well. Hongfly loses a fair amount of HP. His zone is, well, the zone is pushing against his back, so he's being forced towards people who are trying to finish him up. But luckily for Hongfly, they do decide maybe it's worth just letting go on that kill and coming back into this. As Shah is leading with Reki in the kill score right now. Hongfly, Chuz all got 2, and then Xing and Wang Liang with 1 point. 1 kill, sorry. Has still got a bit of time left on this game before the circle has fully closed up and the players will be forced into action. And this is a lot more players going down in a Justina and Zeeping lobby than I would have expected normally. You see a lot more players make it to this point in the game, but they have been playing crazy aggressive, trying to put as many points together and have as good of a start going into day 2 of the grand finals as they possibly can. But for now, we are in that little lull, that moment of just breathing, the calm before the storm.
Well, it's gonna be the calm before the Justina ults coming on through, to be honest. Any Justina is gonna be sitting on that ability, waiting with bated breath, as all of these Zips want to hold on to their ultimates to be able to sustain through the slugfest that is going to occur when this zone starts to force these players closer. Hongfly with those legendary nunchucks controlling the high ground at the moment has to be careful that they don't go into the bow shots coming through from that eastern side. There's Wang Liang controlling a little bit of the high ground on that rooftop. Puts themselves into the open, but J-Team's action has been able to spot out Ventus's Rexy, knocks them, punts them for a split moment outside of that zone, doesn't go for the chase, doesn't go too aggressively forward. There are too many players. They put themselves in a very aggressive position. Very quickly it can be turned against them, as now one Zip has been spotted out away from the rest. Still no one gonna go for the capitalization. Hongfly going to be able to get the full reset. Ventus's Rexy actually dropping off of the high ground as that zone starts to close on through, wanting to survive, not wanting to put themselves into that frontline fight, knowing that as long as they sit on that ultimate and bubble as long as possible, they can out-sustain everybody else in the lobby, let them burn through their abilities so that they can win the war. Action actually forced into that freeze from very early to be able to get that full reshield for grappling up onto the high ground, holding on to that Justina ultimate as they swap towards that Flamer and start to put pressure onto all of the players below them. This is the absolute perfect position for the Justina to be.
Yeah, this is a very, very good spot for Xian to do, and he's got the Flamer as well, so he can control this high ground really, really nicely for himself. The circle, though, will be slowly creeping in. These great swords are always so impactful in these next stages where you can just bat players out with these scale rushes. Watch this. If he can hit a player, he will send them absolutely hurling towards the circle and do so much damage to them. Xian still holding this high ground with the Flamer. I believe they got a quick weapon refill and repair off onto that, as Xian does get grappled onto momentarily by Reki. Reki just using the grapple cancel to keep themselves in the air to reset that double jump, stay up. They don't want to be getting up there, but Wang Liang just bats them into the circle, does so much damage to them. They immediately are going to get opened up onto. Wang Liang was the one who started it, and he's the one who wants to end it. Shah, it will try and steal this one away. We see a counter come out. The Flamer from Xian is going to be toasting everybody alive. One freeze from Shah as they're all getting juggled around. Watch for the Justina freezes. These are going to be the big moments. Can they lock this lobby in place? Xian is looking to hold on to that first spot for himself. The Flamer is toasting everyone as Reki secures the kill onto Wang Liang. Down goes Xian to Hongfly. Hongfly still in this as he is going hard versus Chuz and takes himself the final game.
Your heart has to go out to J-Team's Action.
Yeah.
He was in the perfect position and he's not able to walk away with the kill. In fact, what he does is he sets up for GG Shah. Because he acts in with that Justina freeze bomb. He's unfortunately a little bit slow on rotating, so when he moves in with the Flamer, he's taking a lot of zone tick. And he has to actually, as he comes into that safety, swap into the freeze bomb instantaneously. And everyone then positions accordingly. They know that the Justina ult's about to come through. So what do? They split up so that when the Justina ult comes out, it doesn't catch anywhere near the large clump that Xian was setting up for. And as a result, the Justina ultimate is not the heavy storm that we were expecting. It's an absolute whimper of sludge. And Shah capitalizes perfectly.
Yeah, Shah able to take that win there. I do think Xian should still be in first at the end of today after all of this, but a good first day for Xian, for some of these players. Spider, he was consistent, but not as consistently good as we expected. I think he ends today in second or third. I was just really expecting a very dominating lobby from Spider, and I'm happy we're not getting that. Not because I want to see Spider fail, but because it means we have a way more competitive day, day two at least. It means that everything stays, a lot tighter. We're not sure who's going to be able to who's going to win. I genuinely couldn't call the winner of today's games. Of the grand finals for solos. I just think it's going to be so hard to call. There's definitely people who are pulling ahead in the forefront, but not so significantly that I can confidently say, yeah, this player is going to be the winner.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to day two and whether or not one of these players, after all of these consistencies, is able to find that pop-off game. Because like we said, when we look at the leaderboard, when we look at all of these games as a whole, the kills have been so close. There has been very little separating first position to someone in sixth position, say. And a lot of the time it is just down to they came with 2 kills, but they're able to survive. They're the last person standing, so their kill multiplier has the biggest brunt to it. And I think that's why we see teams like J-Team's Action and GBL Jin. That's why they're sitting on top of the leaderboard, because they're the ones who, again, find 2 kills and then consistently keep themselves alive, so that even if they're not able to break above the 5 watermark, they're still with that kill multiplier able to keep that position.
Yes, absolutely. It's Day 2 is going to be fun. Obviously, we've still got tomorrow, which is going to be trios finals. Well, the Day 1 of trios finals, because the final day is Sunday. So Saturday and Sunday are the big days where we'll be closing out the finals. I am very excited for trios. I think trios have been in a very fun state. You know, you kind of talked about it with like Tammy kind of taking the place of Kurumi in the monk comps. You know, we're seeing Takeda's showing up in like Yoto style comps as well. We're seeing, you know, we're seeing a lot more variability in Naraka, and I think that's a good omen for what we're getting towards the finals. But a good omen going towards the Shah, look at this. He did it. That's a good omen. He's going to be feeling good. Brain falling apart, but Shah playing well. Hongfly just behind him, and then Reki afterwards.
Yeah, and here's the most surprise thing. J-Team's Action, off of all of that perfect setup into that final zone, going to be scraping a 6th. Hongfly actually with those legendary nunchucks was doing a very good job of wailing on anybody who got close. So yes, he does go down very quickly, but he still gets a lot of damage done before he does. And Ventus's Rexy has also been someone that's really been impressing. A lot of the time he does get caught in these 1v1s that go on for a very long time, which does eat into the amount of kills that he's able to post. But we do tend to see when he hits towards that final zone, really having a good sense of control on where he wants to be positioned to be able to escape win conditions like J-Team's Action.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, just kind of having a quick look again. Good kill spread, mostly. I mean, points spread. You know, at least the Bai scored something. At least Jin scored something. At least these guys are getting some points on the board. There's very few players walking off with a donut. And everybody else was kind of, you know, getting those points on the board. And, you know, today is a day of consistency. You need to be consistently scoring today. And then Saturday is when you need to pop off. You need to define yourself as the top player, because for the likes of people like Spider, remember, they're looking to qualify for Worlds. It's not just about, you know, making a statement and saying, I won my first season at the Nbpl. It's also about saying, I made it to Worlds. And that's what these players are looking for. You know, they want to play to be the king of China, of course, but they also want to be king of the world. And you gotta get yourself 2 worlds to be able to do that. But Shah, the MVP here, someone who has been around now for 2 seasons, getting himself his 8th MVP actually there. 14,000 damage on the Justina. Not the most like unique and explosive Soul Jades. Pretty regular ones actually. There's a grey Soul Jade in there as well. But you know, if it works, it works. And he pulled it out.
Again, it's very similar to what we saw in the full stack of Yodo lobbies in terms of the Soul Jades. You pick up very defensive heavy Soul Jades so that you can hold on to that freeze from and the ultimate from the Justina for as long as possible. Because in that final zone, it really does come down to abilities before weapon loadout, 97% of the time. If a Justina has that freeze from and the ultimate available, she is going to get a very big connection onto everybody, because there's just no room for players to be able to dodge out of it. And even running Poison Splash as well, one of the most petty Soul Jades in existence. So even if you go down, you have a chance of taking another player with you.
I absolutely love it. It's such a good Soul Jade for BM, because like realistically, I don't think I've ever killed anyone when I've had Poison Splash. I think they always just get like low enough, but they can just walk away and heal. But like when it happens, I haven't had it happen to me yet, but when it happens, it would be the sweetest of victories, the most beautiful of days. But it has been, speaking of beautiful days, a beautiful day, Foxy. We've had some very fun Naraka. You know, you know what? I'm gonna be nice here. Yes, we had some Z pings, but they were at the end. They saved the Z pings and they put all that horribleness and they just put it at the end. You know, they shoved it under the bed until last. They had fun at the beginning, and then they pulled out the Z ping at the end. So, you know, I appreciate our players, you know, not torturing us with Zeeping across the whole day. A couple of people did. They paid the price and they got punished for it. But everyone else, yeah, really solid day. A lot of fun. That Tammy at the beginning, the Tammy, 15 Tammys and 1 Wu Chen at the beginning of the day. Just an amazing game. Like, I mean, Spider getting caught in that wisp when he went in for what we thought was going to be like his moment, and then just walks into a wisp and gets absolutely blended was brilliant. It was just, oh, I don't know. I haven't got words anymore, Moxie. Words I've used them all. I'm out.
Thankfully, I mean, we're out of games to play for today.
Yeah, true. Yeah, good time to run out of words, I guess.
To run out of words, yeah.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, like we said, we still got trios tomorrow. We've got more solos coming up after that. We are still 3 days left on these grand finals. But before we do close everything out and look at the overall scores, we do actually have Jaeger standing by for an interview. So we'll pass it over to her.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with Xin from the team, J Team, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 小星神，欢迎来到赛后采访。先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 J Team 的小星神。
好的，欢迎小星神来到赛后采访，也恭喜你今天发挥的非常出色，到目前为止也是最高分。So first, we would like to say congratulations to Xin because you guys get the higher score now in the solo game. And you know, today is because we are the grand final of the solo game and time passed so fast. We already finished the first day of this journey. So I would like to know, compare with the regular race, what do you think the difference? And we know like tomorrow maybe you have time to rest, so maybe after the whole journey for today, you still have 1 day in the solo game. So I would like to know what point do you think you still can improve? 那时间其实过得很快啊，2天的一个单排决赛，今天已经完成了1天，所以我特别想问一下小星神，今天来到了这个决赛的舞台，跟常规赛比，今天1天打下来，感觉最大的不同是哪里？
打架的更少了。
打架的更少，大家也都更加的谨慎了一些。我也特别想知道，我不知道明天你会休息吗？明天休息不用打，可以，太好了。那明天休息的话，对于明天能休息1天，后天还有1天的比赛，你1天感受下来，还有哪里你觉得可以进步的吗？
还是我的脑子。
为什么？
今天最后一把拿个喷火筒，只拿了3分，我很生气。
我当时是发生怎么样的情况？
我没想到殷子平那么能活，我看到他们都被震刀了，我就直接跑到毒外面拿喷火筒烤他们，烤了半个小时烤不死。
这个夸张的手法真的太有趣了，谢谢小星神。Okay, so for tomorrow I will have a rest and compare with the regular race. I think more players they are afraid to fight with other people and they will like to keep their ranking score in the race. And for tomorrow, because I can race, I think I still need to improve my brain. And how I can say that because in the game 6 I get a flame bringer and I thought like Ziping, I don't consider Ziping can survive so long time. I just get into the shadow and use my flame bringer and it's like I burn it for half an hour and there's like no damage on them. They are survive so long time. It's like it's really disgusting. 好的，谢谢小星神接受我们今天采访，希望接下来再休息1天也会有个好的调整和后面很好的一个发挥。好，谢谢 ，Thank you 小星神 for today's interview and we will get back to the casters.
What can I say? Exin, a man after my own heart. I didn't even realize that it was over. We were both, me and Moxie were just caught up talking about how much we appreciate Exin hating on Zeeping. And we're like, wait, what? We're back? Hello. Unbelievable. I mean, luckily, this will be the last patch we have to deal with this on because it is getting nerfed going in towards the world's patch. So, thank God. But, you know, still, Exin, you know, he took it all. We're going to see the overall scores here. And this is obviously the halfway mark in the grand finals for solo players. So Dao Hui, unfortunately, is really going to have to pull his thumb out to, you know, get himself in a more comfortable position going into the next day of games. I want to see the top end of the table. That's all I want to see. I want to see how the teams are going to be looking, how the players are going to be looking. We've got one more day on Saturday of the solos, and then we will know who are our top players and who is the defending, the winner of the Naraka the Nbpl Season 2 Grand Finals of Solos. Again, like I said, I'm running out of words. Dubai is in 10th right now. He's the defending champion, so he also has some work to do.
It's going to be close, right? When we look at that top leaderboard, for sure, there's going to be like 5 points. Most likely, if that, in between some of these players, as we can have a look. Yeah, there it is. Look at how close. Oh my goodness. Those top 3 positions are J-Team's Action with that 27.9, but so close behind. WBG's Spider. Yes, he hasn't had the pop-off games that we expect to see, but he is consistently hitting that top 5 because of the kills that he's able to find either in early or mid game. So even if he's not able to survive into the final zone, he's still able to hold his own in terms of position on the leaderboard. And then in the 3rd position, Badass Hong Fly, 26.4, 0.3 points behind Spider. And then just a little bit further away, GBL Jin on 4th, sitting at 24.2. But even for GG Sha, who's in that number 8 spot at the moment with 20.6, any of these players off of that second day can walk away with a win on Grand Finals. It really is going to come down to playing consistent and then having that one pop-off game.
It's so tight. This top end of the table is so tight. It's going to be... Saturday is going to be a banger. It is actually going to be such a banger, Moxie. Like, I genuinely think we're going to have, like... I was saying 3 horse. I think it's going to be like a 5 horse race in the final game on Saturday. Unless, like, someone just pulls out the most insane day and just takes dub after dub after dub. Like, I genuinely think we'll have, like, a 5-player, like, final race for first. And I think it's going to be an undeniably good day. So make sure you are here for that. But tomorrow, we'll be kicking it off with the Trios finals. Again, these guys in Trios will be playing across 2 days, so 12 games total. Be starting on Morris Isle, moving to Holoroth, 2 games on Morris, a game on Holoroth, and a game on Morris to close it out. Who do you think is going to win Trios? I want to get your input. Like, how do you think Trios is going to go?
Oh, see, that's a really hard one because there are so many teams that can potentially pop off, right? Yeah. Like EWG, XCG, AOW, OC, all of these teams are really, really strong and making it into Final Zone. XCG and EWG especially have had some absolute stunning games in the past couple of weeks of Trios. Like, Sandy is such a strong player. Whenever I've seen him being able to pull out that Yodo in Final Zone, he has had a lot of impact with those ultimates. Wolves as well, always impressed when we head over towards Holoroth. They have a very good understanding of how to play around things like the Morris Blessing, baiting players into trying to pick up those spoils so that you run straight into a trap. Suddenly, there's a Flamebringer right in your face.
You said YZG, right? You did mention YZG, right? They were in that list.
Yeah, YZ are definitely another one of those.
I know, I was just checking. I was like, you did mention them because they're, like, for me, the guys to watch. They have just been consistently amazing throughout this tournament. So, you know, it's gonna be a great day. We've got 3 amazing days of Naraka lined up. Obviously, we got trios tomorrow, solos. The final solos of the tournament will be on Saturday, and then the final trios will be on Sunday. All of these games are going to be bangers. Remember, they're all starting earlier, like today. So make sure you don't miss out on the first couple of games, because I almost overslept and missed the first couple of games as well. So make sure you do join us for those. It's going to be an absolute doozy of a finals. I mean, we were gifted with an amazing grand finals during season 1. We honestly, the final game of trios and solos, I think, actually both came down to that last game. Like, really, really tight, really, really clutch games, and just super, super fun to watch. So I am very, very excited for that. But unfortunately, we are out of Naraka for the day. We'll be back tomorrow with those trios games. So from myself and Moxie, thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head.